Future fam, what's up? It's your guy Chad. Man, I got to talk about this guy, man. Patrick Hickey Jr. Man, he's such a good dude and does so much for so many people. He is the first person to give us our chance in this interviewing thing. He actually reached out to us and said, "Hey, man, let me come on your show." And Jerry and I jumped at the chance to do it, and we met him, we interviewed, and that's when me and Jeremy got the interviewing bug. Like, man, we're adding this to the Fusion High repertoire now. So we got to thank Patrick for that. And we've interviewed him and talked to him and interacted with him so many other times outside of that. He is a genuine good dude, man. I can't thank you enough for all that you do. And also the owner of Legacy Comics, which has some dope comics, man, such as The Job, Condry. There's so many things there. So you go check out Legacy Comics, buy you some comics, support Patrick Hickey Jr. This man is great, man. There's so many great things he has in store for us, man. We can't wait to see him. Thanks, Pat.
What's going on, y'all? Or Chad like to say, what's going on, Fusion fam? Hey, this is Jeremy, one half of Fusion High podcast, and I want to do this video to talk a little bit about the guy who we doing an omnibus about. His name is Patrick Hickey Jr. He is the very first guy that we ever interviewed, and I like to say thank you to that gentleman because he came to us. He gave us the opportunity to actually try our interview chops out and everything like that, man. And these videos are dedicated to this man because, you know, we've seen the growth of him. And that guy, I'm going to tell you something about Patrick, man. That guy, every time we talk to him, he always lighted a fire under our ass and made us strive for more. He actually, you know, gave us tips and pointers, and just his presence was that, you know what I mean? It made you just go the extra mile. But, yeah, I hope y'all enjoy this omnibus of the dope interviews that we did with that man, and hopefully we have many, many more with him, man, because just seeing him just growing more and more and more as a owner. I mean, because he showed us his comic books, and then he's now an owner of a comic book company, so that's pretty badass. So, hey, keep up the good work, bro. And this is for you, homie.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. All right, man.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Jeremy, and this is
Boy Chad, and
this is Fusion High. Hey, man, I'm super excited.
Yeah.
About
Oh
yourself.
man, me too. I'm like, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. So, man, we have our very first interview and a very special guest. Drum roll, please.
No, sorry.
Mr. Patrick Hickey, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh man, thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to come out and
Absolutely.
talk to us guys.
And sorry
Absolutely.
for the drum roll, too. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Man.
Yeah, man. I'm super happy to be here, and I'm loving the setup and stuff like that. Like, I wish I was there in person.
Yeah, I know, right?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, man, I was just looking at your bio. They should call you the godfather of media because you
Yeah.
dude,
Yeah,
so many different
man,
things.
it
I was
is-
like, damn, news,
It's mad
magazines, books. Yeah, it should have been a better intro than here I am doing it now.
Yeah.
Vigi games. Yeah, I said Vigi games. Voice acting. Like,
Man,
what have you done?
Yeah,
what haven't you done?
Yeah, exactly. What haven't
Porn.
you done yet? Yeah.
I haven't done
Probably in
porn
5
yet.
years. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
It's not gonna be in 5 years, right?
I tell people all the time, I'm just old. So I've been able to do some cool stuff because I'm old. So that's you know. But yeah, it's been so much fun. Yeah, from video games, journalism, voice acting, comic books now, like and I'm not even close to done. I still got a whole bunch of other stuff up my sleeve, so I'm just trying to spread it to the masses, so to speak, you know. So that's why, you know, I reached out to you guys. You guys are doing a great show.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very
yeah,
much.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Appreciate
man. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, see, that's what you got to do too. Like,
Yeah.
so that's part of it. So it's just like I tell people all the time, I meet so many like amazing people that have like no following on social media, and I'm like, how come you only have like 300 followers? And they're like, oh, you know. I'm like, you do this great work, but you don't let anybody know about it. So like whenever I have meetings for the comic book company, that I work for, they joke around. They're like, "You're like the Don King of comics," and I'm like, because if you're not promoting what you're doing, and nobody knows about it, so it's just like. But I try and do it in as passionate a way as possible, because if people feel like you're selling all the time, they're not invested. So I just try and show people that like I'm involved, but I want to share. So and that's what this is. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no problem.
What got you into like journalism in the first place? What kickstarted that?
So I wanted to be a professional hockey player when I was 18 years old. And 6'4". I was like 225 pounds. You could like wash your clothes on my abs, and then I got in a car accident and messed up my back and my spine, and put on some weight, and had a cane for like a year. So I was like the coolest 18-year-old in the world. I was like the real life Godfather from WWE. I was like walking around with a cane, but I had to like kind of reinvent myself. So it's like I really look up to people like Diamond Dallas Page and like Chris Jericho and Hulk Hogan, that people that have like found a way to be, away from Hulk Hogan's racism and stuff like that, like how he was able to like reinvent himself, and how Chris Jericho does it all the time.
Yeah, to me, he's a king of that, man.
Like what MVP is doing right now, so I had to reinvent myself, and I was always like a nerd in denial. I always read a ton of comics. I loved reading the back of like basketball, baseball, hockey cards. Like I knew stats and stuff. Yeah. And I went to college, and they're like, "What do you want to major in?" And I'm like, "Since I can't play hockey anymore," and I played baseball in high school. I was like, I'd love to write about this stuff. So within a year of starting college, I was covering minor league baseball, like the Brooklyn Cyclones, the Mets minor league affiliate. Yeah. And I ended up interviewing like Cliff Floyd, David Wright, and tons of like great baseball players. Buck O'Neil, who's like one of the greatest Negro League players of all time, like just meeting him and speaking to him. And I've taken the pilgrimage to the Negro League Hall of Fame in Kansas City. Yeah. So that was like to do that and then meet him. But this was all within like my first year of writing. Wow. And then it just snowballed, and since I've been doing it now for 15 years, man, that's 15. That's a long time. I just have a lot of experiences to call upon. So I'm not like this amazing person. I've just been somebody that's been actively doing it for a long time.
Staying consistent, right?
Yeah, consistently consistent.
Yeah. Okay, man. Yeah, man. So it seems like the whole journalism thing is great. So I was looking at your bio, and I also see that, on top of doing journalism, your books.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Sure.
Throw these out the window.
Yeah. Now that they look pricey.
It's like a $600 headset, and it's not doing what it's supposed to do.
Ooh, oh man, no.
The ODs, they're so good, but like for some reason they just crapped out. So okay, but now we're good. So the question, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Man. Okay, so. Just about you being an author, man. I was reading your comic Conjure. And I'm saying it right, Conjure, right? Okay. It is. Oh man, I loved it. Now I'm jealous because I want an actual comic. So I went to let's.
We'll talk after you guys give me your address. I'll send you guys both an autographed copy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, don't sweat it.
So I was on Lesser Known Comics, and I downloaded this comic, and I fell in love with it, man. I like that. I always like the anti-heroes. Like I like that the heroes with depth, like this guy, he's had a rough life. He's had a rough go at it, His dad was murdered when he was 12, and his mom's not there, which I feel like the mom's gonna pop up later, but don't worry about that. I just feel like, Anyway, so I'm reading, I was really into it, man. And this guy, he starts off as this scraggly little kid, but he turns into this beast of a man. Like, he looks like he's 7 feet tall, just chilling Jack, and he's trying to find out what happened trying to avenge his parents, his dad. He's trying to avenge him, and his dad's a cop, so I like how he has his switchblade. He has a gun, and he's getting his justice his way. And so I'm like, man, this is going to be a good story. So I go to the first Conjure issue 1, and I'm reading, and he's in the hospital. I'm like, what's happened to this guy? Well, what's going on? And I'm not gonna lie. The ending of it made me laugh. I don't know why, because it's like he didn't want to do. I don't want to spoil it or give it away, but he didn't want to do.
You can. That's okay.
I can. Okay, yes. So, so this guy, he's hungry. He hasn't ate anything, and he sees this nice old lady. Man, this is the nicest, oldest looking lady ever. And she's walking down. She's talking about her dead husband, and I gotta go home and do this and do that. I gotta say my prayer, but this is just a nice lady. And Conry is just talking, man, I don't want to do this, but I have to do it. I haven't eaten 3 days, I gotta get in, get out, do this quick. You get her to go down this alley, it's gonna be, in and out. And something is going on in his head, like there's like a ringing in his head or something like that. And he's like, he's still ignoring it, still trying to push through and do what he needs to do. And he pushes the old lady down. I'm like, oh gosh, not the old lady. She was just praying. And he pushes her down. And the lady looks up at him and his head's just pounding. And he has a gun and he drops the gun. And the old lady picks it up. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this lady's not going to do anything. She's just going to be like, hey, get away, get out of here. No, Grandma said, forget that. Bam, shoot him in the head. I was like, oh my God, what? That was so crazy. It just makes me want more, man. So what was your inspiration for writing this stuff? It was great comics.
So it's like I grew up in Brooklyn. I still live in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Right.
And everyone is more than the sum of their parts.
Yeah.
It's like if you look at like a little old lady, you don't know what that little old lady had to go through.
Yeah.
Smart.
You don't know what she's willing to do to keep what she has.
Yeah.
And it's like for me, I'm a big guy, like I told you guys, but I mean, whenever I had to get in a fight, the last person I would want to fight is the little guy.
Yeah.
Because those little people, and I remember growing up, I was bigger than everybody.
Yeah.
Until I went to high school. And I went to Grady High School, which they're like right across the street from Lincoln High School. And that's where Stephon Marbury went to school.
Okay.
Who's like, a great NBA player and stuff. But Grady built like Rolando Blackman, who used to play for the Dallas Mavericks. He was an all-star in the NBA and stuff. Like Quincy Doobie, who used to play for the Toronto Raptors. So it's just like both of these schools bred great basketball players. So it's like I went from being like the tallest kid in Bensonhurst to like tiny.
Yeah.
It's like I was a power forward and a center.
Yeah.
And then I went to Grady, and it's like, thank God I could shoot 3-pointers.
Yeah.
So that goes to the adaptation that we were talking about. It's like my entire life, in order to be successful, I've had to adapt.
Yeah.
And I've just learned so many things about so many different types of people. And it's like I grew up like, if you hear the fireworks going off in the background now, it's because Italy won today.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Congratulations on that.
And I live in Bensonhurst, so that's where all the mafia movies take place.
Okay.
So it's like I grew up in like an Italian neighborhood where it was like if you were African American, you didn't go into that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Those people are mega old school.
Yeah.
They're just like straight out of our neighborhood, And when I went to Grady, I went from like rarely ever hanging out with African American people because they didn't live near me. So all of a sudden now I went to school and I was like the 1%. And in the beginning it was hard because I was judged. And I had long blonde hair. I looked like I was in the Backstreet Boys and shit, And then they were like,
oh, this guy won his way.
I would have said old school thing, honestly. But hey, that's what's up too.
But they were like, oh, he's pretty cool, and I got along with everybody. I had a great time in high school and stuff, but it was just like so many people, you look at them and you're like, that person's like this. Those first instincts are always wrong. So it's just like Sarita. I'm going to tell you guys a little something special here.
Oh man, lay it on us. Please do.
If you look at that panel, okay, when Sarita's on the floor, her hand is out, reaching towards Condry.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see that. Okay.
Yeah. That head, that pounding in his head isn't coming from him. It's coming from her.
What?
Sarita is so much. Sarita is so much more than the sum of her parts. I cannot wait for you guys to read Kandri 2 because you're going to find out so much more about Sarita. Sarita's a badass bitch.
Oh my God.
She
See,
did-
I had it wrong. I thought he was having some type of awakening or something. Some type
No.
yeah. Oh man, that's
So-
even. Oh, I'm excited. Man.
So there's a reason why like Sarita has like lived in like one of the worst neighborhoods in Brooklyn her entire life.
Yeah.
And nothing bad has ever happened to her. You know?
Yeah, oh, man.
So it's just like, and it'll be explained more.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know that Kandri has survived a point blank shot to the head.
Yeah.
So he's more than just your average hulking homeless person.
Yeah.
There's something else going on with him too. And you're going to find out in the next issue.
Okay, cool.
And you're going to be like, this is really cool. And so I'm super excited for that. Like, I wrote this comic when I was like 17, 18 years old.
Okay.
And I'm going to be 38 in like 2 days.
Okay. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. I just could never find an artist. And then eventually I found an artist, and then COVID happened. So we pitched to like Image and Dark Horse, and they were like, oh, we love this, but we're not like taking any new like IPs.
Yeah, okay.
So we were like, all right. And then I ended up coming across Mark Bernal from LKC. I interviewed him for my site, reviewfix.com.
Yeah. And
the article did well. And then he was like, oh, if there's ever anything that I could do for you. And I was just sitting on this 6-page story, which is Kandri 0.
Yeah. Right.
And I was like, take a look at this. Let me know what you think. And then like an hour later, he's like, yeah, we need to talk. So I was just
that's cool, man. Yes.
And it just, you know, and now it's like we've got a nice following and it's growing and stuff. And like people are sending me like variant covers and stuff like that, you know. And I'm doing a signing at the biggest comic book store in Brooklyn for Free Comic Book Day, and it's just like, this is wild. This is so wild. You know, it's like come full circle to hear that you guys are enjoying the comic. That's like one thing.
Oh, yeah.
But then to see your faces when you're talking about it, I mean, that's just another. So to answer your question, just growing up in Brooklyn and just realizing that like inside of everyone is a story that like sometimes is never told. And it's just like, if you live in Brooklyn, you've walked by homeless people all the time. Yeah. And you're just like, yeah, it's a homeless person. Here's $1, you know? Yeah. But it's like that person could be the person that could save your life one day, you know?
Yeah, that's a good way
and
to
like
look at it.
That old lady that you about to rub, that could be the old lady that's about to hand you your ass.
Yeah.
You know?
She did.
And she did. You know?
So,
and then you combine that with like a love of like 80s and 90s comics, like, you know, The Punisher and Daredevil and Spawn and movies like The Highlander and stuff, and you merge, and obviously like classic anime like Ninja Scroll and Akira, and you tie all that stuff together.
Oh, that's the gods. Oh man, that's the grandma and grandpa anime right there.
So there's a lot of that in there. So you'll see, like, all these like Kandri 0, 1, 2, and 3 will all be released this year, and they're all going to be like 10 to 12 page stories. Like obviously Kandri 0 is only 6 pages, but they're going to tease the main story. So by 2022, when we get to like 24 issues, like a real comic book, you're going to be fully invested, you know? So that's the point of like 2021. It's just like keep teasing.
Oh yeah.
Those are the best times.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, well I can't wait for that.
Me, same here, dude. I
good.
dig it, man. And so, how can I ask this question? So I heard you talking about wrestling earlier, man. Kind of go back, you know, back and forth with the comic book and wrestling.
Yeah. Sure.
When you started watching wrestling, and like, who's your favorite wrestler? So I'm like, just knock that wrestling stuff out. Who's your favorite wrestler? When you started watching wrestling, and like, do you still watch wrestling? If not, I understand because some of it's kind of weird. Yeah, you go live.
So I probably have never missed an episode of Monday Night Raw, like ever.
Wow.
Yeah. I've covered professional wrestling for 15 years for my site, reviewfix.com. And when I worked at NBC, I covered couple of SummerSlams and WrestleManias. I've interviewed like Rey Mysterio, Daniel Bryan, Paul Heyman, Dolph Ziggler, Harley Race, Shark Boy. Like I've interviewed tons and tons of Little Guido, like tons and tons of professional wrestlers. I still remember the first wrestling match I ever watched. It was like Ric Flair versus Butch Reed.
Okay.
And I was sitting on my grandfather's lap, and old school German. And he points to Ric Flair and he's like, "That's the way a man looks." And I'm just like, I'm looking at Butch Reed. I'm looking at Butch Reed, and Butch Reed is like diesel as hell. And Ric Flair's got the long hair, and he's like got like the flowy like costume and stuff. And I'm like, looks like a bitch. But then he makes Butch Reed tap to the figure 4, and he starts wooing, and I'm like, he's pretty cool. So I was hooked. And then but like Sting, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, those are all like big. I loved Rick Martel when I was a kid. I used to put kids in the Boston Crab all the time. But some of my favorite wrestlers to this day still, like Raven, Jake Roberts, Diamond Dallas Page, Chris Jericho. I know you're not supposed to say his name because he's like Voldemort, but absolutely Chris Benoit.
That's what I'm talking about. He's a good one, man. He's one of the goats.
Amazing worker. So I mean, I've watched wrestling. I've also worked tremendously with indies in the area, going to their shows, helping promote their talent. I talk to indie wrestlers all the time about their in-ring personas, their movesets. Like there are people that are in the wrestling industry today that are in the industry working because of me, because I've spoken to promoters for them and gotten them gigs. The last Battle Club Pro show in New Jersey, like a month ago, I was the special guest ring announcer for the main event, so that was awesome. I had my own ring music and everything. Came out to it.
Like, that is amazing.
Final Fantasy VII boss music. It was amazing.
Oh my god, that is great.
It's like
you're the man right there.
It's like it was great. It was awesome. But and so I was just at their training school, like on Thursday, hanging out, watching the kids get trained. And I gave them all copies of Conjury and stuff like that. And this guy was doing flips and coming up, and I showed him a video. Like he was doing the flips, and he was doing them okay. And then I showed him like a Taz match and how Taz comes up and he's just like that, and because he was coming up and he had his like fist out, and I'm like, everyone knows you're in a fight, you don't have to make a fist. I'm like, and I showed him how Taz pops up and Taz just had his hands out. I'm like, Taz's hands were weapons, he didn't have to close them. And then the guy did the flip, and I was like, you got it, So it's just like I do stuff like that all the time, like constantly talking to wrestlers. I love wrestling. I'm working on my 7th book now, which is the Mind's Mind PlayStation 2 games. But once that's finished, I totally want to do an indie wrestling book. Like I totally want to talk to indie wrestlers and talk about how they went from like being that little kid watching wrestling to now actually doing it, So that's definitely like something that's on my plate. So to answer your question, love wrestling, still love wrestling. It's real to me.
I got it. But one bonus question for me on that wrestling stuff. How are you strong enough to watch Monday Night Raw?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm like, you a brave, strong
you said
man.
You haven't missed an episode, and so we just did a podcast a little while ago, and we were talking about some of the things that we don't like about wrestling, and Monday Night Raw was one of them. Now, I'm kind of the same way. I love Raw. It was like appointment TV. I sit in front of that TV and watch it for 2 hours to now 3 hours. But over the past couple of months, I can't. I tried so hard. Like I tried, but I can't do it.
It's like the only thing that I can equate it to is like being in a toxic relationship with a
that is the greatest example of that. That's crazy.
Where you're just verbally, physically abused every time you see them.
Yeah.
With the hope that they'll be nice, because if they're nice, it's going to be amazing. And it's just like with Raw, that for 3 hours you're going to get filler. You're going to get like Alexa Bliss is like mind controlling people now. Nikki Cross is like a superhero. It is so awful. And every day I just say, maybe this will be the week that like CM Punk comes back, or maybe this will be the week that like Brock Lesnar will like actually like want to wrestle full time, or maybe this will be the week, like just something happens, and it hasn't been amazing for me.
Yeah,
I would say probably since like 2017, and it's like NXT. I enjoy NXT.
Oh yeah. Oh my yeah.
I enjoy AEW.
Yeah.
I still enjoy ROH.
Yeah.
Impact is such a good show. It's totally underrated.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely.
I think
it's come a long way, man.
It's come a long way. I think they need to work on their in-ring product a little bit more, but I love like the chances they take, like with the whole Who Shot Johnny Bravo thing, and then before that, all the Matt Hardy stuff that they did. Like, So yeah, I still love wrestling. Actually, this is funny. I don't think I've ever told anybody this. I wrote a play right before COVID, and it was about a wrestler, and COVID happened, so now there's no Broadway.
Yeah.
So I was just basically like, you know what, this got to be a comic book. So that's something else that I'm working on. It's a comic book that's about a jobber that just loses every match, and it's just like he's got like a really screwed up life, and then some amazing stuff happens to him that kind of like change it. It's a really fun story. So it's like if you love wrestling, there's tons of like innuendo and like the way he speaks, like he calls like this one girl in the front row that wants him really bad, like he's like this ring rat Mark, blah blah blah. So it's just like you'll be able, if you love wrestling, you'll totally connect to like the character and stuff. So it's just my master's thesis, I have a master's degree in journalism. My master's thesis is on indie wrestling. Like I interviewed like Diamond Dallas Page, like Low Key, tons of people, and I tried to tell that story, like what it was like for them growing up as kids to then becoming pro wrestlers. Like I love it. It's an art to me.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Man, you are very passionate about wrestling, man.
You ain't lying.
Yeah.
And right.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I love it. Like, I watch a crazy amount, and like, God bless my wife. Because, man, I feel bad sometimes. It's just like, I remember when my daughter was born, it was a Monday night, and she was in labor. And it's like, it was on for like, maybe like 2 minutes. And then she looked at me and she's like, she changed the channel. And I was like, because like,
okay, I guess.
She's laying in the bed getting ready to give birth and stuff. She's like, I'm gonna watch whatever I want to watch. But it was like for like 2 minutes, she let me see like what was on Raw. I was like, you're good.
So generous.
Good people.
It's funny. My wife was the same way when we first started dating. She didn't really. I would watch wrestling. She's like, "What is this? Why are you watching?" I'm like, "It's good. Trust me." It was 2000.
She fall in love with.
2005.
What happened?
Oh man, the Hardys. She loved Jeff. She loved Sean. She loved Sean a little too much. But he's like one of my all-time favorites. So I guess I'd allow
it. The ladies, he's a lady's pet and a man's regret. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
that's what happened with my wife. My wife fell in love with Cena, and then I used to watch Impact a lot too. Like I still do, but I used to watch like Impact with her, and nobody likes the Aces and Eights storyline. But man, I'll tell you, my wife and I loved watching that unfold. Like when Bully Ray told Brooke that he didn't love her and stuff, my wife was like, "That son of a bitch." And I was just like, it was great. It was great. So yeah. But my wife still to this day, when John Cena comes on the TV, I'm like, I have to change the channel. I'm like, nah, yo, nope. Nope.
No total T was nothing for you. Oh man.
What's your next question?
Yeah, man. So the mind behind the games. So what inspired you to write this? Like, because I feel like growing up, like being a avid gamer, I never really seen like a lot of like books like dedicated to gamers, like really just chronicling like all the stories and everything behind it. And I'm looking at this book and I'm just like, oh my God, where was this at growing up? And there's just so many. I was looking at some of the chapters and I saw the one about that's how I knew you were going to be a funny guy. When I saw E.T., the greatest game ever, I'm like, okay.
In 5 weeks.
Yeah.
In 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Damn, the greatest game ever in 5 weeks.
Because 5 weeks. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was watching.
Because even like to this day,
Yeah.
ask anyone to make a full video game in 5 weeks by themselves. Not going to happen.
They did it.
And this guy did it.
Yes.
I spoke to him today. I spoke to Howard Scott
wow.
Warshaw today, actually. Yeah. I gave him like a testimonial for his book because he just released a book and he sent it to me. And he was like, could you write something about it? Blah, blah, blah. And I loved it. It was a great book.
Yeah.
But this guy, think about it this way. This guy made a game in 5 weeks, and some people consider it to be like the worst game of all time. Most of those people have never played it before. What it was able to do was insane. It was impossible for this game to ever make money because Atari spent like $28 million on the license. So in order for it to break even, it would have to sell like 5 million copies. And up to that point, only 2 Atari 2600 games had ever sold that many copies. So it was just like, you set this guy up for failure. He releases the game on time. It sells 1.6 million copies, which is like the 6th best-selling game of all time on the Atari 2600. So his biggest failure would be 99.9% of anyone that's ever made a game's biggest success.
Yeah.
You know how many people would kill
to
make a game that sells 1.6 million copies? Like, just to take into consideration, like Shadow of the Colossus on PS2 didn't sell 1.6 million copies.
Wait, what?
Shadow of the Colossus is one of the prettiest games of all time on the PlayStation, on the Sony PlayStation 2. Shadow of the Colossus sold 1.1 million copies. So more people own ET than they do one of the prettiest, most surrealist games of all time in Shadow of Colossus. That's how important ET is to the video game industry. And most people, they've watched The Angry Video Game Nerd and they just read Wikipedia and they're like, oh, ET is the biggest piece of shit like ever. But it wasn't. It's not the best game by a long shot. And it was symptomatic of a lot of Atari's problems. Rush a game out, don't care if it's been tested properly and stuff like that. It was like one of the reasons why Atari failed, but it wasn't the game, it was what was going on behind the scenes in Atari. So it's just so much easier to like place the blame. But to answer your question, I was 33. My wife was 5 months pregnant, and I had never written a book. And I was just like, I may only get one shot at this, so it's got to be good. And I was sitting in my man cave. I just started pulling games out. And I was like, I know the people that have made these games. I know these games have great stories. And everyone, like all the gaming books that I ever read were all these like coffee table books, lots of pictures, lots of just like simple explanation of the games, or just like the author saying, I think this game is great, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, I'm a journalist. I love to interview people. I'm going to interview the developers of these games, and I'm going to get them to tell me the stories that aren't on Wikipedia, that aren't on Reddit, and all of those stuff. And I'm just going to compile it into something really sexy. And I got like 6 developers the first week. And I'm like, if half of them answer me, I'll have the beginning of a book. They all answered me. And I was just like, oh my God. So then like 3 weeks later, with like all 6 chapters written, I started pitching publishers. And I'll never forget, it was like Thanksgiving that I sent the pitches. And then like 3 days later, like the next business day, my publisher messaged me and they're like, we would love to publish this book. And I was just like, oh my God. And then that was 6 books ago, because now I'm working on book 7 in the series. So
yeah, man,
it's just been,
I was like, man, you're doing big things, bro.
It's been so much fun, like sitting down, talking to a lot of these people. And like I said, I spoke to Howard Scott Warshaw today. I speak to a lot of these guys. A lot of them love Condry. So like when Condry first came out, the creator of Turok the Dinosaur Hunter,
that's my
he messages me and he's just like, man, I just want to let you know that like Condry is pretty badass. And I'm just like, I'm gonna cry. I'm like, bro, I'm like, I love your work. I'm like, you know I love your work. I'm like, that's why, because Turok is in the Minds Behind Shooter games.
Yeah. Okay.
So I love that game. I feel like that game did so much for the Nintendo 64 and stuff like that. So I was just like, to have your support, man, like, thank you so freaking much. So it's just like, it's been a super wild ride the last 4 years. Like just speaking to all these developers of like games that I grew up with. Like even I was getting into the game industry as a voice actor. after the first book came out, but then I started doing voice acting, and then some of the developers that I've spoken to for these books have asked me to be in their game. So it's like Tony Barnes, who did like Desert Strike, Jungle Strike, Urban Strike. What else did he do? Strider, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Star Wars Episode 3. He's working on a game now. Sorry, I got a cold.
Okay.
So I feel like I'm like Al Pacino, like in Scarface. I'm doing,
Was the end too,
he's working on a game called Run, Die, Run Again. It's so good. It's a first-person like survival platformer game. It's so cool.
Oh yeah.
And he was like, "I want you to be the voice of the narrator," and I'm just like, "Okay, let's do this." So now it's like I'm working with some of my heroes doing voice acting. So it's just come full circle from, wow, my wife's about to give birth. I need to do something really cool. So like, I never wanted to look at my daughter and be like, I could have did some really cool shit, but then, we had you and I had to just be like this boring ass dad and stuff like that. So now it's like, I can go to her and be like, I wanted to write a book. I wrote a book. I wanted to do voice acting. I wanted to do writing in video games. I did that. I wanted to be a ring announcer for wrestling. I did that. I wanted to write a comic book series. I did that, so it's just like, I want my daughter and my son now to know that like anything's possible. It's like I come from a pretty poor ass family in Brooklyn, and I'm the first college graduate in my family, and I'm the first person that doesn't drink or do any types of drugs, and I'm just trying to set the bar as high as possible for like my students, because I've been a college professor for 15 years, for my students and for my for my kids.
I respect that.
Man, respect. Well,
Thanks.
you mentioned voice acting, and I ain't gonna lie, I've been kind of interested. I met Chris Ragger, the guy that played Hercule, Josh Martin, that played, which is funny, who plays Majin Buu. They're real life friends.
Yeah, they're real life.
They live out there.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and they live in Fort Worth, Texas. Funimation's in Dallas / Fort Worth, and they kind of inspired me. Because I'm not gonna be a little goofy sometimes. I mean, we just met, kind of, sort of. Yeah. But because I was like, I can do voices. So for a person like, let's say, like, who've been dreaming to do this, to do voice acting, what would you tell them if they ask you, like myself, how do you get your foot in the door, or like how would you get in the direction, and like what's your story, like how you got to? Because I heard you say a couple of game developers like, yo, can you give me your voice and see what we can do, what kind of magic we can create. What would you tell somebody?
So I'll tell you how I got in first.
Okay.
And it's just like, it's because I can write. So I got lucky. But then after that, I didn't want to be like a one-hit wonder. So then what I would do is I would go on Twitter and I would go on Discord and I would look for the sexiest games that I could that didn't have any voice in it. Like, why does this game not have any voice in it? Do they not have enough money to pay somebody? Are they not thinking that? And I would just contact the developer and be like, boom, like let's work together. And I got a lot more yeses than nos. Wow. I think I've only I've only one role that I auditioned for. The guy was kind of like, yeah, that's not what we're looking for. And I was like, okay, have a nice day. But the way I got in was right after the first book came out. So like I own and operate reviewfix.com for like 11 years. Yeah. It's like my baby. And I cover a lot of indie video games, Yeah. So what I usually do is I go on Twitter early in the morning and I just look through hashtags like game development, indie game development. And I want to see games that are being made like currently. Yeah. And the smaller the team, the better. I'm looking for like really cool stories, like people that aren't being interviewed anywhere else. And I came across this game called The Padre, and it kind of looked like Minecraft. Yeah. With like a little like Alone in the Dark and Castlevania thrown in, and it just looked really cool. So I messaged the developer, and I was like, "Let's talk. Let's do a Q&A." So we do a Q&A, gets really good traffic. And I start talking to the guy on Facebook, just bullshitting with him and stuff like that. Wow. And then he's like, do you want to play like a beta of the game? And I'm like, sure. So they send me the beta. I start playing it. And I noticed right away, like I've been an English and journalism professor for 15 years. So I'm noticing in the dialogue that there's a ton of grammatical errors. And I'm just like, bro, this is a survival horror game with a lot of text. You got to polish your narrative big time.
Yeah.
And he was like, do you want to do it? And I was like, yeah, but, and we started talking, and we agreed upon a payment for my services.
Okay.
And I ended up editing the entire script in like a day. And I sent it back to them, and they were shocked. But then like 2 hours goes by, and I'm paid, and then they're like, oh, update Steam, because it was like on Steam early access or whatever.
Yeah.
He's like, update the game on Steam.
Yeah.
So I update the game on Steam, start the game up, all my edits are there. And I'm like, yo, this is really cool.
Yeah.
So I was like, listen, I want credit too. I want to get paid and I want credit. So like, yeah, you're going to be the story editor, blah, blah, blah. And I thought it was it. I thought that was it. I thought it was a one-time thing.
Yeah.
I showed my wife the PayPal thing. I'm like, look, I just got paid for this. She's like, oh, that's pretty cool. So then a couple of weeks go by, and I get another message on Facebook. It's like, bro, we got like another like 4,000 lines of dialogue for you to go through. I'm like, oh. So I'm like, so this is more than like a one-time thing? They're like, yeah. So then they're getting ready to go to Kickstarter, and then they want me to edit the Kickstarter, which is like, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You know, like edit the entire Kickstarter. And I'm like, okay. So right before we're about to launch the Kickstarter, they're like, we got a problem. And I'm like, what's the matter? And they're like, the voice actor just left. And I'm like, why? I'm like, oh, he said he had family problems, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, that's not that bad of a thing. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, he's not that good. And they're like, what do you mean?
It's a blessing for you.
And I was like, listen, I didn't want to say anything because you guys just had me in editing dialogue and stuff like that. But you got like a survival horror game, and your main character sounds like Russell Brand.
Oh,
It doesn't
that
fit.
doesn't make sense.
It didn't fit. You know, it's like I'm listening to like the trailer and stuff, and I'm playing the game. It's just like, you know, a bloody wacky man, you know, just like walking around, you know, and I'm just
Wait.
it's not. It doesn't do it. So they're like, they're like, could you do it? I'm like, let me audition. I'll send you something. So later that day, I go in the same room with all of my games where I came up with the idea for the minds behind the games. And I'm like, what did I just do? Oh my God, what did I just do? So I've always been good at that movie voice, you know, like, in a world, one man, one tortilla, you know? And I'm like, I can't do that because that would just be ridiculous.
Baby.
You know, that would be ridiculous. You know, you're on the Fusion Hub podcast. You know, just stop. You know, so I'm like, what if I could combine that bloody wacky English man, you know, with the in a world. So I came up with like this dark, brooding English, like, my name is Alexander, and I am the Padre. You know, and I sent it to them, and they're just like, this is perfect. Wow. So I'm like, so it's just to find that voice in my register, like my throat was on fire. Yeah. You know, I was trying so many different things, and you know, it's like I've been in bands before. I've sung in bands, and I was in choruses and choirs and stuff. So it's just like I know how to take care of my throat, my voice. But I was just like, man, just to find that voice. Yeah. So then they're like, this is perfect. Can you record like everything today? I'm like, okay. So then I went and I did it, and then they did the same thing. Like 3 hours later, they're like, update Steam. I'm like, yo, that's my voice.
That is crazy.
So then we didn't get funded in Kickstarter, but we had done so many interviews that like we ended up getting signed by Feardemic Games, and they released the first game on Steam, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Switch. And then the sequel came out in February. So it's just like I start in 2 games. And then, like I told you, I'm going to be in Tony Barnes' upcoming game. And then I've done so many podcast intros, Kickstarter trailers. And then like there's 4 games that are, in active development right now that I have either done writing or voice acting in. Like there's like NDAs, so I can't discuss them, but there's a lot there's a lot more of my voice going on. So like the answer is I got in because I could write and because I understood games, because they were like, oh, this guy wrote a book on gaming and he wants to work on our game. Oh my God. Yeah, we'll take you. And then it's like, holy crap, he could do voices too. So we'll let him do voices. So then it's just been, stacking on top of each other. It's been so much fun. So my advice to people, if you want to get into it, go on Twitter, go on Discord, find developers that need you. And this is the thing, like I got paid to be in the Padre. I got paid well, but man, if they would have told me like to do it for free, I would have done it for free just to get the experience. And I mean, still, you could go on the PlayStation 4 store right now. You can go on the Nintendo eShop. You can go on Microsoft, the Live Arcade or whatever. And the Padre's there. And when you press the trailer, you hear my voice. Like, to me, that's priceless. So the fact that I got paid.
He actually did that.
I did that today.
Like an hour before we talked to you. And I was like, man.
So that's why I was kind of laughing when we were saying the guy sounded like Russell Brand. I'm like, I hear that in my head, then I remember what you did before. I was like, I can't even imagine that game with that.
But it's like night and day. Yeah. And then I don't think I've told many people this story, but I don't think I've ever told it like on a podcast. But I remember when they started Padre 2, I was like, oh, you guys started development. I would never assume that you wanted me for the second one. I'm not like that. Like, I had fun in the first one, editing. So they were like, the team was like, listen, money is tight this time around. We don't know if we're going to have like voice acting in it. So I was kind of like, all right, no problem. I ain't mad at you, Yeah. And then like a month goes by, and then the developer messages me and he's like, listen, we spoke to the publisher, and the publisher said that like, without your voice, like, we can't do the game. Like, we need your voice in the game. And I was just like,
yeah,
I know.
My man over here is Ric Flair, man.
Yeah. Like, it just felt, beat the man. It felt really good. It felt really good to have like that type of validation. And the second game has only come out on Steam so far, but I think it's a much better game than the first one. And I think the first one plays the best on Steam, like without a controller. I think it's best played as like an old school point and click survival horror. I feel like using the controller and stuff like that, it's just like, it feels, when you play it with a controller, it feels like the original Resident Evil, which isn't a bad thing either. But so I just like the way it plays without the controller, like as an old school PC game. But I mean, to answer your question, I'm sorry I talk a lot.
That's cool. Good, man.
Just be persistent. People are going to say no to you all the time, but you just got to keep plowing through. And that's what I tell people all the time. It's like, when people say no to you, it means no right now. So no right now is a no, but a second later, it could be yes. So you just got to be on your game all the time, And I've said this on other podcasts before. I feel like I've never been anyone's first choice for anything, but I'm always their best choice.
Yeah.
So, it's just like, you got to just keep at it. Passion and patience, being as consistent as possible, and you're going to win people over eventually. So with voice acting, there's so many people that want to do it. It's just like writing. Yeah. Before COVID, you'd have people sitting in Starbucks all day writing. Yeah. And I would joke around because I'm like, all I got is my phone, and I'll outright you. You can have your beautiful computer and you can sit in Starbucks and you can listen to Enya all day and stuff like that. But I do it every day, and it's like, that's what real writers do. They write every single day. They don't need to have people watch them and stuff like that. They just do it. It's a part of them. It's like when you hear Taz talk about wrestling. Yeah. It's a lifestyle.
Yep. Yes.
It's in you, So if you're a voice actor, when you start, you may not be working on the best games, right, but your voice is going to get out there. You start building your portfolio, and you just keep getting to better and better and better games. Like, I still like get a little like teary when I see that first like cutscene in the Padre. Yeah. Because it's just like, it's a special moment to me. Like when he's driving up to the house. But like now, I mean, when I'm watching like my voice in in Run Die Run Again and Tony Barnes's new game. I'm just like, man, I've come a long way. Holy crap. So it's just like you gotta be there for the ride, and it's not always gonna be easy. And like I said, I was pissed off when Padre 2 started development and they were like, oh, we might not have a voice. I'm like, how are you not gonna have a voice? But I just knew, it's like the cream always rises to the top, and I was just like, they're gonna ask me, it's gonna happen. And I didn't talk to the guy for like a month because I didn't want to be like, I won't beg you. If you want me, you want me. And they came and it turned out good. So you just got to stay persistent, take roles as you can get them. You can't be the star in every game, and then just build the portfolio.
That's some good advice.
You drop one gem that you should make a t-shirt for. You say, I might not be their first choice, but I'm the best choice. That's some gangster
Those
stuff
bars
like that.
right there,
man. You done drop a gem on
good bars.
Man, I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you should coin that, man. I'm telling you, you should coin that phrase.
I'm gonna do that.
I like it. That's some ballsy shit to say, but you said it. I was like, and I bought it. I was like, yeah, make a shirt.
Yep.
I've said it. I've said it to people before too. It's like, because you know what it is. It's just like we live in this society where it's just like people, or they're so. I don't have anything against politically correct, like ideology. I think everyone should be made comfortable, and we should all start on equal footing. Yeah. And no one should be judged based on the way they look or their sexual preference or anything. But then it's like I can sit in a meeting, and so like one of my favorite sources is Benjamin Johnson. He used to work for Rockstar Games. He was a level designer on Red Dead Redemption. He was the creator of Rockstar Table Tennis. He is a goddamn rock star. So he's like from California. He's got long dreads. He's badass to the bone, And he's the type of person where he's just like, man, I'll be massively quiet during a meeting. And he's like, I'll let everyone talk, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, I know that some of my bosses don't know the difference between that guy just talking out of his ass and the people that really get shit done. He goes, so when he comes over to me, I'll be like, I did this, and that's all I'll have to say, And I love that. But with me, it's like, I like to talk. So I'm going to cut a promo in the meeting. I'm going to get myself hyped. I'm going to get everyone else hyped. But then the difference is when my boss goes, well, what have you gotten done? I'm going to be like, here you go. Because for me, it's like, if you can't get passionate about it, then what's the point? Like, if you're just going to be quiet and just show your work to your boss, like I want to be at a company where when I speak, everyone goes, it's about to go down. Like Pat's about to bring it, like, because I want to motivate everybody else. Like when I was at NBC, when I was the editor at NBC, we would have meetings every 4 hours. So it's like, if you worked an 8-hour shift, when you got there, you had a meeting. Then 4 hours later, you had a meeting. Then when you left, you had a meeting. And it was always, what have you done so far?
Right.
What are you working on now? And what are you working on later? And I always made sure that I always had something that I did, something that I was working on right now, and something that I was working on later. Always. Because what would happen is if you were at a meeting and they were like, Brian, what do you have? I'm like, yo, I don't want Ryan anywhere near me because I don't know what he has. I don't know if that shit's contagious, that laziness, that like mediocrity. I don't want any of that near me, So then
I feel you.
So I've always just been like, and it's an easy way not to make friends, but it's also an easy way to make yourself stand out of the crowd, Yeah. So it's just, like I said, I never judge people. When I look at somebody, I'm like, can we make some really cool stuff together? Is this person going to make excuses when they don't feel good? Is this person going to make excuses when they got in a fight with their wife? Is this person going to do this? Is this person going to get that? Like, let's make great shit together. Let's not make excuses, let's do great things together. I don't care where you're from, like anything about you, as long as like you are willing to invest yourself as much as I am into like what you're doing, So it's hard. It's hard sometimes, but it's just like when people pick up on that, like a video game developer or comic book publisher or a book publisher, when they pick up on that and they get that, then we make great stuff together. So it's like, it's win-win for everyone that's involved. Like I want to inspire the people around me, I don't want to just be like, oh yeah, I wrote all these books and, like I want to be like, you can do it too. And I'll show you how to do it. Let's do it. Are you ready?
Yep, that's what I mean, man.
it's good. That's a sign of a good leader. Cause I like where I work at. That's always preach like a sign of a good leader is someone that can inspire. It's always cool. You can have people that work for you, and that's fine. They're going to work for you, but you have to inspire them to make them want to do great and want to produce. So that's definitely what I get from you, man.
Thanks.
So I have a question. It's So since you like video games, could you give me maybe 3 video games that you think shaped your life?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Absolutely. So the Fallout series, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
So like Fallout 3 got me through like my first year of teaching. Fallout New Vegas got me through like my first year of graduate school.
Oh, wow.
I just love being immersed in the wasteland.
Yeah. Wow.
Like I posted a meme the other day where it was just like the first boss is like hiding behind like a wall.
Yeah.
And it's just like me after completing all the side quests first.
Yeah.
And I'm just like this massive Hulk, you know? Because it's like in Fallout, man, you don't even have to follow the main story. You could just do all the side quests. It's like Skyrim is the same way. Like all the Elder Scrolls games.
He stole my words, Skyrim.
And you can just build Skyrim. Like I love those games. Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance, like Champions of Norath, X-Men Legends, Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Like I love games like that, you know? Where you can just develop this character into like something super badass. I mean, Pokemon, same exact thing. I mean, by the time I got to Brock in Pokemon Red, like I had like my Rattata evolved already. Like my Caterpie was already like a Butterfree, you know, my Squirtle was a Wartortle, you know. So it's just like I love games like that. So Pokemon, Fallout, I love the NHL series. That's probably like one of my favorite series of all time.
Yeah.
Trying to think of what else. But that's 3. Those are pretty much like for my entire life, I've always played like a hockey game, a Pokemon game, and then some type of like action RPG. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. That's dope, man.
But I mean, I'll play anything. I mean, I have over 30 consoles, over 3,000 games. So yeah, I've like what you guys have in Funko, I have in video games, you know. So
I can't even say I got what you got in game consoles / video games themselves. Jeez. It's like the Don now. Now I'm gonna give you another time. The Don.
I'm the godfather of gaming, man. Woo! So Jay, what about you? What about 3 games that have, you know?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right. Resident Evil.
Great.
I remember like Resident Evil 2 actually hurt me one time. And brief story. I remember like Resident Evil 2 when the hands came out through the windows in the police station.
Oh my god.
I jumped out and I landed like my lower back landed on the bottom. I was like, oh my god, what the hell? So that, you know, that like 1, 2, 3, 4, not 4, Code Veronica, because I'm doing chronologically. That was harder, but it was fun. Yeah. So the Resident Evil series, Metal Gear. The reason I got that game, I remember one of my mom's friends' boyfriends had it sitting in the backseat of his car, and I kept staring at it. And my little kid was like, "What's
this?
What is this?" He's like, "Oh, it's a Metal Gear game." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "No fooling, really?" So yeah, he let me have it. Dude, I fell in love with Solid Snake and that whole story. Hideo Kojima, you talking about rock star? Hideo Kojima's a rock star, Jack. And I'm trying to tell
my thing with Metal Gear is
like
I love Metal Gear.
Yeah.
But I would much rather watch someone who is good at it play it than play it myself. Because it just moves.
I watched him play.
It moves.
Great.
It's so cinematic. And it's so ahead of it. It was so ahead of its time, but it just moves so slow for me. I'm just like, you know, like it's super methodical.
Oh yeah.
It's got great music. It's a movie. It's a movie in video game.
You literally watch, watch cutscenes, and that's all.
So I would watch you. I would come over your house with like some Pringles and some Burger King and some, and I'd be like, "Yo, go ahead, go play. I'll watch you play." You know. So what else? So Metal Gear, Resident Evil,
and nowadays I like not RPGs. What do you call those open world games? Like you said, Skyrim. Skyrim was one of them. I dig Fallout. I can't wait till the new one come out because oh my god, I don't know his name in real life, but Gustavo Jack. He on that bad boy. I like those and especially like Skyrim. It was so good. We got it twice. Yeah. My wife bought it for PlayStation 4. $20 at the time.
Mhm.
Like, then it was like more
Oh yeah.
DLC. I was like, wait, there's more to this shit? Holy crap. Loved it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. What about you, big guy? What about you?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Man, so I had a Nintendo, my sister had a Nintendo growing up. I was just quote unquote blessed and lucky enough to be able to touch it. And I finally got my own system. I got a Sega. My very first system. Sonic the Hedgehog is a franchise that's near and dear to my heart. Like I actually played Sonic 2 before I ever played Sonic 1. I played Sonic 2 and I used to play Mario and stuff all the time. Mario's cool, you know. I used to be afraid of King Koopa, but we're not gonna talk too much about that. But I played Sonic the Hedgehog and I just fell in love with gaming. I played this
So fast.
yeah,
like
his little feet.
Comparing like Mario to Sonic, I remember the first time I fired up the Genesis 2 and like seeing Sonic run and do the loop, and you're just like, games don't feel like this.
Yeah.
It changed the game. It's funny because I interviewed the creator of Siphon Filter for my PlayStation book that's coming out like in the spring, and he was like, "Man, Sonic set the video game backwards like 5 years," and I'm like, "Why?"
What?
And he was just like, "Because he's like, what they did was so beautifully simple that it's just like a left to right platform game with really good pixel animation and a really good sense of speed." And everyone tried to copy it. So everyone was so busy trying to copy Sonic for like 5 years that no one tried anything really cool. Yeah. And I was just like, man, I never thought of it like that, you know? And he wasn't
cool actually, because a lot of the Sega games, like a lot of them are just all Sonic copies. Like
That's like Street Fighter 2. Like it's now the standard, and like a lot like SNK did it, and other developers
here, like all that.
They try to mimic that success, which I mean, really now is just the blueprint to this day. Yeah. So
So Sonic is a great first choice. What are the other two?
Right. Well, what's your 2 and 3?
Okay, so I'm gonna say that. And so Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I like playing open world games too, but I've never spent so much time in an open world game before in my entire life. I played this game day and night. I would keep my Nintendo 64 on before I ever got a memory card. I would just keep it on like constantly just to play this game and to beat it. It's just, man, I just love
I gotta
it.
say too, man, the Nintendo 64 could take a beating. Like that console is built like Ford tough, because it's like the PlayStation 2, the Dreamcast, all the CD-based systems, as much as I love them, they overheat. And the games crash and stuff like that, but it's like a good cartridge-based system.
Oh man!
Like the Nintendo 64. I still have my original Nintendo 64. I'm still playing not New Japan, Virtual Pro Wrestling 2. I have a modded Virtual Pro Wrestling 2 that has an English patch. So I've created like all of like AEW in it and stuff like that. It's amazing. But it's just like I could have that console on for like a week and nothing happens. I could pause it. You know, there have been times when like I've been playing like a match and then I pause it and then don't go in my man cave for like 3 days. And then I turn on the old CRTV again and the game is exactly where I'm like, yo, you can't, could you do that with a PlayStation 4? No way.
Man,
you know? So
it crashed.
So yeah. Absolutely. So what's the other game?
Another game. So Kingdom Hearts. So now Kingdom Hearts, the first, the first one, I think the first was probably my favorite. Like the story wise, is just really good. That's the first video game that ever made me shed like a tear. Like
that ending scene.
Yeah.
When you walk away,
I was like, no, don't walk away. Harry, no, it's gonna be okay. Man, all that work he did to save. Oh my God, I was in my room just boo-hooing.
Damn.
And my mom comes in. What's wrong with you? I'm like, Sora.
Like you don't know. You don't know.
It's just that story. It combines. So I love Final Fantasy and Disney. I mean, of course. And they just combine all these different elements. And so when I first saw this game, I was in maybe like the 11th grade. I was going to New York, Compton band, and we were like playing there, and I saw a commercial. I saw the game. I'm like, man, I'm gonna try this game. I saw the commercial. I'm like, you got everything that I love like in one thing. But I was a little worried because I didn't think that it was gonna be, how some things are just too good to be true. That's what I thought.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought it was gonna be like your traditional, like you make a movie game, like not the earlier movie games like on Sega and Nintendo. Those games
like Activision games.
Yeah. I thought it was gonna be like that, and it wasn't gonna be good. I started playing this game and I could not stop. I could not stop. I love that story. It was just something else. It just re-inspired my love for like gaming because
Absolutely.
I was like, I like games. Well, I like games then, but I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna play this. I got a job now. I'm a little high school kid working, and I started playing this game, and I was like, window. I love it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's so good. And I feel like they've never been able to get back to like what made the first game so good. Like Kingdom Hearts 2 is not bad, and all the like the card-based one on Game Boy Advance I have, and that's okay. Yeah. But it's just like the first one was so special,
Yep.
It's just like every time you went to a new town and met like a new character, you just got it. You got the feels.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get to win the phone. Yes.
Like I have the one for Switch now. That's like the rhythm game. Have you guys tried it?
Oh no!
I'm just like, really? This is what we did. It's like frequency and amplitude on PlayStation 2. If you've ever played it, it's like that, but in Kingdom Hearts mode. Yeah. So it's just like you're playing the character and you have to attack enemies, and the enemies are like notes and stuff. And I'm just like, it's kind of cool, but nah, it's not what I want.
That's kind of no for me.
But the first one's an amazing game. Absolutely.
Man. So my next question, this is gonna be an important one for me.
Sure.
And for all the listeners who all listen to this, what would you tell people? Because you've done a plethora of stuff, and to me, you're the man. You're not kissing your ass. You spit real spit. Because I'm like, damn, this dude here. You have done a gang of stuff that. My man right here. Yeah. But you've done a gang of stuff that most, I'm just saying Americans, because I don't know how other people dream over there overseas and stuff like that, but most Americans dream of. Well, hell, everybody, anybody. I ain't gonna be that guy. Yeah. Most people dream of. Yeah. And you just had the balls. I'm just talking like how I talk. You have the balls to say, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Yep. What would you tell any child, any boy, any girl, any man, any woman, anybody of any creed, race, whatever, what they should do? Not what should they do, like how you did it and how they can do it. What would you tell them?
Don't peak. Don't be the person that, and my students, this happens with my students all the time, where I'm just like, some of you, the best you'll ever be is the homecoming queen or the captain of the football team. Ooh. And you hold on to that shit for the rest of your life. Like I have friends that I went to high school with, and every time I speak to them, all they talk about is high school. And I'm just like, yo, that for me next year, that'll be 20 years.
Oh, wow.
I love going on like social media and being like, man, that person would never have spoken to me 20 years ago, but they'll talk to me now, because I haven't peaked, whenever you accomplish something, you should say, okay, that's great. It happened, but what's next? Like, I'll be brutally, brutally honest. I'm always honest, but I'll be brutally honest. Yeah. After my first book came out, I completely felt like shit because I felt like I put every single thing that I knew into that book. And I remember having a conversation with somebody and they're just reading back like what I wrote and they love the book. I should feel good. Yeah. But I was like, yo, now that person knows everything that I know. So I ain't special no more. Oh, wow. I need to go out and write another book. I need to go out and do something else. And I just feel like whenever you accomplish something, you should own it. You should make it. You should wear that badge. Be like, that's me. But then go on and do something else. And continually make sacrifices to be the person that no one ever thinks that you should be. It's just like I've taught at the college that I work at for 15 years. And like before COVID, I would go walk on campus and they would be like, oh, no students no students yet, but because it's like 6:30 in the morning, I'm super early because I want to get writing done before my first class. And I'm just like, no, I'm full time. I'm a full time professor. And they're like, oh, let's see your ID. And I'm just like, man, I'm like 36. I ain't some like 19, 20-year-old kid, you know? And it's just like, when people look at me, they don't like, I'm wearing a PlayStation hat now, wearing a Randy Orton shirt, you know? And it's just like, I love Randy Orton. Randy Orton's awesome. But it's because of the diamond cutter. But, you know, I'm sorry.
Randy Orton's that dude, man. He makes everything.
Come on. That old move that he used to do, that Elix skipper finisher that he used to do.
I don't even know it. I feel like every like bad guy that comes to wrestling, like that's the move that they had like back in the day. Is that move? I still don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah. The play of the day, the overdrive or whatever. But people look at me and they think I'm like a garbage man or a cop or this or that, you know, and I'm just like, no, I'm a writer, you know, like I'm a teacher, I'm a writer and stuff. And it just goes back to like what I was telling you guys about Condry. Like everyone is more than the sum of their parts. It's just you have to know your worth. And then you have to understand that in order for you to accomplish the things that you have to accomplish, you're going to have to make some sacrifices. So just like for me, I've never drank and I've never smoked my entire life. And it's because I look at my parents and I'm like, my dad could have probably done some amazing things with his life, but he liked to drink. Big Irish guy, you know, hands like Donkey Kong, you know, and he liked to drink. So he graduated from high school, had kids early. You know, it's like I look at my dad sometimes. I'm like, when my dad was 37, my age now, he had twin 15-year-old boys. And I'm just like, man, like my daughter's 4 and my son just turned 1. And I'm like, the best thing I could have ever done was waited to get married, wait to have kids, accomplish as much as I could, be the person that I wanted to be. So then this way I could transfer what I knew to my children and then be in a situation where like the ball was already turning. So this way, if I wanted to continue what I'm doing, I can still do it and still be a good father and still be a good husband and stuff like that. So like my advice would be like, you got to find a structure that works for you. It doesn't have to work for anyone else. And you have to have a plan and you have to stick to it and you have to be really honest with yourself. And it's not easy. And I mean, I've had to sacrifice. I don't have many friends, you know, like real talk, like hashtag real talk. Like I probably have like a handful of people that like I consider friends. Everyone else is just kind of like, all right, I'm going to chill with this person because we can get something done together, you know, like, but that's a sacrifice that you have to make. Like my wife is my best friend, you know, so it's just like whenever she gets pissed off at me and doesn't want to talk to me, that hurts, you know. But like, you know, you got to make those sacrifices. Like, what's the most important thing to you? And to me, the most important things to me are providing for my family and being the best version of myself and holding myself to a very high standard and a personal truth that I could stand behind. Like when I look myself in the mirror, I say to myself, I'm not the best that I can be, but I'm getting there. Like every single day, you know, like I did 2 or 3 small things today that are getting me to where I need to be. And like some days it's only one thing. And you guys are my one thing today, you know, being on the podcast, talking about my brand, like telling you guys my story. That's my one thing that betters me today. But you've got to do at least one thing that betters yourself every single day. Saturdays and Sundays included, Christmas included, Juneteenth included. Every single day, you've got to do something. And you can't, everyone else makes the excuse, oh, it's Christmas. Oh, it's this, it's that. I can't do that. I can't do that. You don't want to. Don't lie and say you can't. It's that you don't want to, you know? All right. So just like if you just get that in your head, you can accomplish anything that you want to. You know, it's like if I could talk to like the 17, 18-year-old version of myself, I would just say, man, all the things that mom and dad said that you would that you shouldn't do because they're not going to get you anywhere in life, like play video games, watch wrestling, read comic books. I get paid to be a part of all 3 of those worlds now, you know? So it's just like, you got to just stay in it. Everyone that I know that I went to graduate school with that has the same degree as me, that's not in journalism anymore or is not writing, it's not because they weren't good enough. It's because they stopped, you know?
All right.
So I'm just like, can't stop, won't stop. You know, like every day, you know, like every day, you know, you've got to do it. You've got to do it. You've got to prove yourself every single day. And sometimes it's not going to be pretty. Sometimes it's going to be sloppy. Sometimes it's going to be bad, you know, but it's just like, I equate it to baseball. Like, you don't have to be like Ken Griffey Jr., where you just like everything you do looks so pretty. You know, that works for some people.
Yeah.
For me, I want to be like Ichiro. I'm going to hit a ton of singles. You know, I'm going to constantly get my ass on base every day and then just try and find my way around the bases every single day. It'll be ugly sometimes, but by hook or crook, I'm going to get on base. I'm going to make something happen. Like that's the way you got to make it happen.
Oh no, man. Hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Shoot.
I hope that was a good answer.
No, that was a great.
That
answer.
was the best.
Yeah, that was a great answer, man. Definitely an
was
inspiration.
Yeah, because I'm all like,
Yeah.
I need to get on my good, my
Yeah,
game
yeah.
shit. I gotta get on my good shit. Yeah,
Because-
come on, let's do it.
Yeah, because we've been doing this podcast for what is it?
2 years.
2 years.
A little over 2 years.
And you know, we've been trying to get it going, get it off the ground. We've been getting some traction. Like, so last year during COVID, of course, we had plans to go to these comic book conventions and put ourselves out there, you know, do everything we can to promote it. Then COVID just said, "Nah, you're not doing any of that. You're gonna sit at home and not do anything." So we've been just working. We've still been putting stuff out here and there, trying to, you know, get our names out there, you know, get to meet people. But yesterday was one of the first times we went to a convention, and
must have felt great, right?
yeah, it did. It
Oh
did.
my gosh, yes, yes.
It did, and that's why what you said really resonates.
Yes,
Because it's like we just sat there. We didn't make excuses. We didn't do it. We just said we're gonna go do it.
Yep.
We're gonna we know we're gonna get rejected. People are gonna be like, "Oh, we don't want to listen to you guys." But you know, it was honestly a positive experience. And what you said, like I said, it resonates because it just makes. I know it makes me just want to. Do it again. Yeah.
Like, actually, we are. So
You know
that,
what-
like, it's funny.
Yeah.
And the
You know,
irony,
it's like I tell people all the time, like,
Yeah.
if someone doesn't want to invest in you, you don't hate them.
I never
You just
did.
say, all right,
Yes,
all right.
Yeah, is your life is your
You don't-
you.
You don't want to eat with me. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't want you to starve, but now you don't get to eat at my table.
Oh,
You know?
oh.
And you build your empire. And then what's eventually going to happen is those people are going to come back. Man, I can't tell you how many times people like said no to me for interviews. And then when I started working at NBC, I went back and I'm like, "Oh, do you want to talk now? I'm at NBC." And they're like, "Yeah." And then we end up doing like great work. And then I end up telling them at the end of the interview, you know, I tried to interview you like 3 years ago and blah, blah, blah. And your publicist said no. And they're like, "Wow, that's stupid. I'm sorry about that. Blah, blah, blah. You were great." And I was like, "I want you to know that the interview that we did right now is probably the same interview I would have did 3 years ago. I'm no better now." Well, I am, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, just
yeah,
because I work at NBC now doesn't mean that you wouldn't have gotten like, I would have treated you the same exact way. I would have pushed it as hard, blah, 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 blah. And some people get that and some people don't, you know? So just like a lot of the times it's not on you, you know? So you just gotta be in it every day, you know?
Mhm.
It's hard, but you can do it.
Yep.
What were you gonna say? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, you cool,
Oh,
man.
yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
I'll say
yeah.
the irony of it all, man. We're talking to a comic book writer, and then this coming weekend here in Houston, we're gonna have Comic Palooza come in, like one of our biggest
Yeah.
comic book conventions. So I'm definitely gonna edit the hell out of this real
Yeah.
quick. It's gonna be like a couple of things I'm gonna do, and that's it. I'm not gonna like put a lot of fancy graphics on there. Maybe
Yeah.
like a picture of your comic book. And,
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. If you need any pictures, let me know. Also,
Yeah.
if you're gonna post like little snippets and stuff, send them to me and I'll share them on my Instagram too to get you guys more traffic and stuff like that.
All right.
So
Yeah, because I'm trying. My goal, no promises. My goal's by Wednesday.
Oh yeah,
By Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday's good.
yeah, and I'll share the hell out of it. I'll share it all over the place. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
You promoted us. Nobody else promoted us.
Yeah.
And well, I ain't gonna say nobody, like one or two people, but like
Yeah.
you came to us and was like, "Hey, want to do an interview? Here's my information." And I was like,
Yeah.
"Hell yes!"
Yeah.
And like I know it took a while, and I apologize for.
it's okay.
I
Yeah.
know you probably had like 25 other things to do.
Yeah.
The way you're sounding,
Yeah,
like, just
man.
is on it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I make it busy. No, it's okay.
And You got any other questions? Because I got one thing to ask him, and this is like about
yeah.
you
One question I was gonna ask you. It was just pretty much for content creators, but you pretty much touched on it. But I'm just gonna say for content creators, what advice would you have? Because like I said, we're budding content creators, trying to do our thing, do our best. And I'm just gonna ask, what advice would you have for people pretty much creating content? Like
I would say everyone's recipe is very different. You've got to find something that works for you. And you've got to find something that brings you some type of enjoyment. So it's like Gary V. I love Gary V. And I remember he told a little kid, because this little kid is like, oh, I want to be like, I do cooking videos, I want to be famous. And Gary V is like, well, if you want to be famous, you're not going to be famous. Like, you've got to create work that you could stand behind, that you believe in, and that you're having a good time doing. And eventually over time you're going to build an audience. I mean, I don't completely agree with that, but most of it I do. So like, I'll give you an example. Like Instagram, I post like 50 to 60 things a day, like, because it's just like,
I see.
it's stream of consciousness. It's just like, I think of the game and I'm like, yo, anyone remember this? Or like I'll post like a wrestler, like, yo, what do you think of this guy, blah blah blah, because I want to have interaction with people, I want to have fun and stuff, and I want like there to be some padding, because I'm going to promote all of my stuff every single day. I'm going to promote every book that I've written every day. I'm going to promote my comic book a few times every day. Like I posted like that I was going to be on the interview with you guys like 3 times. So it's just like, I don't want my page to be like just promotion. So I want it to feel like a real person is like actively thinking of all of this stuff and loves all of this stuff, whether it be comic books, video games, wrestling, Hollywood, all that stuff. So just like, that's what works for me. It's gotten me a nice following. But some people would go, yo, I ain't doing that much. So I would be like, well, then find your own recipe, and you got to just stay at it, and you got to find like what works. I remember like right before COVID, I probably had like 800 followers on Instagram, and I was just like, yo, I'm writing books. Like, I know my shit. How come I can't get more followers? And then I was like this close to quitting Instagram.
Wow.
And then I was just like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to turn the volume up. I'm just going to post more. I'm going to use more hashtags. I'm going to, anything that pops up into my head, I'm going to do that. And all of a sudden, we started going up, and that was like 18 months ago. So that's like almost 6,000 followers later. So it's just like, that was nice growth last year, and it's just by being as authentic as possible, because people could smell that from a mile away, that like you're mega fake and stuff like that. And it's just like, I tell people all the time, you could be like a really pretty face, and that's great, and that may get you a lot more followers than me, but one day you're going to be ugly, and I'm still going to be smart. So I'm still going to have followers, and people aren't going to follow you anymore. So it's just like, you've got to find like what works for you, and you've got to stay consistent. Like I tell people all the time, like, if you're going to do a podcast, you got to do it like once a week, or once every 2 weeks. Like there are people that do like a podcast like once a month, and it's just like, man, people aren't invested, and it's just like, that's one of the things too, like with comic books, is like, it's hard, man, like once a month to come out once a month and to get people to wait, so it's just like, you got to make sure, like if you're a comic book writer, like your comic, even if it's like 6 pages, like my Ashcan Conjury 0 has like a clear sense of like beginning, middle, and end. Conjury 1, same exact thing, beginning, middle, and end. And it's just like, there's that cliffhanger at the end, that crescendo, and it pulls you in, and it gets you to go, shit, all right, next month I'm in, because if you can't do that, then you're going to lose somebody. So it's just envision what you want to do clearly before you do it. Don't wait to post. I hate when people do that. They're like, oh, I'm only going to post at Wednesday at 7 p.m. because that's when I get the most viewers. And it's just like, all of that metadata and all that like background data is great to have. But if you're just waiting to post at like the ideal time, then you don't care about what you're posting. You're just caring about views. And the second that you give up that shit, like I've had memes that I've reposted from somebody else that got like 300,000 likes on Instagram. And I'm just like, and then I'll post like some sincere, heartfelt shit that gets like 50 likes. And I'm just like,
I feel the same way. I do feel the same way too, dude. Trust me.
The algorithm is all off. So the thing is, you've got to keep hitting it. It's like a punching bag.
Okay.
You got to keep hitting it over and over until you get faster and faster and faster and faster. And then once you get in that rhythm, it's like playing Guitar Hero and getting like 115 note solo. And you're just like, after like the first like 50 notes, your fingers are doing the work automatically.
Yeah.
You're not even thinking. And that's the way, like, if you're a content creator, whether it's YouTube or Twitter or Instagram, it's just got to be like a part of you where you're just posting because it's just like a natural extension of yourself, and you're sharing that authenticity with people, and then they're going to buy into it, and then they're going to buy your stuff, and you're going to make fans, and people are going to care about you and stuff like that. Like, that's what I would say. Just find your recipe, stick with it, and get cooking.
Okay. All right. Damn. Got another question?
No, man.
I know it's getting late for you.
Yeah.
Because it's 10:24 for you. It's 9:24 for us.
Yeah.
So the only thing I'm gonna ask you, man, is like,
Sure.
give out all your information, what you want people to know about, where they can find you, like, you know, your Twitters, your Instagrams, all that good stuff.
Yeah. So my preferred social media platform is Instagram.
Okay.
And that's Patrick Hickey Jr. That's my full name. I do post some regularly on Twitter. It's Review Fix Pat, and it's mostly like the articles from Review Fix, and then I'll throw in other stuff. Facebook is Patrick Hickey Jr. If you want more information on my writing, you could go to patrickhickeyjr.com/books. So the cool thing is with my books is they're available like Target, Walmart, Barnes and Noble, like Amazon, wherever fine books are sold online, you could buy them. You don't even have to go in a store. You could just go online. They're all there. But if you order directly from me, right after you make the order, you're going to get an email from me. And I'm going to be like, yo, what's up? Like, you guys are from Fort Worth.
No, we're from
Houston.
Houston.
Oh, you're from Houston. So even better. Good. So you guys are from Houston. And I would be like, all right, so are you guys Astro fans? Are you guys like, you know, like, what are you guys into? And you'll tell me. So like the minds behind the sports games, man, when that book first came out, I was putting in baseball cards in people's books. You know, like if you were from Houston, you were getting like 5 or 6 Astros cards in your books, you know, like, and I make sure that every book that comes through my website gets signed. I sign it. I put cool stuff inside of it. Like if you guys are into wrestling, I put like, you know, like wrestling cards in there and stuff like that, and cool stuff. Like I was on a podcast once, and the guy bought the book, but during the podcast, he admitted to me that he never played Madden.
What?
Like any Madden. Yeah, I was shocked. I was floored. I was like, not one? You never played one Madden? And he's like, no. So I had an extra copy of the original Madden on Sega Genesis.
Let's go. That's the best one.
So I put it in his book, you know?
Wow.
So like cool stuff like that. So it's just like, if you order directly through me, I'll make it fun for you. Also too, if you go to lesserknowncomics.com, you can download Conjury 0, Conjury 1 right now. Conjury 2 is a couple of weeks away from being complete. Also all the LKC comics. So like, I think LKC is up to 5 now. Yeah. So there's 7 free comics available on the website now. Yeah. And if you want our books in print, you can support our next Kickstarter, which should be starting soon, and you can get all of the comics on the Kickstarter. Or if you go to your local comic book store and you tell them to contact us, we will ship comics to your comic book store. Oh, cool. For free. And for this year, we're trying to get our comics out to as many people as possible. Yeah. We're trying to support local comic book stores as much as possible. Okay. So yeah, go to lesserknowncomics.com. You could download all of them. You guys, when you're done, give me your addresses and I'll ship you out a copy of Conjury 0. But yeah, that's what it's about, you know. Also too, like if people want to talk to me, if they need advice about stuff, like about like writing and this and that, like you can always message me on Instagram. I'm super like down to earth, you know, as long as you're not like a crazy person and message me at 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, like I want to see people grow. Like I said, I'm an educator. I've been a college professor for 15 years. Like one of my students that graduated like 5 years ago, she's working at the same place that I was working at, like at NBC. now. And I'm just like, some professors would be like, damn, oh my God. And I'm just like, yo, I did a good job with her. She's great. She's rocking and rolling. So that's like, for me, it's like, I want to see other people succeed. So it's just like you were saying before that people are on your podcast and then they don't promote their appearance. To me, that's counterintuitive. So it's just like, that's why before the show, I let people know that I was going to be on your show. That's why I promoted before. That's why I'm going to promote after. So that's what I'm all about. I want everybody to grow. I want everyone to be their best self.
Same here, man.
So it's just like patrickhickeyjr.com/books, lesserknowncomics.com. I'm on LinkedIn too. I mean, like wherever anyone wants to get in contact with me, so I'm totally down. Like, let's talk, let's grow together.
All right, man. Thank you. Do you have? I'm sorry. You go. Do you have any events that you going to? I know you're in NYC right now. Am I correct? Right? I know, like New York area, right? Yeah. Or do you have any events you want to promote or anything like that too?
Yeah. So August 14th, Free Comic Book Day. I am going to be at Bulletproof Comics, which is the biggest and baddest comic book store in all of Brooklyn, signing copies of Conjury 0 and Conjury 1. And we're going to have like 3 variant copies too, that we're going to be signing. Me and Kieran Quinn, the artist, who is amazing. We're going to be hanging out there the whole day signing copies. And there's a couple of other signings that are coming up that we haven't finalized yet. But so August 14th, though, that's the next signing. And we're going to have free copies of the comics. So you just come on down and we'll sign your comics for free. And we just want to build the brand and get to know everybody. So this way in 2022, when we start running full issues and we start charging people, that we got a killer fan base that's ready to like take the ride with us.
Okay. Hell yeah, man. I'm down for that, man. Y'all heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Man. Y'all heard it.
Patrick Hickey, man. Thank you so much, Hickey, man. Thank you so much for doing this with us, man.
And you the man, Patrick.
Too sweet. Man. Thanks, man. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your time. I know you probably about to.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'm about to drive
home.
I'm
tired.
You got a good little way to drive home, man. But yeah, thank you so much for doing this with us. Hopefully we get to do something like this again, or
Oh yeah. Yeah, so like we're planning once Conjury 3 comes out. So Conjury 2 is coming out in like 2 weeks, and then Conjury 3 is going to be for Halloween, and that's going to be a badass. Like I already wrote the script for like the first 5 Conjuries already, but like Conjury 3 is like so good. It's so good. So like so it'll be like Conjury 0, 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna like release a trade paperback, and it's gonna have all of it in one, and we're gonna do a Kickstarter. And it's gonna be badass. So like when we announce that, I would love to come on again and talk about like the evolution of the series and stuff like that. So
definitely, we'll make that happen. Make that time for you for sure.
That's funny.
I know, it's so funny. I love. So we live. So what's going on, Fusion fam?
What's up, man? It's your guy Chad,
and I'm Jeremy.
And together, this collective makes Fusion high.
We've been flexing lately, y'all. I know y'all probably laughing.
Yeah. Take it to the gun show. Take it.
Hell yeah.
All right, man.
There you go, Patrick. There you go.
With the guns, man. Heavy set over here with the guns, man. Just
you see this guy? Look at that meat,
man. And trust me, I ain't looking a long time, man.
That's all that good cooking that you were missing out on. That's
I know, right? Now just think about it, you didn't bring me in either.
Thank you. That was just enough for the kids. My niece talking about great niece and son. We just sitting there bullshitting. We gotta introduce these lovely gentlemen.
Yeah, man.
Introduce them.
Man, oh my gosh. Back here we have Patrick Hickey Jr.
What up, Pat?
And John Spud Dissy.
How you doing?
Spud Dissy?
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, I got it. Leave me alone.
Spud Dissy.
That's right.
Man, thank you guys for joining us so much, man. Patrick, we've been looking forward to you, but now you brought your co-founder and partner in crime here. So, man, why don't you guys tell us what brings you to the dance? What's going on?
Oh, comic books, massive amounts of creativity and a passion for creating awesome crap.
I like it.
Awesome crap.
Yeah.
On a t-shirt, Jack.
Yeah. I make awesome crap, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. I'm creator of everything awesome. That's it.
Yeah.
No, but Patrick and I just launched a Kickstarter for a company we just launched called Legacy Comics, and we're coming out with these great books, and seriously, you guys aren't going to want to miss it. And both Patrick and I have a love for comic books, and that's why we decided to team up and launch a company that we think is revolutionary within the industry.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. I mean, we just saw there's a ton of competition right now in the comic book industry. Yeah. There's a global paper shortage. There are unions being formed in the comic book industry. This is a super wild time to get involved in the comic book industry. But we are so confident in our own abilities and in our ability to bring in quality people that we totally believe in ourselves, and we're really working super hard. And I think a testament to that was the fact that our Kickstarter was funded in less than 5 hours. We just got a ton of support. Like, there's not many people that can announce a company on a Monday, launch a Kickstarter on a Friday, and get funded on the same day. So we are super hyped right now. We are super proud. The good news does not seem to stop. And I think that's a byproduct of like how well John and I complement one another, and how hard we've worked over the past, John, maybe 5 months planning this.
Just 5 months? Yeah, that's incredible.
Just 5 months.
Work of like years.
5 months.
And all, man.
No, because Patrick and I know the industry so well, so it's like he's been in the industry for a while. I've been in it for such a long time, as an artist myself. And, it's just, we've both had ideas on how a comic book publisher should go, should be run. And of course, we've come up with our own ideas and our own benefits within the company that we offer our creators. But at the same time, we're running it as a company that's creative and fun. We're going to be, it's just a great team that we've put together so far, because it's not going to stop. We're going to start accepting submissions from creators, and, we're just going to grow from here. But at the same time, it's a lot of fun to do,
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah. I mean, it's like we hit this from so many different angles. So it's just like, you guys see John's setup. He's awesome. He's an awesome vlogger. He understands what it's like to produce high quality video content. Yeah. And you have me on the other hand. I've been a journalist and a writer for 18 years. So it's like I've written for daily updated websites for forever. So it's just like our site has been, since we announced it, has been rocking with like daily content. The socials are updated every single day, and it's just like there aren't many indie comic book companies that, one, even have content on their site, and then two, that are updated daily with articles that interact with their audience. Like John and I early on were like, this is not an artist first company. This is not a writer first company. This is a creator first company. But I like to take that even like a step further. We're like a fan first company.
Oh, that's refreshing, man. That's refreshing to hear.
Like we want our fans to be happy. We interact with them as many different ways as possible. And our first 5 books, like there's not a lemon there. Right. We're super hyped for them. People are super hyped for them. And we're just growing. We're like Flintstone vitamins right now. We're like 10 billion strong. So,
yeah, man, you guys have some pretty dope content coming out, man. We were checking your books out before. Conjury we're already familiar with, which, oh man, the latest chapter, awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. So Jay, what new comics that they have are you excited about?
Oh, The Job. The Job. Big wrestling fan.
Yeah.
You guys are wrestling fans.
Yeah. And it was like, to hear more about it, was like, oh my God, now I can't wait.
Yeah, I was like, man, I can't wait to see this on. Oh my God, I can't wait to see this come to life. So what was your inspiration for that?
Yeah.
So I've been a lifelong wrestling fan. And if you look behind John, he's got some title belts.
Yeah, Intercontinental.
Yeah. And John
I'm a bit of a connoisseur myself.
Nice.
Yeah, mine are made out of styrofoam, so they're not that good.
I got one signed by Rick Flair. Signed by that man. Styrofoam too. It works though.
John's got another podcast called The Basement Surge, and I was watching a video. I think it was like a week ago. You like gave Frank the stunner, and I was just like, yeah, this is. He's
I
you
stunned my co-host right there on the show, so it was pretty awesome.
Great. Yeah. So I think if you're like our age in your 30s and stuff like that, you grew up like in one way or another, at least appreciating wrestling. Me, on the other hand, I love wrestling. I watch Ring of Honor. Well, what used to be Ring of Honor. WWE, NXT, New Japan, AAA. Like I watch 10-15 hours a week of wrestling. AEW, of course. So what happened was I had a friend that's an actor, and we were talking, and this was like right after I signed the contract for my 4th Minds Behind the Games book. Wow. And he was like, how come you've never written a play? And I'm like, I hate you. And he's like, why? I'm like, because now I got to do it. And it was like November of 2019. Yeah. And I banged it out in like a week. And I was yeah. And then what happened was he was like, dude, I can get a producer for this. Like, and he wanted to play the main character and stuff like that. He wanted to play Dan. And he was looking for producers and stuff. He's like, we could totally make this happen. And then February, he's like, dude, I think like I got a theater that's gonna like, we can do this, blah, 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 blah. And then boom, COVID. So then it was just like, during COVID, I really hunkered down and I started writing like 3 more Minds Behind the Games books. And then I had already like been pitching Condry to a bunch of places. And then Condry got picked up by a publisher. And then we had that going for a while. And then I had a conversation with the publisher and I was just like, oh, I got this wrestling comic. And there was like no bite. And I was just like, this idea is great. Right. And they were just like, no, we're going to do. So I was like, okay. And I just held on to it. So then like 3 months. And then during the 3 months now, in between me pitching it to the publisher and eventually the conversation with John, I'm just fine tuning it and like putting it in like comic book form. And I'm like, this would be like a great like 6-issue miniseries, like the entire play. So then John and I eventually, I was on John's podcast to talk about the Minds Behind the Games, and we struck up a relationship. And it was just like, this guy lives 2 blocks away from me. What? Yeah, and it's close. Like super close, like a 5-minute walk. Yeah. Like I could listen to like one like Metallica song and get to his house. Like it's ridiculous. Maybe like 2 Def Leppard songs. So we would just talk and BS and stuff, and it would just be like, if you guys look behind John, all of that art, 95% of it, he drew.
Yep.
There's like
I drew all the art except for that one.
Yeah. Wow. Everything else he drew. The Constantine, the Batman, and I'm just and then what happened was I had gotten John a couple of opportunities in the industry, and he had just knocked them out of the park. Yeah. And then it was just like we would just talk. And then one day we were just like sick of just other people profiting off of our hard work. Like John had this long conversation with me about something that had gone on with him, and he was well aware of the things that were going on with me. And we were just like, it was like, again, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. Do we do something crazy, or do we just stay pat and like keep things the way that they are? And we were just like, yo, let's take a chance. Let's do it. So we just started. It was like every Tuesday I would come over his house for like 4 hours. And we would just business plan. And then we're like, what are our initial books going to be? And John's going to tell you about Athos, it's badass. And then I was just like, originally, we'll talk about it later. Kroom was one of the books that I wanted to, but it was like the job. It was like, because Condry is like my son. Yeah. But like the job is like that hot girl that you met in 8th grade that you just wish something would have happened with, but nothing ever did. Yeah. And she'll always be that beautiful girl, regardless of how she looks in Key Food 25 years later. Like it's just, so it's like, I love wrestling. I love noir. So it was just like, it just came together. It started off as a play and now it's a comic, and now we're going to kick some ass doing it. So,
I do have to say that I would be curious to see this as a play. Like I really would.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hearing that line, like gotta like sit back and go. Man,
that might be something to look into later on.
Yeah.
Well, see, because that's the thing too. Like, I was speaking to professional wrestling promoters that I know, and they were gonna like build like a makeshift ring that could be moved in and out off of the stage.
Oh,
And I was
wow.
going to have wrestlers
Cool.
in the play, like performing like some of the scenes and stuff like that. And like the main character was going to actually train to become a professional wrestler so he could
That's
perform some, like we did so much groundwork for this. But I think it's going to be a dope comic book.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be a really strong comic book. It's got
And you
great
still got to play.
characters.
Oh man,
Yeah.
from everything that I've seen, like I'm not huge into wrestling. Like I have those belts only because I used to wrestle with my friends like back in the 90s.
Yeah.
But like, because I don't really like wrestling nowadays. I like the Attitude Era wrestling.
Oh, most American men do. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, with this comic book, when Pat first pitched it to me, you know, about wrestling, I was like, I don't know, you know, like, okay, well, let me tell me what it's about, you know, tell me what's going to happen, you know, tell me who the characters are. And he explained everything to me, you know, awesome, like he always does. And, you know, it was just, I was like, yeah, that's pretty badass, you know, so I was so on board. I was so on board.
Man. Man, you kind of jumped to the next question I was gonna ask Patrick about, like, you know, how y'all got Legacy Comics started and everything like that. And
Yeah.
I want to both hear from both John and you, Patrick. Like how y'all found it? Like what are the ingredients besides sugar, spice, and everything nice, like a pop-up girl?
Yeah.
But like how'd y'all do it? And you know, what made you go, I'm gonna grab my nuts, you grab yours too, and let's make it happen, baby.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I have this mantra about life where it's go big or go home, you know? So I do everything big, you know, as you guys can tell. So Pat had, you know, he was talking to me about his experiences within the industry, and you know, I have been in the industry for so long, and in some form or another, and I was frustrated as an artist because I have this great story for a universe, and I wasn't able to get it out, you know, and Pat had already built his universe, his Conjure universe, and I have to say that I was a little jealous, you know, and I was like, man, I want that so bad, you know, and you know, I was talking to him for I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months. It took a little convincing, like, Pat, you know, come on, let's do this, you know, let's launch a company and let's launch a publisher, let's do this, let's get together, you know, and then one day it was like, you know, he just surprised me. He's like, all right, you know what? The hell with it. Let's do it. And and then the meeting started, you know, and then we spent hours on the phone and, you know, constant text messaging, so much so that my wife was like, oh, you're talking to Patrick again? Oh, geez. You know?
Oh, wow.
My wife too.
Was that frequent?
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, it was just, it was so much communication between the both of us, and saying, not so much as sitting down with a piece of paper and a pen, putting down the rules, but saying, him and I conversing and saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to not do it this way, we're going to do it the right way, kind of, you know, and we know, you know, that artists and creators, really, writers too, make a really sucky percentage within DC and Marvel and the big guys, you know? So, you know, we were thinking, all right, well, we'll offer people unreasonable amounts of, you know, royalties for their IPs, you know, which is understandable because it's their IP, you know, it's their intellectual
That's definitely
property.
unheard of in really any industry, man.
So, you know, so we're kind of trailblazing the way in the industry, in the sense of, okay, we're giving you guys the biggest bang for your buck, and we're putting out some really great books that nobody has ever seen before, and the politics of the company is, I think, unseen anywhere in independent comics. Okay, because, you know, nowhere, even Image, who promotes themselves as a creator-owned company, you know, not even their owners are as accessible as Pat and I. Okay, you know, like anybody could go on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, any of our socials, and even the website, and send us a message, and one of us will answer. not some robot, not some secretary, one of us, you know, and it's about the communication. It's about the contact with the fans, you know, and it's just, so when I approached him to start the company, it was really a no-brainer. And we set out to create a company that is so unique in the industry that nobody's going to be able to touch us.
Ooh, man. Some fiery words right there.
So the thing is, it's like, if you hear that, you're like, damn.
Right?
But we will prove it every single day.
Right.
By the simple fact of, like, again, if you go to our site and you see, since we went public, so to speak, on Monday, our site has been updated constantly. Our socials have been updated constantly. If you go through our messages, we have answered every single person. If you go on our Kickstarter, we have updates. We have updated our backers every single step of the way. We want them to feel like they are a part of the ride. Friday, we're going to go live again with some really cool announcements. You guys like the job. You're definitely going to like some of the things that we're going to say.
Next week is for you guys.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, so that's the thing. It's just like, you can be bold when you put the work in, and it's not about being cocky or being from New York or having a swagger. It's, if you talk the talk, be prepared to walk the walk. And if you walk the walk, you could talk a little more, but you got to be prepared to walk a little more too. And we've been walking for a long time. So
we're gonna work, man. You got to do the work.
Bro. Man.
So that's kind of like what's going on. And like I said before, it's like, the first time I was on John's podcast and I just looked at like his body of work and stuff, I'm like, this is a guy that could be doing so much more. Like, he is super freaking talented. And then I love my video game books. It's something that they're very close to me. I'll be doing them for a long time, but it's just like, Condry was the first thing that I ever wrote that I was like really serious about. And then it started to take off. And then, you know, John's sick of it. John don't want to hear it anymore. Where it's just like, I felt like,
hell no.
No. But, you know, where it was just like, I felt like this could be so much more if we put it in the right hands. And then the more we talked about it, it's just like, we're the right hands, not somebody else. We're the right hands. So now it's just like, at first we were just going to launch the company and we were going to do, you know, 4 books, and Condry wasn't going to be one of the 4 books. But then again, John, if you guys listen to John, he's infectious. So it's like that go big or go home. It's just kind of like, I'm pretty sure it was John that was just like,
oh wow,
why are you keeping Condry?
I was that little voice in the back of your head.
Hey, thank you for that too, man.
It's so weird to hear that from Patrick.
Yeah, because
Patrick, you're an infectious guy.
Yeah.
Because like after we got our first because one, hey John, he's our first interview on our podcast.
Yeah,
and
awesome.
On top of that, it was like, oh my god, this guy is the best.
Yeah,
and I was like, I'm ready to hit the motherfucker. Oh, sorry, cussing and stuff, right? I'm ready to knock the dude out.
Yeah.
If I gotta do what I gotta do to make this podcast work,
our wives were probably getting sick and tired of us talking about you, Patrick. Because like, man, he looks hard underneath us.
Yeah,
we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Like, I know you're one of the reasons. Honestly, I live on Instagram at work. My job is probably like, why aren't you doing anything? Because Patrick told me I need to get my social game up. So
it worked.
Yeah, and it works. So man,
it works. Yeah.
And so to hear
no
Patrick
problem.
John, he lit a fire on my ass going,
so,
man.
Inspiration, more motivation. That's
and listen,
absolutely.
any help you guys need, just let me know. You know, production wise, I've started a bunch of podcasts in my career. You know, I put out TV quality shows. You know that. So you know, just let me know, and I will try to help you guys out to the best that I can.
See, and that's like kind of part of our mission statement. So it's just like, again, companies that I've been affiliated with, and this goes way past comics. This goes for magazines that I've written for. This goes for newspapers that I've written for, where like you're on a podcast and then it's just like the company doesn't like share the podcast, doesn't retweet it, nothing. So like you're gonna see that like once this podcast goes live, we're gonna host like a post on our site with your podcast. We're gonna share
blow it
up. We're gonna blow it up. We want you to grow.
Thank you.
So the thing is, like, we're gonna do that with every single person that we work with. Whenever we get an artist, I'm sure you saw those AEW style videos, our little parody of AEW.
That was super dope, man. Yeah.
And so we're gonna do that for every single writer and artist that we have.
Here comes a new challenger.
Whenever we announce a new writer, a new artist, a new character, we're gonna do that.
Even the characters in the books have promotion like that. I mean, come on. I mean,
you never hear that. But no, y'all phenomenal.
Well, see, again, that's the thing. So like when you think of indie comics or when you think of comics in general, a lot of people will be like, I love Spider-Man. And then you go, okay, name 5 artists and 5 writers on Spider-Man. John can do it.
Yeah,
I can do it. But a lot of people can't. And the reason why they can't is because comic book companies don't want writers and artists to become bigger than the series, because then they become Jeff Johns and they become Brian Michael Bendis and they can go anywhere they want and make a ton of money. And that's not what they want to happen. What we want to do is we want our creator-owned IPs to feel emblazoned by us, to feel like they have been like the rock stars, for the shackles to come loose for us, because they know we're going to promote them. We know that we're going to want to make money together, and we're going to push them as hard as we possibly can. So that's like really the difference between us. So like you've got John killing it with video and audio. Then you've got me on social media promotion and maintaining the site, and then you have John as an artist leading the charge on the artist side of things, and then you have me on the writing side editing everyone's comics. I mean, it's just like it's like Road Dog and Mr. Ass, perfect tag team, you know. Yes. So you know, it's just,
I mean, this guy, he's a monster with editorial, you know, with the stories, with the books, you know. This guy, he's a beast. And you know, so everything that comes through the company as far as art goes on my desk, you know, because I'm the creative director. So, you know, everything, you know, Patrick's like, you know, I have this artist I think would be a great fit for a book. So I'm like, all right, let me see his art, you know, and, you know, you either get to pass or no, you know, so, you know, but yes, we are a creator owned company, and we like to treat all of our creators as rock stars. Right. But at the same time, we're going to try to keep up the quality of work and the quality of the books to a certain standard.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely.
You got any questions for him, man?
So Patrick, we got to know you a little bit on the last interview. John, tell us about yourself. What got you started in?
Well, I'm 39 years old and I like long walks on the beach.
Oh, good. Long walks.
No, I'm an artist. You know, I've been drawing for basically my whole life, all 39 years of it. And, you know, I've started multiple companies in the past. I've sold companies in the past. Business is not a stranger to me. But at the same time, you know, I'm a very creative person. You know, I love to create, whether it be videos, graphics, websites, you know, anything I can create visually, I'm on it. And, you know, I've recently, in the past 2 years, I've started podcasting, you know, which was huge for me because as an artist, you know, typical artists are introverted. Yeah. You know, I was very shy. I wasn't really so outgoing. And, you know, so I said to a friend of mine, I was like, hey, let's start a podcast. And so we did it, and we introduced cameras, and, you know, so it was an evolution, I think, of how I am, because, you know, I was always so introverted, so shy. And this meeting has been upgraded. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. That too. Yeah.
You know, so I have always been so shy and so introverted, and I never really thought that I would be good at doing this kind of thing, you know, talking on podcasts and doing video on YouTube and all that. Yeah. So that's been a lot of fun for me. You know, I've grown to love it, and I've grown to kind of master it. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, yeah, that's kind of like us doing this podcast. We started like maybe 2 years ago, and he came to me and asked me to do it, and I was like, no, I don't want to. No, because I'm kind of shy, man. I just, you know, except for when me and this guy are hanging out.
Right. You know, I do it with a friend of mine that I've known for like 30 years, you know, and it was so easy to just sit there and have a conversation, you know, and that eventually turned into, hey, let's introduce a camera, like kind of like you guys, and then it was up to me, because like I said, I go big or go home, where I'm like, all right, I have to get the best camera, I have to get the best audio equipment, I have to set up the studio the way I want it to look, and it's just I do things right or I don't do them at all. So
respect on that. For real.
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So, man, tell us some more about some of these, some of your newer comics you have coming out.
I think John should definitely talk about Athos.
Oh yeah, let's hear about that one. Yeah, because
understood.
I like that one.
I like that.
Athos is really my brainchild from when I was 17 years old. I've been holding on to him for over 20 years, trying to develop him and the universe that he lives in to a point where I can say, all right, now I can make a book, and I think I suffer from all creatives syndrome where I think anything I do isn't good enough, so it's like Athos kind of sat on the back burner kind of, and he went through kind of different evolutions where, his costume looked like this, it looked like that, and like it changed his look around. I drew him differently. But I finally settled on his look. I settled on the universe, on the storyline. And I have to say that I'm like a little kid in the candy store where I just want to show everybody what he's about, and there's so many possibilities that his story can go down that I'm just so excited to be working on the project, so it's kind of like Athos is your typical I hate to say typical, but it's a superhero story. But he's kind of set in the real world, and his backstory, his origin is more on like the conspiracy theory kind of story.
Oh, okay.
So there's a conspiracy theory out there that says that there's this planet Nibiru circling around Earth, every couple thousand years, and there's this race of people on there called the Anunnaki who, basically created humanity on Earth. Okay. So that's what his origins loosely based on. And his origins are based on aliens and the creation of humanity, and he's supposed to be a protector of Earth. He's kind of like one of those test tube babies, and his main job is that he's the protector of Earth, and he winds up getting put into like this prison, this stasis, so to speak, on the moon, and he wakes up thousands of years later, and the Earth is totally different. There are mutants, there are people with superpowers, and he just wakes up and he starts killing everybody. Athos turns out to be the villain of the story right off the bat. So it's not a typical superhero kind of, good guy fighting bad guys kind of thing where, the story's about a bad guy. He's going around killing people like for real. And I didn't want to do a story that was just like everybody else. I wanted
like
to do
like that though, that you have that depth to them. They're not just straight laced,
I said
Superman.
Oh, everybody's
beat me to it.
Right, like Superman. Right. Yeah. No, he's not like Superman where he has the rules, he has the morals. I mean, he does, but he has it to the extent where he's woken up from a stasis, from 1,000-year-old stasis, and his mind is kind of warped.
Yeah.
Okay, so he goes around and he finds these beings on the planet that supposedly he's been supposed to protect, and that have powers, and he starts killing everybody. He starts getting rid of people, protecting the regular humans. So it's a unique story because he is the villain. There are going to be heroes in the book, but those heroes are going to have to stop him or have to change his mind or have to set his mind straight kind of deal, and it's definitely going to be an adventure to see.
Oh man, can't wait! Can't wait to read that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Is there any way you can tell us when that's going to be dropping? Because I'm a little excited about that one. I can't lie.
This one it's dropping the same time as all the other books.
Yes.
Oh hell yeah, dope.
Yeah. So just to set everything up, our Kickstarter represents the launch of 5 books.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So we're talking Athos 0, which will be the first. It's an Ashcan, so it's a 6-page comic. It's a sneak peek into the world. Yeah. Then we have Kroom 0. Then we have The Job 0. Then we have The Legend of the Night Owl 0, and then we have Condry 4, which will be the only full 24-page comic in the Kickstarter,
right?
Because it's already been established.
24-page in the Condry series.
Wow. So yeah, this Kickstarter is super special because it's the realization of not only John's dream as a writer and an artist, but also Afrin Jambalai, the creator of Legend of the Night Owl. It's also his comic book debut. So you've got 2 diamonds in the rough in the comic book industry launching their series. Then you've got me kind of like, this is like my coming out party in a way. It's like I'm writing 3 series at the same time. It's like a dream come true for me, especially like, John knows this. Like I grew up like idolizing people like, Brian Michael Bendis and Jeff Johns that were just like super prolific, just kicking ass on so many different titles. So like to be that guy for this company means a lot to me. And it's just been great so far because like I said, we were nervous before the Kickstarter. We knew that we put the work in. We knew that we were ready. I knew with me pumping out daily content for the site and John producing video and laying out the site and designing the site that we were going to look professional. And so many people told John and I, oh, the videos look a lot better than I thought they were going to look. And we were like, like, what did you think? Like, what did you think we were going to do? Like what, like we're putting everything. I mean, I walked away from a company that I had stability with and like we all like, we're taking a huge risk. Like I told John joking around, but I meant it too. It was like, this could technically be the end of my comic book career. Like this could, like
that's deep to hear, man. That's pretty deep.
Yeah. Like if we don't get funded, then we're going to have to adapt and I may never put out another print comic for the rest of my life. I don't know. I don't know what could happen. So like, we wanted to make sure that we did this the right way. And like I said, you guys are getting hyped for The Job. You're getting hyped for Athos. Legend of the Night Owl is a great book. Kroom is going to be a great book.
Oh, Kroom, man. Kroom, I like that concept, man. I really do.
Why don't you tell them about Kroom, Patrick?
Yeah, please.
Please.
Yes. Sure. So Kroom is Kroom was born about 2.5 years ago. I was on a podcast with Jeff Paquette. Jeff Paquette is one of my favorite animators in the video game industry. He's animated games like Madden, Overwatch, Gladius. Okay. He was the senior animator on BioShock Infinite.
Very nice.
But he has done animation on all the Ice Age films. Rio, like he's a rock star. So what happened was I was talking about my first book and he was like, I'm going to pre-order it, blah, 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 the whole 9 yards. And he just flat out said to me, he's like, if you ever want to get involved in the video game industry, let me know. And I'm just like, on the show live, I'm like, I'm letting you know. So then he was like, he was going to call me in 2 weeks. And he did. And he gave me this idea for this game. And he was like, and the name of the game was Treason in Space. And he was like, these are like what the characters are all about, blah, blah. And I want you to like tell the story of the world. So I'm like, what do you mean, like write the story? He's like, yeah. So he basically gave me like the ribs. And it was like, fill out the rest of the bones, put in the meat, all the skin, blah, 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 blah. So we did that. And we started this game, Treason in Space, with a team that consisted of animators that had worked on like God of War. And like, we had like 5 or 6 people where it was like, yo, we were going to make a PS4 game like 3 years ago. We were like, oh my God. Yeah. And then all of a sudden people started leaving the team. And then it went down to myself, Pete, and his brother, Jeff, who is an amazing engineer and an amazing composer who I still work with. And it was like, why don't we do like a retro game?
Right.
And we loved games like Contra and Akari Warriors and Legend of Zelda and Ninja Gaiden. And we were just like, what if Zelda had a what if Zelda? What if Link had a gun?
We won't tell anybody.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Everybody does
got
it,
a
right?
gun.
What if Link had a gun and a sword? So that was like the gameplay model, like a top-down adventure RPG where the character had a sword for close combat and had a gun for long range. And we started designing it, and I wrote the story for it. We named the game Kroom. And then again, COVID. And then so it's just like, yeah, so that's the thing. So many projects that I know stopped because of COVID, but I never did stop. I just adapted and stuff like that. So then what had happened was when John and I started building this company, I was like, dude, I'm sitting on a great script. I was like, I want you to draw it with me. And I was like, what we'll do is we'll get Pete, because Pete's animated like the first 2 levels of the game. He's designed like the character, but we've only done like the first 2 levels in the game. So I wanted to get Pete's blessing on the design. Yeah. So poor John. So like we went through like, John, what do you say? Like maybe we went through
8 different character designs.
Oh wow. That's working. Yeah. You working.
But by the time,
you know what, it's totally fine. It really is, because I've worked with clients before where they want changes and changes upon changes, but and I totally get it, because you know what, if it was my own creative, like Athos, if it was somebody I created, I would want the same thing from the artist. I'd be like, all right, no, change this, change that, change this, so just everything I got from Pete was amazing, and the final rendition of Kroom is awesome.
Okay.
So now it's going to be a, not counting issue 0, it's going to be a 6-issue miniseries, and each level is going to represent 1 level of the game's design document. So meaning
every issue is going to be a level. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn.
Which means every level is going to end in a boss fight.
Right.
So it's going to be, there's going to be, every issue is going to be exploration, building on the story, building on the lore, building on the background, but then just a kick-ass boss fight by the end of it. So it's like, I'm super excited. And like John is an excellent traditional artist, but his digital stuff is badass too. So it's like he's perfect to do a video game, like sci-fi, like adventure like this. So I'm really proud of the script. The script reminds me a lot, like if you guys are super big into gaming, it's like if you could combine the original Legend of Zelda with something like Celeste. You ever play Celeste before?
No, I've never played that before.
It's the same guy that did it's the same guy that did Towerfall, the Matt Thorson. It's an amazing game that like just totally pulls at your heartstrings. Like there's not many indie games that make me cry, and this, like, by the time I finished it, I was like totally in tears. So
I don't think a game has like ever made me cry, but okay.
Or like when Sephiroth killed Aerith.
Please don't make. Oh God, don't.
See?
Hey, that one slide on out of here.
Please, oh my God, you're about to make me start all over.
I don't think I got that far in Final Fantasy.
Oh man, that scene right there.
So that's gonna be a lot of fun. So it's just like you've got Athos, which is like this non. John says typical, but it's an atypical superhero tale. It's just
I only say
fun.
typical because it's superhero. You know what I mean?
I know.
Yeah, you guys weren't kidding when you said you're all doing things that haven't been done before. So
yeah, man.
Yeah.
We cannot wait for people to get their hands on these comics.
Oh yeah.
Like we can't wait.
And as you were talking about, I'm picturing the automatopoeias that come out and they sink, ding, ding, and bang, bang, and pow, pow.
Yeah. When Patrick first approached me for Kroom and he said that he had a gun and a sword, I was like, what?
Yeah, why not?
I was like, all right, this is gonna be interesting, but it's so much fun to make a book with a guy with a sword and gun. It's awesome.
Man.
It's like Highlander meets RoboCop. That's like basically,
Yes.
That's kind of like if I had to compare it to something, it's like Highlander and RoboCop mixed. You know, Highlander finds its way into like everything I've ever done. So
There can be only one.
I'd like put like a Highlander and RoboCop.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm trying to imagine it.
yeah, I'm gonna put like a picture just so
Yeah.
people get the visual.
Yeah.
On this interview because it was like I know you talking about because I used to grow up watching Highlander. I knew my mom had friends who were like big like they get like a DVD set, all that stuff, and like a bastard sword. Like that's how big fans. I mean, and I'm like this 19-year-old kid trying to pick up this bastard sword. The bastard picking up a bastard, right? Anyway, I'm like, yeah, and, you know, and it was like, yeah, I got a little boy, I'm gonna get out of here. And RoboCop, come on, yeah, Jesus Christ, that's some cool stuff. But so 2 questions within the name. Legacy Comics. Who came up with the name? Why Legacy? And who designed that baller ass L? Yeah. I think I might know who did it. I know, huh?
The branding of the company was kind of the both of us, because we were sitting down here in the studio and we were shooting names back and forth. You know, we were coming up with all these different names, and we were like, nah, you know, that's kind of cheesy, or it's not powerful enough, you know. So Pat and I settled on Legacy because we want our creators to feel like they're creating their legacy, you know, like they're creating something historical within their lives. Okay, like, you know, they're making their dreams come true, and this is something that will change their lives. So we named it Legacy. And the L kind of came up kind of by mistake because because I was designing the intro to a video that we were producing, and I was doing some logo animations, some titles with Legacy, and you know, I was just toying around with the L, and you know, I was like, hey, what about this? You know, and we liked the way that the animation went. And I kind of just took a screenshot from what the video was doing. And that's where the L came from. And we were like, oh, we love it. We're going to throw it on every book. That's going to be in the upper left corner of every comic.
My man just Bob Rossed it, man. Happy little accident.
That's it. It's a happy accident.
Just right there.
It's a happy accident. That's exactly what it is.
I love it.
It's funny too, because it's like that happy little accident is just like, it's a microcosm for everything that's happened over the past like 6 months. It's like, I was on a podcast and a happy little accident. I saw that this guy was a great artist, and then happy little accident. Oh, he lives 2 blocks away from my house. And then, happy little accident. And it's just like stacked on top of each other. And then it's just like, yeah. And the thing is too, I think when you look at everything that John designs, everything is sleek and takes up the right amount of space. And there's so many indie comic book companies out there where their logo is just so dominant, you know. And ours, like, it's stellar, it stands out, but it doesn't take over the entire page. So it's like, you know, it's there, but it's not screaming at you at the same time. It's like, it's exactly like the way that it's supposed to be, where like your eyes go.
That's purposefully, because it's like, I want you guys to concentrate on the art. I want you guys to concentrate on the creators. You know, yes, the logo and everything about the company kicks ass, but at the same time, so does the art. So do the creators. So that's the point of it.
I feel you.
Yeah. Okay. You know, it's funny. My daughter actually designed the logo for our podcast. We were sitting there, we're like, hey man, well, I don't know about you, but I can't draw like a stick figure. Like that stick figure is not gonna be a straight stick, it's gonna be like this. And we're like, hey man, could you draw something for the podcast? We're just trying to think of a logo. And she's like, in typical teenage thing, I don't know if I want to do it or not. And she goes she goes upstairs to her room and she comes down with this awesome logo. And me and Jimmy were like,
is that really what it came from?
Yes.
So I was like, there's a picture, and I'm looking like,
because
that's you.
Yeah. Because I asked her to draw it, and at first she was like, she didn't want to do it. And next thing you know, she comes downstairs and was like, here, I drew this, and we're like,
damn, the 3 of us just learned something, because I thought she was like, I just drew you and Chad.
Awesome.
Like,
no.
That doesn't look like me. That's my hair.
And it's like, oh, that is you, Chad.
That's me. I like wearing beanies, so
Yeah, he does.
she put a beanie on me. I was like,
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Learning new things every day.
Yeah. Hey man, look at
Even
you.
with my co-host here.
Yeah.
So, y'all probably already heard this question before, or maybe not. I don't know. The day y'all got all the funding that you needed from your Kickstarter within a few hours. Holy crap, right? Like, how did you feel? What was the first? How'd you feel? All that. Give me everything.
Yeah, I can see it on your faces. You guys
Bro.
you're like getting it high again. You're like, yes.
Pat, go ahead. You go first.
Sure. So it's so funny because before I left my house, I told my wife, I was like, if we get $500 today, I'll be like, that's a good start.
Yeah.
If we get 1,000, I'll be super happy.
Yeah.
And my wife just looks me dead in the face and she's like, you're getting funded today.
Oh, whoa.
And I was like, yo, from your mouth to God's ears. Like, and I just walked down the stairs, and then I walked the 2 blocks over to John's house, and John's dad was outside, and I joked around and I said to John's dad, I was like, yo, my wife said I can't come home today unless we get funded. So we better like figure it out, blah, blah, blah. John's dad wished us good luck and stuff. And then I reiterated that. I'm like, yo, listen, we get 500 today. That's like a good start. Yeah. If we get 1,000, blah, blah, blah. By the time I left to go pick up my daughter from school, we were already at like 1,000. And John and I were just like,
I was texting you. I was like 1,100, 1,200, 13.
And it was like after I picked up my daughter, I ended up meeting my wife, and we went like shopping and stuff like that. And John is texting me updates, and I'm texting him updates and stuff like that. And I think it was like by dinner time we were funded.
Yeah,
it was like less than 5 hours, like before dinner time. And I mean, now we're like 1,300 over. And like we're gonna announce some stretch goals, and like that's the thing too. Like we wanted to say like we're
1,300. No, we're 3,200, something like that.
No, I meant like 1,300 over.
Oh yeah,
our funding. Yeah. So I'm like, there's so many other things that we want to do, and we're gonna announce stretch goals tomorrow and go into them some more on Friday and stuff. So it's just like there's so many people that are like, oh well, you guys are funded, and it's just like, you don't pledge to a Kickstarter just to fund it. You pledge to a Kickstarter because you believe in the mission, and that you want to see the finished product. It's like a Kickstarter is like a really sexy pre-order.
Yeah.
So it's like, so it's just like we have so much more that we want to do, and like we're gonna drop a bomb on Friday, man. Like I've been talking to John about this like all day today. Like we have already like procured some sexy stuff, and we are super excited over like what we're gonna announce on Friday. So yeah, I mean that's like how I felt. The best part though was too, it's like this is like a really corny thing, but it's like John's wife was downstairs hanging out with us like as we were getting the numbers and stuff like that, and just like John and I have been talking a tremendous amount the past like couple of months. And it's like I told John's wife, I was like, yo, I'm like, I barely spoke to my wife last night. I'm like, I owe her like a foot rub. I'm like, I have been like really like super like busy and stuff like that, and it's not fair, but like the numbers started coming in, and I saw like the look on John's wife's face, and she was just kind of like, you know what, my husband's doing it, and it was just like, we're good, we're doing this, so it felt great.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, it was, I didn't think we'd get it in the first day. I didn't, let alone 5 hours, and I thought it was going to be an uphill battle where we would spend weeks, because it's a 60-day Kickstarter, and we would spend days, if not weeks, trying to promote and get people to pledge. And, but that's not what happened. And it totally blew my mind. Like I was down here in the basement. Patrick left, and we hit 1,000, and then he left, and then I was like, all right, 1,100, 1,200. I'm like down here by myself. I'm like, oh my God, like I'm freaking out. And I'm so excited because this is not only is Athos one of my dreams comics to make, but it's just the whole company as a whole, and I'm just so excited to get everything out and start building this up, that I thought it was going to be I don't dare I say like harder. You know, it's kind of been a little easy because Pat and I kind of know what we're doing, you know, as far as promotion, as far as creating the books. And, you know, it's just like, all right, everybody's so stoked that they're contributing. And
That's
it's
a testament to you guys, man.
it's taking me like, oh my God, like, wow. Like I am so appreciative of all of our supporters and everybody who's given anything to the creation of Legacy. And it's amazing.
So this is technically the fourth Kickstarter that I've been a part of. And I've been a part of 2 failed Kickstarters and 1 successful Kickstarter that was just like barely funded, and then this one. And I'm not counting like the ones at the other comic book companies that I've worked for that were already funded. So technically this is like my 6th Kickstarter. So I've been a part of 3 successful Kickstarters, 2 unsuccessful Kickstarters. And I think I've learned just as much from the successful ones as I have the unsuccessful ones. And one of the unsuccessful ones was on the first game that I did that I did voiceover on, the Padre.
Right.
And they had spent all of this money on a publicist. And I did like 20 podcasts and we weren't funded. And it hurt bad because the entire time I was like talking like the Padre. So it was just like
the entire time I was talking like this, like the Padre, you know, and
it was just like killing me. Like I was exhausted by the time that it was over. But what happened was we built up so much good faith in the indie game community that we eventually got signed to a developer that published the first 2 games. So part of me is just saying in my head, I'm just like, if those interviews were done before the Kickstarter, and then we would have went to Kickstarter, we would have been in a really good place.
Yeah.
And we probably would have gotten funded. We didn't do that here because in another Kickstarter that I was a part of that we got funded, the developer was really smart. And what he did was he established relationships in several social media communities. Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, Discord, and didn't spend a dime. This guy did not spend a dime. He did not boost any of his posts, nothing. So what he would do is he had a group on Discord, a group on Reddit, a group on Facebook, 2 or 3 groups on Facebook, and 2 or 3 groups on Instagram.
Yeah.
And he would just post in them every day, like a normal, living, breathing person that loved video games. And so when he announced his project, everyone saw him for the person that was passionate about these things. So when he started a Kickstarter, they naturally donated. So I mean, for the last 6 months, I have been in so many different groups, comic book groups, video game groups, pro wrestling groups, and stuff like that, and just posting every day, like stupid stuff. I'm in a wrestling group that has like 3,000 members on Facebook, and I'm just like, who has the best snap suplex? You know, every morning, just a stupid question. Who's the hottest valet that you've ever seen before? You know, like just stupid stuff. And then people are like, oh, this guy, he's one of us, blah, blah, which I am. And so doing this for, you know, doing stuff like that for 6 months, you sneak in every once in a while. Oh, by the way, I'm also working on a wrestling comic. And then people will be like, a wrestling comic, you know? And then in the comic book group that I'm in, oh, by the way, I'm a journalist. I'd love to interview any other creators out there. So then you build up good faith in the community. And then it's just like, oh, wait, you know what? I'm also a creator too. So then when we went to Kickstarter, we had built up such a good relationship with so many amazing people that when we launched the Kickstarter, so we have less than 1,000 followers on Facebook. We have less than 200 followers on Instagram, but we're funded. It's because the right people know that we're good and the right people appreciate us. And those are going to be, that is so much more important, having the right people invest in you and the right people care about you than having 6,000 followers and stuff like that. So we're going to get those numbers. We're going to get those big time numbers in followers eventually. But right now we have people that care enough about us that they're willing to invest in us. And that's so much more important than spending so much money boosting your posts and having 10,000 followers that are like automated, you know, like robots and stuff like that. We don't have any of that, you know? So all of that, all of those mistakes and all of those successes help pave the way for the success that we're having right now.
Yeah, I mean, none of our posts or promotional material has been boosted or paid for. You know,
Never.
we've never paid a dime for any promotional material.
Damn, that's good.
Man,
That's good.
Yeah,
man, that's a testament. I mean, just from us talking to you guys, man, you guys are people we can rally behind.
Oh, for sure.
You know, we're comic book fans ourselves, and
Yeah,
man, we can't wait for these comics. I can't lie. I was at work when you guys got fully funded. Now that my desk, like, let's go.
yeah.
You know?
See, that's the excitement we want to
Yeah,
see.
that's how I felt, man. I'm just so excited for you guys. And John, I hadn't met you yet,
yeah.
but we know this guy Patrick down here, and just from talking to you, John, now, like,
Yeah.
We
man,
see why you got a tag team.
You guys,
So
you guys are going to take over the world, man. We can't wait to see it. We really can't.
It's like
Go
it's like
home,
the
man.
thing too. It's like John's not a tag team wrestler. John's a singles guy.
Oh,
You know, and I'm not a tag team wrestler either. I've been doing this by myself for a really long
those
time.
are the best tag teams, though, honestly.
So, but that's the thing. So it's like if I'm gonna tag with somebody, I'm gonna tag with somebody that I know can carry the weight. You know, it's like John and I were BSing today, and he was just like, "Yo, it's Sunday, take it easy," and I was just
Right.
like, "Nah, man, we." You know, and I was like, "Nah, man,
I'm
I
spending
gotta,"
the day with my family. You know, relax. You know,
you know. But then I'm sure like Monday or Tuesday or whatever, John will be like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm sitting on my ass. I ain't doing nothing." And John's like, "Oh, I got to do this." But so it's just like there's constantly somebody pulling the weight. It's like if I could compare us to anybody, it would be like the Oakland Raiders backfield. It would be like Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
You know, and it was just like two people that do complementary work but all do the same thing. So like our end goal is to get into the end zone and score, but we both do it in completely different ways. And we both respect each other enough to like never get in each other's way and to always support each other. So just like it's a really solid working relationship. I'm like the overthinker. I'm like these are all the possibilities. This is what we could do. And John's like, yeah, those can all happen, but it's not going to happen because it's us. So let's just shut up and do it and chill out. Yeah. That's his thing. Chill out. Let's do it. So
yeah.
it works out good. It works out really good. So we are super excited. But John, I think we really messed up.
How?
I think we really messed up because we have 5 books.
Yeah.
5. I feel like I'm in the dark order now.
Yeah.
Or Booker T.
Yeah. Yeah. Or Booker T. Yeah. You have the hair. I don't have the hair. But we have 5 books and we only mentioned 4.
Oh.
So do you want to talk about Legend of the Night Owl, John, or do you want me to?
No, you go ahead.
Sure. So Afram Jean Balai is an old high school friend of mine.
Sure.
He was like the coolest guy in high school. He's a year older than me. He's an actor. He's been on Daredevil,
Yeah,
Law
he's
and
a
Order.
legitimate actor. Like he has
And
an
he's a-
IMDb. He's been on Netflix and all this other stuff.
wow.
And
He's
Yeah.
also a black belt in Shotokan. He's a legit ass kicker. He's got a great following on social media. He's CGC verified, which means like he sends your books to be graded by the CGC. Like again, I say rock star a lot, but he's a rock star.
Yeah.
The same way that I feel that like Kieran Quinn is probably one of the best independent comic book artists that no one knows about yet. Is the same way that I feel about like Afram's story, The Legend of the Night Owl. So this is a guy that has all of this experience, and he's writing a kung fu noir. Basically, that's basically like what this is.
Noir?
God dang.
Noir.
I love noirs. First of all,
Yeah.
y'all love some noir stuff.
We do.
I have a theory, but I'm gonna let you finish talking about this. I just want to say, but
So it's basically set in like Brooklyn now, but it's just like hyper violent, and I'm not going to give too much away, but it's just a story of 2 people that are just destined to understand that their fate is so much different than anyone could have ever expected. And it's like you're going to look at these characters and you're going to think that one person is going to be the ass kicker, and he is. But the person that you least expect to be the ass kicker is going to be something so special. And so it's like, I know you guys are video game guys. Yeah. So it's like, if you could combine like The Warriors, the movie.
Yeah. Okay.
And like Streets of Rage and add
Okay.
and add in like some Brooklyn, some Biggie Smalls.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you'd have Legend of the Night Owl.
Oh yeah. Sign me
So
up.
it's a book that we're super excited about. So, and the thing is too, if you guys like the art of Condry,
Yeah.
Yes.
you're gonna love this because it's the same artist.
Yep.
So
Oh yeah.
so like the same way that Legacy is giving me an opportunity to take my writing and editing skills to unparalleled levels. We're really investing in Kieran Quinn. He's on 3 books. We believe in him. So he's going to be doing The Job, which takes place in the Condry verse. He's going to be doing Condry, and he's going to be doing Legend of the Night Owl. So we've got all sorts of, we've got a book for everyone. We have strong female characters, we have strong male characters, we have characters of all shapes, sizes, races. And it's not forced. We're not pandering to anybody. We're writing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's super
Yeah.
important. Man.
We're not trying to jump on a bandwagon, you know. We're not trying to,
I'm exhausted.
yeah.
We're exhausted. It's just like there'll be times when like John will message me and show me like a headline about like the character and be like, what happened? Why did they do that for?
Right. Why?
You know?
Why?
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
You know,
I got an
and-
example of that too, but I'll talk about that
and I
later.
mean, yeah, but you know, it's just like we've worked really hard to have 5 stories that cater to very different audiences. Like, I mean, one of my favorite parts of Condry is like, one of my wife's friends got the book and she's like in her 40s and she doesn't read comics, but she pledged to our Kickstarter and she's read all 4 issues of Condry and she's like, I cannot wait to see what's next. You know, so it's just like that's what we want. We want traditional comic book fans. We want people that are just looking for a different story. We want people that are looking for something different. You know, so when you pledge to our Kickstarter, you can pledge for any one of those 5 stories. If you just want Athos, you could just get Athos. If you just want Legend of the Night Owl, you could do that. If you want all the books digitally, you could do that. If you want everything physical, you could do that. If you want something sexy, like it's signed and remarked and stuff like that, we will do that too. There's so many different ways that you can support us. And that's what, at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do, because we understand that there's not one size fits all for a comic book reader, you know? So that's one of the reasons why I said, like, we only mentioned 4 out of the 5 books. And I feel like, we have 4 amazing people on this team. And like, it's funny because when we went to Free Comic Book Day, we were doing a signing for Condry at Free Comic Book Day. And I was joking around with Afram and Kieran and John, because John was signing 2 of the variant covers that he had done. And I was like, yo, we're like the 4 horsemen, you know. There's but there's like no Paul Roma in here, you know. Like, this is a strong group. And like, we're focused on delivering excellent content. So it's just like, even if we bring in a variant cover artist or a guest writer or something like that, they are going to be held to a standard that we feel is important, you know. So you know, so it's just like, when we audition somebody, or if we have somebody do a variant cover and stuff like that, they got to pass the John, you know, litmus test. If there's a writer and they're writing a script, they're going to sit down with me and we're going to go through that script, you know, and we're going to hold them accountable and we're going to put out top-notch work. So that's what we're looking to do. So like, again, so if you guys support our Kickstarter, that's what you're doing. You're supporting not only our dream, but you're supporting brand new adventures, and you're supporting adventures that will take you back to the days when you were a kid reading comics, discovering them for the first time. That's what we want to do.
Yeah. And even though we are funded already, doesn't mean that you should stop giving, you know, because we're going to be coming out with stretch goals. We're going to be coming out with some awesome rewards that we don't have on there now. You know, like we have so much planned in the sense of stretch goals, that it's like we're excited to reach these stretch goals because we want to put these things out, you know. And it's just just stay tuned for more information.
Oh, will do.
Oh, absolutely.
Like bottom line, like John and I were talking about it the other day, and we were just like, the reason why we came up with the number that we did is because the most important thing was to get the money to print the books.
Yeah,
And
that's it. That was it. Just to cover the printing, and that was all we cared about. It was just cover printing. As far as promotion, anything else went with as far as within the company. We didn't care about really so much as just the printing. We wanted to get all of our books out.
All right.
Mm-hmm. But now we're in a great spot now, because now we can say, oh, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that.
Yeah.
So it's up to people that haven't pledged yet, that are interested in what we're doing, to say, you know what, now not only can I pledge because I want the product, but now I can pledge because I will, in my own way, be single-handedly responsible for taking this product and delivering things that wouldn't have been made available without me. You guys are getting on the ground floor and becoming the engineers of the foundation of this company. So
Well said.
Wow, man. What about in the future? So since y'all got a Kickstarter, well, go ahead, ask the question.
That's what I was going to ask. So, as far as the future of Legacy Comics, what do you guys have in mind that you could tell us?
Well, we have a couple of things that we have in mind that we aren't really comfortable with telling right now, but as far as the immediate future goes, we're going to put out some great books in the next couple of months. We're going to be opening the doors to new creators, new teams that are already established together. Like if you have an artist, a writer, a letterer, a colorist, then come on over. We will publish your book. And, the future of the company is to basically keep promoting the books, keep promoting the artists, the creators, as much as we can, and just treat everybody, like Patrick said, like rock stars, and the future of the company is just growing, and just becoming the best that we can be, and just expanding the properties into other things, not just comics. That's all I'm going to say.
Ooh.
But I will say that we're being cryptic for a reason, but
for sure.
we've planned, like over the past 5 months, we've planned things far well into the future.
Yeah.
And what I can say is it's going to be a lot of fun. And I will say, I'll give away one thing that John and I have already given away on the live. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I've been in negotiations with a video game developer for 2 months on 2 different versions of a Condry video game for 2 different consoles. So that is very much actively in development, talking to programmers, pixel artists, the whole 9 yards. So it's just like, that's the beginning. The fact that like the comic has only been out for like 8 months and like people are already talking video game, not only does that make me feel excited, but that makes me go, well, Athos can fly. So that would make for a really cool video game too.
Yes.
And then I go to those guys, well, after we do this, why don't we do this, or why don't we make another team and do this both? So like, we're very much interested in building these characters. And then this is the thing too, there are not many comic book companies that out of the gate have as much merch as we do. We have really sexy merch. We have great t-shirts, we have phone cases, we have like thermoses, jackets, book bags. Like we want people to like represent the legacy nation, so to speak,
and not only is it legacy logo merch, but it's also character merch. We also have Athos t-shirts, Condry t-shirts. We're gonna have Legend Night Owl t-shirts. So we're getting very specific as far as the merch. It's not just the company as a whole.
It's cool that you have artists and stuff like that, so it's going to look real sexy.
Yeah,
so like the merchandise is going to look just.
I can't wait to see
nice.
that.
It's going to be so much, guys. It's going to be so much fun. And then this is the thing too. It's like it's going to be epic. It's like, think of it this way. As much as I love like the big 3, comic book companies, and even the big 4, so like Marvel, DC, Image, and Dark Horse, I love all 4 of them. and I'm not ashamed to say that I own my own comic book company and I love all four of those companies. I don't go to their websites every single day.
No.
Because it's like I rather just see if they're on Twitter, see if they're on Facebook, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
We are going to have daily updated content on the website. On legacycomics.com. You're going to learn more about these books. You're going to connect more with the creators than you have with any of your other series that you read in other books. So it's just like the future is going to be a lot of fun. And we want you guys to all be a part of the brand. We want you guys to get to know us. None of our Facebook or Instagrams are set to private. Like you can see pictures of my kids. You can see, pictures of me in my man cave playing video games. You can see me like, at the comic book store. Thank you. Holding up, like I bought Moon Knight 1 the other day, holding up Moon Knight 1, it's like, that's what we want. We want the people in this company to be front and center. And you're going to see a lot of that in the future. So this Kickstarter is over in January. We're already funded. So those 5 books are coming out. They're going to be available digitally. They're going to be available physically. We are open to doing signings. We are open to doing tons of things.
And we've already got agreements with mom and pop comic book shops in Northeast.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
To have our books displayed in the stores, which is awesome.
Man, that'll live in the dream, man.
Hell yeah, y'all.
We're ready, and this has not been, John said, he didn't think it was going to be so easy, but I know John doesn't mean it like that because it's
sure. No,
because we put in so
don't get me
work.
wrong, it's a lot of work. It's so much work.
Oh yeah.
Like I have ignored my family, my wife, my kids. I have 4 kids. So it's like I just I'm like, you got to give me time. You gotta just leave me alone.
No, I understand. I understand.
So we are super excited. We believe in all 5 books. We're gonna have a ton of announcements. So this is the thing. This is not a race that we're running right now. This is a marathon. So we have 58 days left in this Kickstarter. We were funded day 1. We are going to be trying to get all over the place. So we want to get to those stretch goals. So we need as much support from as many different people as possible. But the really cool thing about doing a 60-day Kickstarter, which is different from most people just do 30. And the reason why we wanted to do 60 is because halfway through this Kickstarter, we're going to be finished with our comics. So the thing is, people that have already backed us, those are like our hardcore OGs, Yeah. And then there's going to be so many people that are like kind of on the fence, and then they're going to see what we finished. And if they're not excited, then they were never going to get excited. Then they kind of have to like check their pulse. But it's going to be a special moment because midway through this Kickstarter, we're going to be like, boom, we got this. And then we really expect to like have the respect of the people that not only backed us, but the people that will back us, because they're going to see that like all of this talk, all of this high-end video production, all of this nonstop content in your face was done in a meticulous formulaic way because we are that serious about the product that we're putting out. So get ready because we're coming.
I got an interesting question to ask you, Patrick.
Sure.
Let's fast forward to the future. Say, hell, a year to 5. 1 out of 3. Netflix, Hulu, or Amazon?
Netflix.
TV show country. TV show country. I already hear you over there, man. I see you, John.
Oof, that's so hard. So it's just like I would say whoever gave me the most. John's gonna laugh when I say this.
Okay.
Watch John's face. You ready?
Okay.
He's looking down. Whoever gives me the most control over the character.
That's a baller answer.
That's it, man.
That's the answer.
John's gonna choke. But like, yeah, whoever is willing to give me enough control over the character to make sure that like he's portrayed properly. So it's just like, there's some great comic book inspired shows that are out there, and then it's just like I see a show like Resident Alien where like Peter Hogan's comic is so different,
right?
And it's like I like the TV show, but I love the comic. So it's just like I would never want somebody to kind of like take what I think Condry is supposed to be about and make it something completely different. So it was just like I would have a long talk with whoever whoever gave us the most bang for our buck and be like, listen, this goes back to something that John says all the time. Like, let's go big or go home. But also, like with me, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right.
Right.
You know, so that's kind of like where I would be. So out of the three, personally, I'm a Hulu guy. I love Hulu. I watch Hulu all the time. But the thing was, like, Netflix got into my skin a little bit when they started cutting all of the TV shows, because I like watching like Rick and Morty and, you know, all like the episodic stuff. Yeah. And but Netflix, I loved Daredevil and Luke Cage and Stranger Things, and they all have something. So it's like, if I was made of money, I would have all of them. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's you know, I respect your answer a lot when you said creative control, because, and like kind of getting back to the whole pandering thing you said earlier, and I said I'll get back to it. I'm surprised we can like segue like that, because I don't know if y'all heard. Cause you know, speaking of video games, I'm a big Resident Evil fan, right?
Oh my!
And I don't know if y'all heard.
We were just talking about this, Sean, right?
I mean, the first 3 was cool, but then the rest sucked. So I don't know.
Next month they're coming out. This month they're coming out with the good. With the,
it's like I guess a reimagining of the series, because it's not.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Like, Welcome to Raccoon, but like I don't know if y'all heard about this other one, like it's a TV episodic show. But Wesker's black, bro. And I'm a black guy saying, what the fuck are y'all doing? Because Wesker's a white guy wearing shades at night. It's only three types of people that wear shades at night. Assholes, Terminators, and Albert Wesker, all right?
Terminators.
So
That's a good point.
That's
a good point.
Blonde hair. And I was like, okay, he's established. I like him as a villain. And really, originally, to kind of nerd out with you guys, he was supposed to be dead. Even like S.D. Perry, you know, who wrote like all the Resident Evil books, which I love the details.
I have every single one of them.
Yeah. Word? Oh, thank you. Thank you. You have to like at least listen to audio. But anyway, I've heard they made a black guy got 3 daughters, and I was like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
This was an interesting phone call. He calls me. I'm at lunch. He's driving. And he's like, "Oh my God, did you hear?" I'm like, "What?" Like, Wesker's black, and I'm just. I just started laughing because I could tell by his voice. I'm like, this bothers you, don't it?
It does. And I'm a black.
And that's what we were talking about before with pandering and jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah, you don't have to pander, man. It has to be natural and organic. If it's not natural and organic, the fans like this guy. This guy can tell.
Don't it sound crazy that a black guy's complaining about a character who was once white become black?
It just has to be done right. It's like perfect example. It's just like I'll give you like a good and bad of it. So it's like the Daredevil movie. I didn't think was as bad as people said.
I know you're talking about.
And the thing is, Michael Clark Duncan was solid as Kingpin.
Yeah.
Was he like a perfect choice? I think Vincent D'Onofrio in the Netflix
is
so much better.
He's the man. He killed that.
But Michael Clark Duncan wasn't poorly cast. So that's like the good side of it. I understand giving everyone an opportunity to like perform a role. I'm fine with that. But it's just like, if you were gonna do
but then you have Jimmy Olsen on Supergirl.
Yeah.
You know,
I imagine Jimmy Olsen being this scrawny photographer, the one on Supergirl, this big jack dude. I'm like, man, you can stop bullets with your chest, bro.
Like, damn, Jimmy.
Well, like the bad side of it is like sometimes it even happens with people of the same skin color. It's like Topher Grace as Eddie Brock. Are you serious?
Yeah, no way.
Like, no way. And it's just like,
that is one of the worst.
Doesn't work.
Castings.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
That was horrible.
You know,
right?
So I can see it in both ways. You know, and it's just like Topher Grace was like hot at that time. Like everybody liked him and stuff. So it's just like, again, you say to yourself, oh, you pander to what you think is going to make the most money, or what is socially acceptable at the time, and jumping on the bandwagon and this and that. So we won't do that. We're not about that at all. You know, and that's the thing. Like, if somebody pitches us a product, we don't look at them. We look at the product. Like, what are you pitching? Can we all be successful? You know, like,
how good is the art?
How good is the art? How strong is the narrative? Like, that's the way it is. You know, and it's like, we're from New York, so it's just like in our neighborhood, every house is like a different person. Is like different culture. You know, you know, so we're all about like promotion of like as many cool people as possible. If you're cool and you're willing to work hard and you can make deadlines and you care, you're gonna be great with us. That's what we want, like, again, to go back to like the Four Horsemen, we don't want a weak link. If we bring you in, we don't have to want to worry and be like, oh my god, here we go, what are they gonna do here? Like, we want to just build a really strong team. So like over the next couple of years, we're gonna really start to fortify, and we're really gonna start to build these universes up, build this universe up into something really special. And we're all going to have to work super hard. We're all going to have to sacrifice, and we already have, so we are super excited about the future.
Oh man, I'm excited for y'all.
Yeah. Oh,
Thank you,
man.
Are y'all gonna be wearing suits and ties now?
No.
He's like, nah.
No, those days are over. I've done that before. No thanks.
I think the last two times I wore a suit and tie, Halloween, because I did like this last minute cosplay where I was like Peter Parker at like the Daily Bugle, and I had the Spider-Man mask on.
I saw that costume. That was actually pretty
and
dope. That was a good idea.
Thank you. One of my friends in Comic Sense, I was telling him, I was like, what should I do? And he was just like, what do you have? And I was like, I have a Spider-Man mask. And he's like, oh, you could be like Peter Parker coming out of like the Daily Bugle, put a camera around your neck. I'm like, oh my God, my daughter loved it. So it was like, yeah, thank you. But besides that, the only other time I wore a suit was like when I was a ring announcer at Battle Club Pro, a couple months ago. Yeah. But it's like away from that. I mean, I'm wearing a Roman Reigns shirt underneath my Red Wings jersey. So it's just like, I'm a band tee, wrestling shirt.
Too, huh? I'm wearing a podcast.
I love the bloodline.
You say Harry Potter?
Said no podcast.
Oh, this is a Harry Potter.
I'm wearing a podcasting t-shirt. Yeah. Subscribe, rate, and review.
Oh, nice.
I'm wearing.
So, and that's the thing though, too. It's just like, I've been a college professor for 15 years, and my students joke around with me all the time. Like when I used to walk into the class the first time, or now when I go on Zoom the first time, they're like, you're the professor. And I was like, you just judged me. And I was like, I will never do that to you. I was like, I will help you get better at what you want to do. I will be brutally honest with you. I'm going to piss you off. I'm going to critique you, but I'm going to demand that you be the best version of yourself. I'm sure I've done this to John too, and John's done it to me too. Like,
and
that's
he'll give you an F. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you could take the class again with me, and let's try again.
Yeah.
So it's like, we don't do that to other people. But we want to help people get better. You're gonna see like when this podcast comes out, you're gonna see like how much we respect what you do. The same way that we hope that you respect what we do. That's what we want to do. And I'm a firm believer. My wife is a firm believer in karma, in doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and eventually it comes back. So that's what we've been doing for the past 5 months. We've been laying the groundwork of like, okay, how do we set this up in a way where the seeds are there and we can grow these seeds, and then we can start planting other seeds, and then we can start talking to this person who's going to lay a seed for us, and that seed's going to help them grow, and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what we're about. So again, we're super excited.
I'm excited for you, man.
No, absolutely.
Thank you.
I just got one last question. It's not going to have anything to do with the comics. So I see you guys are big like TV movie fans. What's one of your favorite TV shows that you happen to have watched this year?
John, you want to take this one first?
Oh, yeah, this question, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't really watch too much TV because I have 4 kids and they hog it all. But I do watch a lot of Netflix.
Oh, okay.
I've been binging NCIS.
My wife is watching that, and she like ignores me at nighttime. She's like, it's NCIS time. She gets the iPad and she just watching it.
I've been binging
NCIS.
Really here in the studio, if I'm sitting here drawing or doing whatever, I have NCIS on in the background. So.
Word.
Oh, okay.
What about you, Patrick?
So, I've fallen in love with Solar Opposites on Hulu. I don't know if you guys have watched it.
Oh, yeah.
I watched the first 2 seasons.
Season 2, kind of get to it.
Yeah.
It's not,
but
season 2 is not as good.
Oh,
no,
it's not.
Like
so that's what I thought, because I really liked season 1. I watched the first episode of season 2, and I was like, man.
Yeah, and I'm on episode 2, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
Go through that. So
but I love Rick and Morty. I wish there was more South Park during the pandemic, because I just felt like South Park.
Oh, they have a new season. A new episode is supposed to, I think, coming out this month, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have a new episode.
So, I've been watching a lot of. I watched like all of Mandalorian.
Yes.
What if Marvel? What if there was a couple of episodes that were really great that I like the Doctor Strange episodes? I felt like really hit.
Oh man, oh my god!
I still have yet to see that.
It's pretty good, but it's just like a couple of them were a little weird.
Yeah, I didn't care for the first one when Peggy was Captain America. I didn't really care. I was cool with that. I didn't really care for that one too much.
I mean, I get why in some cases, but it's like it's an interesting story.
I think too, like as much as I love Black Panther, I can't imagine him being Star-Lord the way that they did it. Because it's like they're both so individual. You know? But it's like I love what they did with the characters around and like how Shikala influenced them.
Yeah.
Like how Nebula turns out, how Thanos turns out. That was all great. So that was a lot of fun. So I've totally like Disney Plus is totally an amazing investment. Like I've loved all of the stuff they've put together during the pandemic. So yeah, that's what I've been watching.
That's dope.
Yeah.
And a lot of Snapped for some reason. My wife and I watch Snapped all the time.
You made that reference earlier when we first talked to you.
You're preparing just in case things go wrong, huh?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Shoot, seems like we running dry of questions. So the only thing I can ask for y'all at this point is man, socials and some more socials, man. Where can they find you? Your Kickstarter, all that stuff, man. Individual socials if you want it, of course, Legacy Comics, please.
Yeah, man.
Everybody go search for Legacy Comics. We are on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, facebook.com/Legacy Comics.
COMIX.
Yes, with the IX, comics with an X. Yeah. So even though, like we had said before, like we are funded already, head on over there, pledge to us, and give us a little something, and this way we can grow. This way we can start giving you guys more than what we had originally promised, because we have so many plans. So we're available on the official website, legacycomics.com. You can reach both Patrick and I through the official website, through any of the social media platforms. He and I both manage the platforms. So go check it out.
All right. Oh.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having us.
Oh, no problem, man.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming. We really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, anytime.
We love what you guys are doing, man. Keep it up. Like I said, you guys are going to take over everything, man.
Thank you.
That's the dream.
It's a whole new dynamic. So y'all changing. Y'all like the AEW comics. I wanted to say that so bad earlier.
Yeah.
I did.
I
wanted to.
You know what? That is that is a perfect way to describe them, man. You're
changing the landscape of comics and how y'all do stuff, man.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for these comics. I'm so excited. So excited.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Well, thank you guys for coming again. Appreciate it. This is your guy, Chad.
And I'm Jeremy.
And together with Fusion High, and we are out.
Y'all can't even see all of that. Appreciate it, man.
No problem.
All right, here you go.
Fusion fam, what's up?
What's going on?
We have a guest. No better yet, we have family in the building.
Because every time this man come a knocking,
yes, sir.
he always come with gifts, presents, cute little puppies.
Yeah.
The man, the myth, the legend of New York.
And don't forget the owner of Legacy Comics, baby,
Patrick Hickey Jr.
What's up, guys? Super happy to be here. I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Man, we're happy to have you here.
Made my day. Totally made my day.
You should have.
What's going on?
Like it got hours recorded. Yeah, that's funny. So we can send that to you, like, yo, this is what we did at first, man.
But yeah, man. Oh man. Well, let's get our intros out the way real quick, man. Okay. I'm Chad.
And I'm Jeremy.
And together, this tag team, this collective, these podcast champions of the world, we are Fusion High. Patrick, man. What you been up to?
It's kind of hard to follow that. Wow. A lot has happened since the last time I was on the show. The last time I was on the show, we were running our initial Kickstarter for Legacy Comics. And I was voicing 3 or 4 games at the time that had yet to be released. Since then, World Championship Boxing Manager 2 has been released on Steam. It's getting ready for its Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox Series X release. BPM Boy was released on the Atari VCS. And Legacy Comics initial Kickstarter was 301% funded, and we have released over a dozen books since then. So, and oh my god, the minds behind Sega Genesis, the minds behind PlayStation, and the minds behind PlayStation 2 games were all released in book form. So yeah, lots have gone on in the last year or so. It's crazy to think that I haven't been on the show in like a year, but yeah, that's what's happened.
Man, you've been beyond plus ultra beyond busy.
You've been
I'm trying, man.
Running. Stop. Drink water. And then run.
That's right, man. Oh, only way I know how to go.
Yeah, oh my god, social media, man. I've watched you both on Facebook and Instagram, and your team, y'all look like rock stars to me, man.
Yes, all of you guys.
Oh my
man.
gosh.
You can just feel the love. Like, you guys are like a tight-knit unit, man. That's so important to doing something like this, because this is your baby. So it's good to have people around that you can like, hey, let's get this done. You guys are making it happen, man.
Every day is like a total challenge, and it's like, to quote Notorious B.I.G., I love it when you call me Big Papa. But it's like, but it's like sometimes it's like it's really like at the end of the day when you have like 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 people or so calling on you from all over the country. And I mean, we have an artist in Colombia, we have another one in Venezuela, we have another one in the Philippines. When you have people calling on you all times of the day, sometimes it's like it's really stressful and sometimes it's frustrating. But like at the end of the day, when like you could say you're putting out books, you're making deadlines, you're doing signings, you're selling books, and people want to like experience like the creations that you're, sending out to the world, it's a good day, So between the comic book stuff, the books have been doing great. I'm super excited over the last the last 3 books. The Genesis book is probably the biggest book that I've done. The PlayStation book I think is the best book that I've ever done, and the PlayStation 2 book just has some really killer chapters in it with some great reporting. And then WrestleQuest has been like a 2.5-year journey for me, and the fact that like May, this like I did the voices of over like 90 characters in this 50-hour plus RPG is just insane. So yeah, man, it's super rewarding. It's super exhausting. Thankfully, like I have a great wife, I have a great family that like totally like have my back, and I have really close friends that have my back, and everyone at Legacy like that's still here gets that, and they're in for the long haul. We've gone through some structural changes up top. Our former co-owner John Svedesi is no longer with the company. He resigned, and it was I'm sure you could ask John this. It was the best thing that could have been done for the company. We've done excellent since, and everyone really stepped up, from Steve Conjay, one of our lead artists, to Afram Jean-Balai, our senior editor. Joshua Adams stepped up and did a lot of lettering. I taught myself how to letter comic books. So like we all just like really stepped up collectively as a unit, and we just get it. And we're just like this like never say die team that is really looking forward to kicking some ass.
Okay. Yeah. So you mentioned about family. And like Jay was saying, we watch you on Instagram, and I see that you are a family man. Yeah. And like we were just talking before, my family's outside. You're like, oh man, thank you for being a good dad. But that's part of the thing. Yeah. How important to you is it for your family to be a part of your legacy?
Well, why the name of the company is Legacy. I remember when I was sitting down with John when we were trying to think of names for the company, it's just like, what are we leaving behind? Like when it's all said and done, it's just like Stan Lee is gone, Steve Ditko is gone, Jack Kirby is gone.
Yeah.
One day, Todd McFarlane will be gone. One day, Robbie Liefeld will be gone. And it's just like, what did they leave behind? They left behind just like a massive body of work that people will always cherish. And for me, that's the reason why I write books. That's the reason why I write comic books. That's why I do voice acting, because it's just like, there's a huge chance that someone's not going to know who you are until you're dead. And if they can go back and they can go online and find out who you are, then you've left a legacy, So for me, it's like my daughter knows like what's going to happen in like the next 7 or 8 issues of Condry. She knows what's going to happen in like the next, the next 2 arcs of The Job. And sometimes I have to be like, shh, don't say anything to anybody, like she's great, and she'll like, if I'm talking to my wife about somebody, like she listens to phone calls and she's like, oh, that person missed a deadline or that person didn't book your flight properly and blah, 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 blah. So it's just like, my family's so invested in my success, and it's just like, that's the way that it should be, so it's like my son's 2 and like one of his first words was like Venom, so it's like, so it's like, that's the way that it's supposed to be. You're supposed to share what you're passionate about with the people around you, because otherwise, like, what's the point?
You're right.
So,
man.
Yeah, man.
That's beautiful. Yeah. I was actually listening about the definition of legacy. I was watching like an old episode of The People Let's Talk on YouTube. And what's that brother's name? Alton. I forget his name. Alton. I forget his last name. But he was speaking of the word legacy, right? Because he was all like, nobody gives a damn about Michael Jordan's son. Nobody gives a damn about freaking Magic Johnson's son, whatever they all doing. They remember like the game, they don't care about the money. They don't give a damn about his money. They're like, they gave a damn about what they was doing. And you hit the hammer on the freaking head, man. And that was beautiful, like eloquently. Granted, yeah, when it comes to our children, I believe, and I could be wrong, we ourselves on a biological basis, we immortalize ourselves, just pass our genes to the next generation. But the legacy, that's the thing. And you are doing it big, sir. I mean, from, like I said, the comic book company, making your own comics, voice acting, and writing books, man. And you're juggling. Like, how in the hell do you do all that, sir?
I just like to go back. I have a super understanding wife that knows that I have this crazy work ethic. I don't sleep nearly as much as the average person. You combine those 2 things, and then the biggest thing is that I'm hungry, there's just so many things that I want to do. So it's just, there's a huge difference between, and you guys know this, people that talk a big game and people that actually do. And it's just like, you mentioned before with your parents, I feel like by the time I was like 13 or 14, I kind of debunked my mother and father. Like, they weren't superheroes to me anymore. Like when you're a little kid, your dad is the strongest person. Your dad could kick anybody's ass on the block. Your mom makes the best iced tea. She is the prettiest mom, blah, 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 blah. And then when you're like 13, 14, you start to look around and go, why do they have stuff and we don't? And then you're just like, or like, why does my house look like this? And blah, blah, blah. And you start to look at your parents as like real people with imperfections and, so for me, it's just like, the longer I can keep up that allure with my kids, the longer I could have my kids be like, I don't know how my father does it. I think the better a parent it says that you are, but then like it's more, it goes back to like the legacy that you're leaving. Like, I want my kids to be like, damn, how the hell did they do it?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I'm going to impart that wisdom to them. Like, I'm going to say, this is how I did it. Because it's no secret. It's just you got to put in the work every single day. You have to make.
Yeah.
It's like when I think about like the greatest baseball players of all time, I don't think about like Babe Ruth, and as much as I love like Hank Aaron and Jackie Robinson and stuff, I don't think about them either. I think of like Pete Rose, even though he's a cheater. But like Ichiro Suzuki, the guy just got on base. He just hit singles. And the thing is, it's just like, in life, you're going to lose so much. Right. But if you could just get on base every day, hit singles, just keep getting on base. And then eventually you're going to get your opportunity to hit your home run. And it's going to mean more because you've been on base a lot more than everybody else. you know?
Yeah.
So you just got to make contact. You got to put the ball in play. You got to get out there every single day. You know, it's just like, I don't go to bed. Like, I'm looking at my computer screen right now and I have a little to-do list. And one of the to-do things was being on your podcast today. So today I checked off one thing. I do not go to bed unless I check off at least one or two things off of my to-do list, like every single day. If I don't do that, I stay up until I do it, you know? And that's the difference between me and a lot of people. A lot of people will go to bed and still have energy. Or they wake up and they're like, oh, today's going to be an easy day. There's no such thing. You know, you gotta put the work in every single day. Sunday is not, you know, it's not a day of rest. You know, Friday isn't a day to go out and get wasted. It's just like, you've got to put in the work every single day. Your goals don't know what day it is. And I think that's the reason why I've been able to accomplish what I've accomplished so far, because I just put the work in every day. And the thing is, it's not a crazy amount of work. It's like, if you want to write a book, write 500-600 words a day. You know, if you do the math, I mean, you could write an 80,000, 90,000 word book in, you know, 6-7 months. You know, so it's just like, I've put out 7 books on video game history in 5.5 years, and people are like, you're crazy. It's like, no, it's like, you guys, look at you guys, you brolic sons of bitches. Like, you go to the gym.
Yeah.
You put the time in.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
so your body doesn't know it's Sunday. You know?
Yeah, because I'm about to do that tomorrow. I missed a day, and I was like, "But I did something physical, like cut the grass." So,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was like, "I got to do something physical." I was like,
"You got to do something."
Right, you got to do something to complete the day, basically. Like you said, like, if it's one thing, did you do
or to
it?
make the day? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes I look at my Instagram and I'm just like, yo, it's kind of boring. I'm just doing box art and stuff. I'm like, I need to go do something cool. So it's like, I'll go support a local comic book shop, or, you know, or I'll do something fun with my kids, just to like make each day feel like it's something different, something special. You know, it's just like I told you guys before we started recording today, my kids, it was crappy outside. We were just going to take them to Target, buy them a little toy and just relax. And I'm like, you know what? Screw it. We got in the car and we drove for 3 hours, you know, because that's what you do. You know, you gotta put it in, you know. So, but yeah.
Okay, so Condry.
Yeah, man.
Condry. This comic is so good.
Thank you.
I have a question about one of the villains in there, so hopefully you can kind of elaborate on him a little bit.
Sure, man.
This is as far as I've gotten. So I've read to the part where Condry gives his backstory. He talks about his parents, how his dad was a cop. He was a cop. Unfortunately, he was wounded during the line of duty, but he took down a dangerous drug lord. So he had to retire, but doing rehab, you know, rehabbing and all the things that happened to him led him down the dark path of drinking and, you know, abuse towards Condry and his mother.
Sure.
So, in comes Manny. Manny. This Manny wants revenge for what happened to the previous drug lord. And he felt like it was his time to rise up and be in charge. And he felt like Condry's dad robbed him of that. So he went to go get revenge. Well, I'm sorry. He sent a child to go get revenge for him. Can you elaborate on Manny's character? Because I feel like he's going to be a big player going forward, because he seems to have the same abilities as Condry, which is kind of weird.
So I'm gonna give you guys a heads up and some fun Easter eggs too. The house that is invaded in Condry 4 is the house that I grew up in. So the front of the house, the front of the house, it's like a replica. I showed Kieran pictures and he drew like the house that I grew up in. The walk into the house, the screen door on the side, all that stuff, like those dudes ransacked my house, basically. That's what happened.
Shucks.
Yeah. Then the whole, you know, dad like fall from grace kind of thing. I mean, my dad was never a police officer or anything, but my dad definitely had like a fall from grace, and there was like domestic violence and abuse and stuff like that. So that kind of hit close to home. Like I channeled some of that in there. But so Manny is definitely not your normal human being. As you can see, like there's a moment in Condry 4 where he's shot in the back of the head, and he has like a scaling, we'll call it.
Okay.
So but the thing that's really cool about Manny is he can control the scaling. So imagine like a character like Killer Croc from DC.
Yeah. Okay.
That type, or Tombstone from Marvel, where they have that skin,
Yeah.
you know, but they can't control it. So like Tombstone just looks like he's like dead all the time, and Killer Croc is just like he looks mega ashy all the time, you know. So, but imagine if somebody could control like that armor on their body,
Yeah. Ooh.
in the forms of like almost steel reptilian like scales.
Yeah.
Kind of like how Colossus does it. Kind of like that.
Yeah, but this is more organic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's basically like lizard hide. Like it's pretty crazy.
Gotcha.
So the thing with Manny is Manny is the son of the drug lord that is killed.
Okay.
And if you guys want to know more about Manny, the next issue of Condry is a spin-off. It's called Young Condry When Willie Met Spike. And you find out how Condry got the bracers on his hands, the spikes that he uses to like, you know, crawl down buildings and shit like that. But Manny has a very deep and intricate story that you're gonna find out more about in Young Condry, and then Kieran Quinn, the artist of Condry 0 through 4, is currently working on Condry 5 as well. And Manny plays a massive role. So Manny is like if the Kingpin met like the Lizard met like Killer Croc, like all into one, you know. So he's like this massively intelligent, vindictive, barbaric drug lord that's incredibly intelligent at the same time. So like when you see him when he tries to murder Condry, you know, he's probably like in his early 20s and Condry is like 12. But yeah, he sends in a young recruit of the gang into the house first. Yeah, and that little dude doesn't last because Condry dirty. Yeah, Condry's dad did him dirty. Condry's dad.
I was like, did he just sit in the living room? Like, not even. That was the part that I'm like, this guy is crazy because he's literally sitting there on the couch, just like, not even flinching at the fact that this kid just got shot to death in the living room.
So the crazy part is like he sends the kid in to kill Condry's dad and Condry's mom. He pops 2 shots into Condry sleeping. And then he sits on the couch. He sits on the couch and watches TV because he knows what's going to happen. He knows that recruit isn't going to get it done.
He's not going to make it.
Well,
he's not going to make it. And you get a sample of just how strong Manny is. He does not play games. And these two are just in a collision course for each other. They're eventually, you know, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I love Manny's character. He's a complete, utter piece of garbage. Yeah. But he's freaking cool and he gets really good one-liners and his character design is awesome. And
he's a celebration of violence that will never die. I was like, oh, this guy, that's a Thanos level line right there. This guy
So my whole thing is like, I'm a huge fan of like 80s sci-fi and like 80s like action movies. And there's a lot of Highlander in Condry, you know?
Wow.
So it's just like Manny and Condry are very much like Duncan MacLeod and Clancy Brown's character. Like there's a lot of that going on too. So yeah, man, it's going to be so much fun. Like when people start to see these two interacting, because this is the thing too. A lot by the time when you guys finish Young Condry, Young Condry basically takes us to like Condry 1. So like the proper reading order is like Condry 0, Condry 1, Sarita, Condry 2, Condry 3, Condry 4, and then Young Condry. They all, it's like a Quentin Tarantino movie, like the reading order. And by the time you're done with Young Condry, then you kind of understand like this entire time Condry has been trying to get back to Brooklyn to like avenge his father. And this entire time, these 15, 20 years, Manny has become something that I don't think anyone ever expected.
Yeah.
So like he's used those 15 years to do things to this gang that you guys are going to be like, oh man, this got really like, this was good before, but this got really good. Like I see where he's going now. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope that answered your question.
Oh, that absolutely did.
I got a question like just because I know this is a baby, man. Like
Mhm.
where in your head, where do you get all these ideas? Like, how do you get so like dark and like all these ideas? Like, where did they come from? What's the inspiration? I guess. And I don't know if I asked this before, but goddamn, it was just
No, it's okay.
wow.
So like I've spent so much of my life doing selfless work. Like journalism is selfless. You sit down and like what you guys are doing right now is selfless. It's journalism. You're asking me questions and I'm answering them. And if you're a good journalist, if you're a good podcaster, you take that and you can apply that in your work, you know?
Okay.
So I mean, I've interviewed some of the greatest comic book writers and artists of all time: Chris Claremont, Dave Gibbons, Steve Niles, David Mack, Jeff Loeb, Joe Quesada, like tons and tons of great comic book writers and artists. I've interviewed some amazing athletes. I've interviewed politicians. I've interviewed all these people. So it's just like I just listen to people, and it's just like comic books for me is all about dynamic dialogue. Like you have to make characters feel as real as possible. So it's just like being a journalist and having that background in listening to people speak and sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. So the fact that like I have like, thousands of articles under my belt, I just feel like, and the fact that I read a ton of comic books and I understand comic book structure and things like that, I was just able to take that skill set and apply it to comic books. And like how I get so dark, I mean, I live in Brooklyn. It's just this dirty, disgusting place that I love, and everyone's got an issue, everyone's got a problem, everyone's got an excuse, and it's just like so many people let their excuses stand in the way of their success. And Condry is just somebody that could easily make an excuse. Haven't seen my mom and dad since I'm 12. I've been shot in the head more times than I can count. I've never experienced real love. I haven't slept in a real bed since I'm like 12 years old. I haven't blah, blah, blah. And the list goes on and on and on and on, but the guy never makes excuses, so, and that's kind of like where it all comes from. It's just all the reading comics, all of the journalism. It's all of that stuff put into a stew,
Damn.
Okay.
Okay. Dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So a question about Legacy Comics. Jerry and myself, we were kind of talking off before we started doing the podcast. We were talking about, us growing as a podcast and getting more subscribers, just, getting better in our craft. And I know for me personally, maybe not for you, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it will be.
Probably.
One interview that we're really proud of, outside of you, of course, is we interviewed Josh Martin, the voice of Majin Buu. We drove out to Dallas, which is a couple hours away from here, to make that happen. And when we finished that interview, we sat in the car and we just looked at each other and was like, we made this happen. It was such a satisfying moment and feeling.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask, what's that moment for you with Legacy Comics?
Ooh, dope question.
I don't think it's happened yet.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. We've had plenty of successes so far, like the original Kickstarter being 301% funded, massive success. Me taking over the entire company and being more successful than we were before, definite success. Okay. Us having a table at New York Comic Con this year, that was a success.
Oh, nice.
We've had tons of signings. We've released over like a dozen books. Since all of those are successes. Me saying that I've paid all of my writers and artists exactly what I told them that I was going to pay them. That's a success. Me getting advertising in all of our books and having people support us that way is a success. So just like the way I try and look at it is just every day has the possibility of bringing something more positive in. But I feel like, we haven't had that like, oh my God, this is happening thing yet. It's like, it has been happening slowly and effectively. And I think one of my favorite interviews that I've ever done was I interviewed Michael Brook, and he is one of the assistant producers on the original Madden. He's one of the co-creators of the original NHL for EA Sports. He's one of the founding fathers for EA Sports. And he's like, one of the best things that you could ever do is just be cognizant of when you're doing great things. Like what you guys just said. After the interview was finished, you guys are like, yo, we just did that, And that's great. and there's been several times. Like, I mean, just like the other day, we got books. I had books come from the printer, and I'm just looking at them and going through them and being like, "There's no mistakes. These are real comic books. I own the company. It's an LLC. This is legit. Like, we are actually doing it." And then to go on the site and see that we have orders that I have to bag and board and ship and stuff. It's like, yo, like, we're doing it. So I don't think we've had like that huge moment yet. But the thing is, there hasn't been a day where I'm just like, I'm done. I'm packing up. You know? So it's just like, I think there's been a lot of singles hit so far. And we're putting ourselves in a situation to have those big moments. I mean, another thing was, like, I think I told you before, we have these trading cards right here, which are in the front. It's the cover of the book. So like you can see, this is the comic. This is the trading card.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the comic. You know, it's like a normal comic. You read it and stuff. But in the back of here is a QR code. You scan the QR code, it opens the comic on your phone, on your tablet, and you can read it. So this was something that we came up with as a company that we wanted. That we wanted to do to make ourselves look different. And we did a signing, and there was like 3 or 4 other indie comic book companies there. And wouldn't you know, a couple of weeks later, who's doing trading cards?
Stealing your ideas.
But my whole thing was, to me, I was like, we're doing something. And then I looked at their cards, and I was like, okay, they're all right. They're not as, I think ours look better. But then I went to those people. But you know, the way I am, I went to those people, and I'm like, yo, listen, emulation is the highest form of flattery.
Wow. Yeah. Hell yeah.
And so thank you very much. But you know, if you really are appreciative of the ingenuity that I have, you should place an ad in our next round of books.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, and they did. So because my whole thing is like, if I'm going to offer advice and I'm going to be there and I'm going to help you, and you can call me and you can emulate me, then you need to support me too. Yeah. So you know, we had people on the team that was like, oh, that's messed up, they stole the idea. I'm like, they didn't steal the idea. Ideas are meant to be stolen. Their cards are a little bit different than ours. Ours look better. The back of our cards look better, and blah blah blah. But I was just like, I'm gonna let them know that I know.
Smart. I like, you know,
that. So to me, that was one of those things. Like, my wife is awesome. My wife could be a mob boss. She's just like, she's so mellow and laid back. She's just like, well, you have a great idea. People are gonna steal it. Like, what can you do? Like, just continue to do great stuff, you know? And it's just like, but that to me was like, that was one, because in comics, it's just like, everything has like been done before, you know? It's really hard to like reinvent the wheel. So like, when I saw that like 3 other indie companies were jumping on that bandwagon, that was like one of those moments like how you guys had, where I was just like, okay. Because I've had some people on our team, they're like, oh, nobody's gonna buy cards and blah 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 blah. And I was just like, but a lot of people buy digital because they don't want to have like a ton of comic books. But if they could have something to commemorate like the purchase, they would. And the cards have done,
that's smart, actually.
They've done super well for us. So that's been like the closest thing where I was just like, ooh, we're doing something really special here. But I really like, I feel like we've grown so much from like our Kickstarter books. Like, a lot of people still only know us for Condry, but like, I really feel like The Job is such an amazing book. Brooklyn Bleeds, if you guys haven't read Brooklyn Bleeds, I could tell you about that one. That book, I am so proud of that book, and like how special that book is. The Legend of the Night Owl is doing really solid. Then we've got Godfoe. So like, we don't have like a bad book in our arsenal now. Like, after we let John go, we ended up redoing Kroom. So the new visuals for Kroom are 1,000 times better. And what I wanted to say too is, I'm not sure if you guys, because I'm pretty sure you guys picked up Kroom. Anyone that bought or downloaded the original Kroom, there you go. So if you have that, then we will all you have to do is email us, or I just saw you. All you have to do is email us, and we will send you this. We will send you a digital version of this. This is a completely remastered version of Kroom. So what we ended up doing was, after we got rid of, not get rid of, that's the wrong vernacular. After John left the company, we decided to hire a new artist and completely redo Kroom. So it's the same story, 99.9% the same story, but it's completely new art, and the difference is unbelievable. So like after the show is over, I'll send you guys the digital copy, and I want you to like page by page be like, OMG. Like it's so, and we're giving that away digitally for free to anyone that paid for that comic, because we want them to know that like the standard that we're trying to set is like incredibly high. So even like something, I'm all about like turning your biggest weaknesses into a strength, into something tangible. So like for us, Kroom has done like very well with kids, because they look at that cover, and like little kids look at that cover and they go, oh, this is really cool, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's great, but that's not really what I wanted. Like Kroom was supposed to be like almost like Conan the Barbarian meets like Mega Man,
Yeah.
So the art style that we have now from Bella Isa is exactly like where we wanted to go. So yeah, to answer your question, we've got so many cool things on the table now, and I'm super proud of all of our books.
It looked like you're changing the game.
Yeah, man. With those trading cards, I've never heard of anything like that. That's super unique.
Keep showing them. Keep showing them.
Yeah, show them off.
Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. Yeah. Please buy.
Yeah, please buy.
Buy again.
So I have to ask you guys a question. Would you like to know a little bit about Brooklyn Bleeds? Do you know anything about Brooklyn Bleeds?
No. You took the words right out of my mouth. Please, elaborate.
Enlighten us.
So are you guys fans of The Walking Dead?
Yes.
Okay. Are you fans of like 28 Days Later?
Oh, that's some stuff right there.
Okay. So this is the thing. If you love zombies, you'll love this book. But the biggest difference between Brooklyn Bleeds and those books is that the main character of Brooklyn Bleeds is a dog that is locked inside of his home with his owner, who is about to turn into a zombie during a zombie apocalypse. The book is completely narrated by a dog, and there are virtually zero speech bubbles. It is all inner monologue of the dog, and the dog trying to fight for its life during a zombie apocalypse. So every zombie book is about people. Yeah. And I always wondered, imagine what dogs can smell really well. And dogs they're so much lower to the ground than us. They can feel things that we can't feel. Their senses are so different. So imagine if just like all these people are just like plodding around and stuff. Yeah. Imagine how a dog or a cat must feel. So Brooklyn Bleeds is about a dog, a chow chow, named Turjan, that is locked inside of his home with his owner, who is like his best friend, and his owner begins to change into a zombie.
That is
wow. Yeah, but it's the language in it is extremely guttural and instinctual. Yeah. Like Harry smell funny. This isn't my Harry. What happened to my Harry? And it's just like, so when Joshua Adams, our letterer, was lettering this book, he's like, "You're a son of a bitch," and I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "Bro, I did not expect to like want to cry during a zombie book."
Is that part?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm sensitive about animals. I feel like that was gonna break me. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, man. So it's just like No, I'm sorry. So the book is about like the way animals have to react during a zombie apocalypse. So like the newest book in the series, Brooklyn Bleeds Hasty Bing, is about the last surviving animal in the Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn. So imagine if this beautiful Black Panther watches every other animal get eaten alive by zombies. And he's just watching, and then the zombies break into his cage. So, and again, it's all narrated by the panther, and this panther is just like this big, strong, regal animal, and he's just like, I'm fucked. Like, what am I going to do? And we got a great artist for Brooklyn Bleeds. His name is Carl Antonitz, but then we got Corey Bird to do Hasty Bing, and they're just really different takes on zombie books. They're really fun and just really different.
Man, that is a unique take. I was thinking about the panther. I was like, so like you said, this big, strong, regal panther. is basically watch everything and everyone around him that he's seeing constantly. They're all dead. So now it's his time is coming. I feel like that would break him. Like that would just break him down. Like for him feeling like he's the king of the castle to like, meow. Like what do I do? Like I'm scared. Like I don't want to get
domesticated almost.
Yeah.
So I won't give away like too much, but like the name of the book is called Hasty Bing.
Yeah.
And that means Black Death. And that's his name. That was his father's name. And it's like the first line of the book is like, my name, everyone here calls me Apollo, because that's the name that's like what the zookeepers have named him. That's the name on his cage. This is Apollo the Panther. But he goes, everyone calls me Apollo, but that is not my name. My name is Hasty Bing, and I am Black Death, just like my father. So it's just like he is this badass Black Panther that is just like, he's just waiting because he knows he's starving, he's scared, but he knows that it's just like it's fight or flight. Like when this goes down, he's gonna have to he's either gonna fight or he's gonna die. And it's only 6 pages. It's an Ashcan. It's like Kroom. Like if you guys have read Kroom, it's a sneak peek, and it connects to Brooklyn Bleeds 1. So it's just so much fun. It's been so much fun to do this. Like I'm basically building like Condry as a universe. The Job takes place in the Condry universe, so those characters are going to merge together at some point.
Man, that's cool.
But then Brooklyn Bleeds is a completely different universe, and it's been so much fun to put all that stuff together.
Yeah.
And when you was talking about Brooklyn Bleeds and like just like the aspect of it, so we can get this out the record for the nerds who may watch this.
And I love nerds for the record.
Yeah, there you go. Comic book nerds and video game nerds, combined.
Absolutely.
I say that because there's you heard the game Resident Evil, right?
Sure.
Resident Evil Code Veronica. So there's I think it was one of those hidden logs or memos or letters. It's actually written about the mouse that you see in Resident Evil Code Veronica that Claire sees, and there's a bunch of art. It's some I don't know how the hell a rat or a mouse can write. But at least you said, I'm glad you got covered in the monologues in the mind of the animal. Thank God you said that. But it's like the characters they see. He's seen Albert Wesker. He's seen Claire Redfield. He's seen Steve, I think Sideburn or Burnside. I'm saying his name backwards. And all that in the description and what happened and everything like that. And for those who might not know, it's like, okay, who's this character and what the hell they talking about? But if you keep reading it, you're like, oh shit, that's that rat. So yeah. So let's get that out the record. He didn't get it from there. I'm assuming you didn't get it from Resident Evil. No, obviously. But besides, the way you just elaborate on every little thing, I'm like, dude, this is darker, grittier, more emotion from the animal itself. So
I'll give you guys a little bit more background. So what happened was before we let John Svedesi go from Legacy, we decided we were going to do a book together. And it was kind of under the circumstances of listen, Kroom didn't work out visually the way that we would have liked it. Let's try something different. And we had found out that the Night of the Living Dead property, the license had gone into public domain. So anyone can do a Night of the Living Dead comic. So John was like, let's do a Night of the Living Dead book. And I was just like, listen, I don't want to do a typical zombie book.
Right.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to put Night of the Living Dead on there. Don't want to do it. And he's just like, no, let's do it. So I'm like, okay, all right, we'll do it. So I write the script that I just told you.
Right.
And immediately it was like, oh, well, why does it have to be this dog? That dog is too difficult to draw, blah, 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 all this stuff. So we had ended up making some creative changes and stuff. And then before John could get started on the book, he left the company.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, so now all the things that we discussed, I'm like, nope. And we went back to the original script, and I had hired Carl Antonitz to do the art. And the thing was, I wanted the art completely in black and white, just like Clementine and The Walking Dead. I wanted it completely in black and white. So the book is completely in black and white. Then what happened was Carl does the art, and I'm not sure if you guys know, but Chow Chow dogs have purple tongues.
Oh, did not know that.
That's one of their things. They have purple tongues, and one of the variant covers of the card, Joshua Morea did a beautiful cover, and the dog has like that big purple tongue out. It's beautiful. But what had happened was Carl was supposed to make like the blood red, the dog's tongue purple, and then everyone's eyes were supposed to be whatever color they were supposed to be. So it was supposed to have small tints of color. What happened was Carl made deadline, but the color did not make it in. So my whole thing is I'm looking at the black and whites, and they're beautiful, but I'm just like, this needs something different. And Joshua Adams, who lettered the book, and he did the art on Sarita, and he did Dem Goals with me. He's amazing. He's awesome, and he's one of the creators of Godfoe for us. If you guys are into manga and anime, you'll love Godfoe. He's like, oh, why don't we put like this yellowed paper filter underneath? So it's just like when you look at the art of Brooklyn Bleeds, it's in black and white, but the filter that we have on the back of the art is basically like really dirty, decayed yellow paper.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So it looks like a really old comic book.
Yeah.
And the book ended up being 1,000 times better than it would have been if we had done everything originally. Because originally it would have been like Night of the Living Dead, Brooklyn Bleeds. And now it's just like, I was like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're not taking the low hanging fruit of Night of the Living Dead. I'm like, it's just going to be Brooklyn Bleeds, and like Carl's art on the first book is amazing. And Corey's, Corey, I'm sorry. Because I know Carl Bird, he's a great podcaster. Corey Bird's art on this is fantastic. So it's just like everything happens for a reason.
Oh yeah.
You know, and those two comics are super special. So it's like if you like Night of the Living Dead, if you like Clementine, if you like Lone Wolf and Cub type stories. Yeah. I mean, come on, The Mandalorian is Lone Wolf and Cub. The Last of Us is Lone Wolf and Cub. Yep. So
yep.
Oh yeah.
Brooklyn Bleeds definitely has some Lone Wolf and Cub elements to it too. But again, I dare you to find a cooler main character in a zombie book than a dog.
Oh yeah,
so,
I like that. I'll be purchasing that one myself. Right.
So much fun.
I want to know more about Godfoe, because you started speaking about language when you said anime and manga. Like you're in my world now. I love comics, but anime and manga is my heart. So
absolutely. So Dan Evans and Joshua Adams reached out to me after I was on the Loot Brothers podcast. Great podcast. Totally suggest you guys check them out. And
for sure.
They pitched their story. So it's basically like there are two sets of people. There are people that believe that there is a God. Okay. So they create their own version of God. It's a man-made like creation, this God. And then they have people that oppose that God, and that those people are the God foe, you know? And it's the art on this book is fantastic. It's all in black and white, so it's so like it's got some like total like Akira meets like 80s sci-fi feel to it. Yeah, shit is the absolute right word. Like the first time I saw the first couple of pages from Josh, I was just like this is really freaking special. They're actually working on
it choked you up, I see.
Yeah, no, it did. And it's so funny because this is another funny side story. I had gone to my former co-owner and I was like, we need to sign these two. And he was like, it's our best-selling digital. It's our best-selling book on the website.
There you go. There you have it. There you have it.
So it's just like these guys have a really cool story. They're finishing up a graphic novel, like a 200-page graphic novel, which we're probably going to take to Kickstarter. So right now the Ashcan is available on our website. Godfoe Apollyon 20XX. So it just sets up the whole universe. It shows us the birth of this creation, and it's really like, again, if you're gonna stay up for like another 4 hours and watch Toonami, you'll love this comic. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted it, because it's just like we've got a zombie book, we've got a wrestling book, we've got your hard-boiled noir comic in Condry. We have The Legend of the Night Owl, which is kind of like Streets of Rage and the Warriors mixed into one. We have Kroom, which is like for video game people. So it's just like I wanted something that had this manga anime edge to us to give us like some depth, and they fit that role beautifully for us. Yeah. So it's an awesome comic.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm also a fan of the job too. I remember us talking about it last time, and we were saying that was such a unique concept for a comic. We love wrestling, so throw that in.
Right?
Yeah. So I was reading that, and I like the main character and I like how he feels like it's his time. Like this is my time. Like I'm no longer gonna be waiting on other people to give me. I'm tired of selling. He almost reminds me. He gives me that like Dolph Ziggler energy, like how Dolph Ziggler is one of the best wrestlers on the planet, but he's just used as, oh man, you're the sell guy. Go make this guy look good. Like, and that's what the main character reminds me of. So I was reading that. So how many books are out for that right now?
So right now, issue 0 and issue 1 are available. Issue 2 is actually being colored right now, and it's written. Yeah. It's penciled, it's inked, it's being colored right now. It just has to be lettered. It's probably going to be out for the summer. The summer is going to be super special for us because we're going to have Young Condry, Condry 5, and The Job #2 all come out all at the same time. Yeah, we're gonna. The summer is going to be awesome for us. The Job 2 is really special too because we start to see him because like at the end of Job 1, we start to see him being done with like taking shit from anybody.
Yeah.
Job 2, we start to see some of the success. Okay. But then the thing is too, at the end of the Job #1, we're introduced to an amazing character, this detective, whose last name is Janetti. Detective Janetti.
I wonder.
And he in particular admires like Dan's super kick. He's like, damn, that's a pretty good super kick.
Yeah.
So that's a character that's very important in this universe. And we're gonna see more of him in issue 2. So Dan is going to be up to his business, robbing banks, wrestling.
Yeah.
Bev is going to be up to her business, looking good, doing her thing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then this cop is hot on the trail. So like, this is it's so much fun. So like for the people that don't know, it's just like, if you combine films like Point Break and Reservoir Dogs, and you mix that with like Mickey Rourke's The Wrestler, and like 90s ECW, like, that's the job. Like Dan Dero is basically like a combination of like Steve Austin in ECW, Sean Stasiak, Lance Storm, Ruthless Aggression, John Cena. It's just like all of these people that like you look at them and you're like, you know, and then they just have a moment, you know. And it's just like, I feel like at the end of Job #1, if you've read Job #1, when Dan is just like, he gets a downward spiral and he just gets his face busted wide open and he loses the match, but the champion is so wasted that he like can't even stand up. And he's just like, I'm done. And he's like, give me a mic. And Beverly gives him his wife / valet / getaway driver, who's hot as hell. gives him the mic, and he just talks to the crowd like that's his pipe bomb, you know. And he's just like, I'm done with this shit, and the crowd just goes nuts. And it's just like, sometimes that's what happens, you know, in wrestling. Sometimes you lose, but you really win. It's just like, remember when Stone Cold didn't tap out to the sharpshooter and the blood is trickling down his face? The next day Bret Hart was still champion, but who was everyone cheering for?
Stone Cold.
Yep, you know, so
the face heel switch, that was dope.
Yep. So the job is basically like an encapsulation of my love of pro wrestling, my love of 70s and 80s and early 90s like bank robbery films, and just really fun, witty dialogue. So because I told you guys before, it was originally written as a play, so you know, so I didn't have a problem with the dialogue. They're just transferring it to comic book form. It's been so much fun. And then, I have to say, working with Steve Conjay is so much fun. Like, I compare him all the time. He's like Wesley Snipes in White Men Can't Jump, and I'm like Woody Harrelson. It's like he'll call me up and be like, "Did you see that shit?" And I'm like, "What shit? What are you talking about?" He's like, "That blah, blah, blah." And then we'll start having a conversation, or I'll call him up and I'm like, "We're going to Sizzler." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "We're going to Sizzler." Like we're just such a good tag team. Like we're like the Dudley Boys of comics. Like we just totally vibe off of one another, and he'll suggest things that I should do, and then I'll be like, well, yeah, that works, but what if we do it like that? And he's like, boom, you got it. So the same way, like working with Kieran on Condry is a little bit more like subdued and quiet, because Kieran draws, and you kind of like leave Kieran alone when he draws, because he's like this like master, and like he wants to draw, and then it's just like after he's done, then you have the conversation with him. But like Steve, I talk to Steve like every single day, and it's like he's so invested in the story, so it's been so much fun to work on the job with Steve. Absolutely.
Speaking of wrestling, man, last year, I got to talk about this, man. Me and Chad was talking about this yesterday. Well,
yeah, man.
Early in the morning. You have the honor to meet Jeff freaking Jarrett. How was that experience, man? I know it was like a convention. I know I've seen all your pictures and stuff like that, and you checked a couple things offline. I was like, damn, dude, how you do that? So please have an experience.
Yeah, man. So being the lead voice actor in WrestleQuest, I got to meet and hang out with Jeff Jarrett at PAX East last year. I did a panel on the history of pro wrestling video games with him, and with some members of the Mega Cat Studios team. That was great. Then we hung out again in Nashville for Ric Flair's last match in August. Not in August, in July. And then in September, I was in Seattle for PAX West doing a panel, and he was on the panel too. Man, it's so funny because it's just like, and I told him this when I was a little kid, probably like 10, 11, 12, 13, I had a Jeff Jarrett poster up on my wall. And it's because I adore working man wrestlers. So like Dolph Ziggler, man, you could even say the same thing about The Miz. The Miz like rarely misses a day. Yeah. He goes out, he takes bumps, he does his job every single day. Like I have so much love for people like that. And like Jeff Jarrett to me was somebody like that. Like you knew every week that like he was going to either wrestle a match, or he was going to have a vignette, or somebody was getting a guitar broken over their head. Yeah. And I just, I remember the first time I met him, we had like we were at a steakhouse with the Mega Cat people, and I got to talk to him for like 45 minutes about like cinematography in pro wrestling, about how important it is. And a lot of people don't know this, but like the main producer, the main cameraman, Keith Mitchell, for like the entire run of Nitro, for pretty much the first 10, 12 years of Impact, and the first 2 years of AEW, was the same guy. So it's just like, so the thing is, I know it because I'm a geek and stuff like that. So it's just like, I was just telling him, I was like, man, I love the WWE, but all the screen cuts, like it's too much for me. It gets me dizzy. And I'm like, I love
Bucky Beaver, bro.
It's Kevin Dunn, and I'm just like, I love the way Keith Mitchell shoots wrestling. He shoots it like a professional sport. And Jeff Jarrett was like, you know Keith Mitchell? And I'm like, absolutely, blah, blah, blah. And I think I earned a little bit of his respect. Like I think he got that I was a geek. Yeah. And he was so great at the PAX East, like at our booth, because like I'm the voice of Muchacho Man and Macho Man in the game. And he was just screwing around with people and be like, that's Macho Man's like son, and like so like he was there like Friday and Saturday, but then Sunday he left. And then Sunday this guy comes over to me at PAX East and he's like, can I have your autograph? And it's funny because some people ask me for my autograph for the Minds Behind the Games. Like they came over to me and they're like, oh, you wrote the Minds Behind the Games. And I was like, oh my God, like that's great that they knew me from that. But this guy, I could tell this guy did not know about the Minds Behind the Games. So I was just like, can I ask you a question? And he's like, why? I'm like, why do you want my autograph? And he's like, because you're Macho Man's son. And I'm like, Jeff fucking Jarrett, man. Oh my God. So then I text him and I'm like, I just want you to know that people are asking me if I'm Macho Man's son, thank you very much. And he's like, LMAO. He's like, I have to tell Lanny now. Blah 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 blah. So, but yeah, he's great. Like he is super super intelligent. I remember I would say the first couple of days that he was at PAX East with us, he was kind of like getting an idea of how big video games really were.
Yeah.
But like by the time he was at PAX West, he was totally like he was in it. He's totally like he gets how important WrestleQuest is and how important video games are to like the whole wrestling ecosystem and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like he's one of the most adaptable, intelligent people I've ever met in pro wrestling. He's so much fun. And man, he can still freaking go. Like
He looks good.
And
too.
he looks great
right now.
Dude.
Yep. So it's that's probably been like I love hanging out with the guys from MegaCat and Skybound. They treat me amazing. They make me feel wanted. They make my time feel valuable. So like as a voice actor, it's just like it's been an amazing experience working on this game and working with MegaCat on World Championship Boxing Manager 2 as well. But yeah, getting to meet Jeff and like, and I mean, I've gotten to meet, you know, even though it was on Zoom, but like talk to Jake the Snake Roberts and tell him like, you know, the impact that he left on me as a kid and stuff like that. It's been awesome. So like, yeah, Jeff is, they say never meet your heroes, but like Jeff is like an amazing person that like I'm honored to like have shared a couple of conversations with and been able to send a text on their birthday and stuff like that. Like just to feel like a part of like this guy's whole amazing adventure, this tiny, tiny little part, but it's still a part that like I'm sure plenty of other people would have loved to have had, you know, so it's been fun.
That's dope.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of wrestling, so like we know you're a big wrestling fan, and I know you currently watch wrestling now. So who's your favorite current wrestler right now?
Can I plead the fifth?
Uh-oh.
That's fine.
Uh-oh.
No. It's just oh man. It's like I feel like right now WWE and AEW are kind of like where like Marvel was in like 1997, 1998, where it's just like they're trying to hold on to like things that they had and not really like invest too much in like new people. It's just like I feel like what happened to Wardlow? Wardlow was getting this massive push, and now and then it's just like Austin Theory to the moon. Then they kill him. Now he's like finding like this middle ground.
I think they're trying to build him back up. Like they're building
they
him
are
back up. Because his match at the Chamber was actually pretty good.
It was, but they just embarrassed him in the middle of it, like when he lost it. So it's just,
which that is still that's going to be the worst Money in the Bank cash in that's ever existed.
In history.
Yeah, we're going to cash it in for the United States Championship. We've never done that before.
Not just that.
Not
just that. He gave him Seth gave him an open challenge.
You don't knew that.
Oh yeah, that's right. What? Like opportunity now, right here. You can still hold AV double champion. Hello.
If it wasn't for the Bloodline storyline right now, wrestling would kind of be pretty flaccid to me right now. But the thing is, it's just like I love watching. So the thing is, like I love story, so that's why I watch Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah.
But I love actually watching people break a sweat in the ring and actually perform, and that's why I love AEW. And I feel like there's so much toxicity between WWE fans and AEW fans that like they don't understand that you can enjoy both for two completely different reasons. So it's like whenever I see a banger on SmackDown, like come on, Gunther, every time Gunther is in the ring, you know, I'm sorry, whatever they're calling him now. You know, no, Walter, I'm sorry. Yeah, Gunther.
I still go I still call him Walter.
I still go with Walter too. The guy delivers in the ring.
Yeah.
You know,
the ring general.
Yep. You know, and the thing is, it's the same reason why, like for me, Impact is such a beautiful combination of like WWE and AEW because they have just wacky ass stories going on, but like the in-ring stuff is so good. I mean, there's so many people out there that are like, oh, I don't watch Impact because it's not on regular TV. I'm like, it's on Twitch, like for free. Like you can watch it. Like, and it's like Josh Alexander is probably like next to Roman Reigns, like one of the best champions in wrestling over the past decade. And watch Josh Alexander is probably like one of my favorite wrestlers right now in pro wrestling. Speedball Mike Bailey.
That's a great answer. Oh, he is so good.
He's so good. Speedball Mike Bailey is awesome. I'm so proud of like Brian Danielson, what he's doing in AEW right now. I'm so proud of him for
that's
like
my goal right there.
We made an episode for that dude.
Yeah,
that's how good he was.
Yeah.
We talked about it. We just getting gushed over that guy.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know, I love watching Wheeler Yuta. I love watching Orange Cassidy. There's just so many people. Like, I love people that are putting in the work. And see, that's the thing with Austin Theory. Homeboy is putting in the work.
Yeah.
You know. I wish he'd do something with his. I wish he'd just put like a number 2 under his beard though. Like, oh my god, bro, it looks like a nest under his. Like, it's too much. But like, he's so good. Rhea Ripley has been an absolute.
Oh my god, yes.
If you take her out of that faction, I'm not sure if that faction can survive by themselves.
Well, I don't know now, man. Dominic Mysterio. I can't believe what I'm about to say, but he's been crushing it.
He's coming into his own, but the thing is, like,
he is. And it's good to see that finally happening for him.
If he didn't have that whole mommy storyline, like, she put him over.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like, if she doesn't put him over, like, man, he should be taking her to dinner like once a week. You know, like, he should be, because, man, like, what she did for him. There's not a lot of women that could do that for a man in pro wrestling.
You know, no.
Yep.
And, you know,
and she's
so
continuing to do it. You know?
And it's so crazy because even Jim Cornette gushes over her. That's how good she is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like, you know how I don't know if you ever hear some of the stuff, like even Jim Cornette's
I love Jim. I love him.
Yeah, and he's not too big of a fan of like women's wrestling or girls wrestling, as they like to call it. But like she is it. And I'm like, damn, he like it. She got to be the shit. She got to be.
Yeah. The second that they put her in with Beth Phoenix, I was like, I knew that was going to be good. And then the thing is, too, though, man, Dominic, man, I'm telling you, he needs to take out Beth Phoenix and Rhea Ripley for like a dinner to any place that they want. Because when Beth Phoenix hit him with the glam slam, that put Dom over so bad. That put him over in the best way possible. You know.
He looked so terrified in it too. He was like,
"Oh, he's a good seller."
No, please, no.
He can sell. Absolutely. But see, that's the thing though too. He might be one of those guys that like makes his living selling.
Yeah.
You know? So there's plenty of people that have done it, that have, you know, made their money as that guy that goes in and takes a beating but just squeaks out the win, you know? So, but yeah, wrestling has been a lot of fun, but it's just like, I feel like it's missing, like, again, without that bloodline story, all these other stories that we're talking about would be a lot of fun, but they wouldn't be like, there's not like, the bloodline story right now is that generational storyline that people are going to talk about 5 years from now, like Nexus, like the NWO and stuff like that, the Horsemen, you know? You know, so, but I just hope the payoff. I don't know what they're doing now. I don't know how Sammy is going to play a role. I'm super curious to see how it happens. I hope that Sammy doesn't cost Roman the title, because I think that would take away from Cody.
Oh yeah.
But I think like Sammy playing a role in like the ultimate destruction of the bloodline would be better. You know, so we'll see. It's they're in a tricky spot. How do you play this out?
I feel like
properly?
one or two things could happen. It could either be, I don't think he's just gonna outright cost Roman the title, but I feel like the bloodline's gonna come out there. Then Sammy's gonna come out to help Cody along with Kevin Owens, or Kevin Owens and Sammy gonna go against Jimmy and Solo. Or just the crazy throw a wrench in the plan. This is my Booker wrestler brain. It's to work all along, and Sammy's really, because Roman never really said what the final test was for Sammy, so it could just be a work and he screws Cody over. But I mean, that would be amazing. Don't know if that would happen, but that would be
Sammy would be the most hated person in wrestling. It would be great.
But
you know,
I still on Sammy though.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that guy would be
See, what would make it even better too is if like Sammy got a shot at Gunther and Solo accidentally cost Gunther the title and Sammy won the Intercontinental title.
Oh.
And then we find out that it's all a ruse and now the Bloodline has all the gold for SmackDown. You know?
Why are we here right now? We need to make that happen yesterday, dude.
You know?
WrestleMania,
so
you never know.
We'll see. We'll see. And the Intercontinental, I feel bad for Walter Gunther now because it's just like he doesn't have like he's so good that he doesn't have like a clear opponent
for
WrestleMania.
Yeah,
you know, and as much as I love Sheamus and Drew McIntyre and stuff, it's like no.
I don't want
to see that again.
We've seen it. We've
great too. Seen it once, seen it twice. We're good.
We've seen that.
Yeah.
Give him a break. You know, how can I miss you if you don't go away? You know, it's one of those kind of things.
Isn't it funny though? It's just like we're talking about how wrestling may not be as good as it used to be, but we could still talk about it for hours upon hours upon hours.
Yeah.
Like, that's the best. That's the best thing about pro wrestling. And that's one of the reasons why I like too. Why I love it so much. Why I love comic books so much because it's like at the end of the day, it's like pizza. The worst slice of pizza is still a slice of pizza. You know, you could be having fish sticks, but you're having pizza. You know, it's like
I love
it. So yeah. But that's kind of how like I feel about wrestling right now.
Dude, you always have bars. Every time we talk to you, man, you either have something inspirational to say, which never fails, or you just have bars at the bars. I'm surprised you're not
because I have to talk all day. Like that's the thing. It's like I've been a college professor for like 17 years, so it's just like if I can't connect with people by the way that I speak, it's just I'm screwed. You know, if I can't get people to follow, like to get hyped up, then man, I'm in deep trouble. You know, so.
Yeah. And doing what you're doing too, man. Yeah, you are a master. I have to give you that.
I'm trying.
Yeah. God dang. So I'm actually this. Are you like the main person that does like the I guess promotion for Legacy, or is this you and a team, or like how's that? How do you operate?
So all of my artists and writers are hired to do the writing and the art on their respective books, and I tell them, listen. I need you to promote. You need to promote your books on your social media channels and stuff like that. But I handle all of the promotion on all of the Legacy accounts. I edit every single book. I lay out every single book. I send every book to the printer. Every time someone orders from the site, I bag, board, pack, print the mailing order, send it to the post office. I do like 99.9% of the work with Legacy. You know, and it's just like I tell them all the time because it's like I make the same amount of money on my books as any one of my writers do. You know, and I tell people all the time it's just like there's a reason why my books sell well, and it's because I'm out there. Like I take a page from like Gary V. Like Gary V is basically like if you want to get the word out, you need to have like 100 posts every day. Across Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. I've been using Swell lately, which is freaking awesome. If you guys want to know more about Swell, I could talk to you guys about that. But it's just like with all of my social media every day, there's at least 100 posts of me talking about my hustle, my family, my passions, comics, wrestling, video games, because it's like you're promoting your brand every day. And the algorithms suck. You guys know this. You guys are doing great work. Yeah. And you're like, why are more people not seeing my stuff? And the thing is like, you're not, I tell this to people all the time, creators, you've got to promote, and you've got to promote until you're blue in the face, because if someone goes to you, and I'm sure this has happened to you guys before, where someone's like, you kind of post a little bit too much on Facebook. Those people were never going to buy your books anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's okay.
Yeah.
So that's okay. So like, I'll tell you guys a quick story. Last week, one of the former lead level designers for Red Dead Redemption, good friend of mine, messages me, and he's like, I just ordered Condry Zero, the hologram one, this one right here. There's only 50 of these. Only 50 of these were made. We've got a couple left on the site, so you could see the hologram. It's kind of shiny a little bit.
Yeah, I like that.
It's completely I re-lettered the book myself. It's awesome. I love it. But he goes to me, I just ordered one. Because I wanted to see what all the fuss was about.
Oh.
So it was so funny. I go to my wife. I said, oh my God, like one of my favorite game designers just ordered like a copy of Condry. And he said, he wanted to know what all the fuss was about. So my wife looks at me and she smiles and she goes, there was no fuss. And I was like, I created the fuss by posting 100 times a day for the past, like, that's the thing. When people keep seeing stuff on their feed, sometimes they don't even realize who's posting it. They just keep seeing it posted up in their feed. And this guy was basically like, you know what? Let me take the plunge. So that's the thing. It's just like, if someone's not going to make a fuss over you, you create the fuss.
Damn,
So I was answering a question when I said that.
Nah, once again, being inspirational. I don't even think nobody has a question. Once again, bar drop. You drop the mic,
but it's just
bars, bro.
I like that.
So sometimes they say, if a tree falls in the forest, and no one's there, does it make a sound kind of thing?
Make a sound, bro. You're just not there to hear it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I hate that
people so self-absorbed. That's what I say. Like you think the world revolves around you.
Like, fuck face.
If you're not around, sounds don't happen.
No, it's okay. But it goes back to like,
I respect your interview, but it's like, duh,
like
it makes a sound. You just not there to hear it.
So there's so many people out there that want to hear you.
Yeah.
But they don't even know who you are yet. So that's why you just got to post and post and post and post and post everywhere,
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's true.
You're definitely my inspiration when it comes. After that first interview that we did,
literally,
I turned into a posting machine.
You gotta be.
I'm like, just can't stop, won't stop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what do you post? Jesus Christ, this is funny. And I'm like, I want to like it sometimes. Like, I can't. I look like a loser because, the same account. That's cool. It's so cool, dude. So I hope many of these videos, we're going to figure out like how to like dice some of this stuff up.
Yeah.
Like,
we're definitely going to.
I got an idea. Don't worry about it. It's going to involve you. So, all right, I got an idea.
Okay. So Legacy Comics, of course, this Legacy is your baby. So I asked you for one time where basically you realize like, hey, everything is going great. Well, your greatest crowning achievement in Legacy, you said you haven't accomplished it yet. But I know owning your own business, there's gonna be some downtime, some misses, some that you're like, oh man, I really put my all into this and it didn't work. Could you give us one of those times? And when you name that time, can you tell us what you learned from it and how you use that to help you go forward?
Oh yeah, I mean, you were just holding that Kroom comic, and so what happened was when that comic was first finished, I had shown the art to someone that I trust in the comic book industry that owns a comic book shop for like 35 years, and I was like, I know what this is like. I know what this book looks like. I need you to tell me. Because I want to make it like I need to know from somebody.
Yeah.
So I know that I'm not crazy. And he was like, are you sure? And I'm like, yes. And he just like 20 messages on Facebook. So then I go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take those 20 messages and I'm going to send them to John, the artist. So I do. And I'm like, this is like December. This is like the middle of the Kickstarter, you know? And I'm like, you know what this means, right? And he's like, I have to do the entire comic book over again. I'm like, yes. Yeah, you do.
Wow.
You know? So he did. And the second version is what you just had in your hands.
Okay.
Which to me is much better, but still not nearly as good as it needed to be. So what ended up happening was when we were preparing to go, once we got our Kickstarter money, we had to send books to the printer, and we were ordering like 550 copies of like every book.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And his book I feel like didn't look nearly as good as The Job, Legend of the Night Owl, and Condry either. So what I did was I took a hit for the company. I said, do not print 550 of those comics. Don't do it. Print like 200, you know? So then I looked at him and I'm like, how many are you going to print of his book? And he goes, well, it's my first comic. I want the 550. And I'm just like, because my whole thing is like, I don't want to spend money when I'm not going to be able to make that money back. You know what I'm saying? So like I didn't have, yeah, it's business. It wasn't personal. I looked at it and said, you know what? There's nothing wrong with the story. The story in this book is fine. I'm totally fine with it. But I'm like, this book is not going to sell the 550 copies. It's just not going to happen. So why are we gonna waste the money? And his book was in the same exact situation. But I made the conscious decision to put my personal feelings aside and do what was best for the company. And that hurt me big time, because I was just like, I really believed in that story. I still do. And the fact that like the character was designed by the lead animator of BioShock Infinite, you know, like it says everything. Wow. Pete Paquette. And to the point where like Pete got the comic and messaged me and goes, bro, like what's going on with the art here? Oh. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I was disappointed in the art in that book, and that's why we did it over. And I mean, again, if you put your copy up against the screen and I put this up against the screen, I mean, oh dude, like this is hot. This is
absolute night and day.
You know, night and day. So I knew at that moment that I was willing to make the sacrifice and jump on the sword, so to speak, for the company, whereas my co-owner was not. So that was it was a disappointment for me, because I really believe, I still believe in the story. I still have a whole bunch of it that has to come out at some point, and it will. But that's why I felt like I had to do right and do the comic completely over. And now now I'm totally, I love it. And now we only made 50 copies of these. You know, it's available digitally. You can get it digitally, but like, and this has a hologram cover too. So it's just like, I just wanted to do right by our readers, you know. And the thing is, like, the standards in our company are constantly getting bigger. So the thing is, like, these are our first cards, and you can see like the red border around it, and it's very like old school 90s Marvel cards, and the stock of the paper is like a Pokemon card.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah.
Which is good, but for the second round of cards, there's no border, so it looks a little bit, I think it looks cooler. But then the stock is brown craft paper. So if you've ever bought like a baseball card or a basketball card from like the 80s or the 90s, that's the stock. It's a lot thicker.
Yeah.
So we've gotten better. The standards continue to get higher. So like I feel like during the Kickstarter, we had a certain standard, and for the most part, like the job Condry for Legend of the Night Owl crushed it. But then I felt like Athos and Kroom did not. And that's why Athos is no longer a part of the company. That book is no longer a part of the company, and Kroom was redone. Oh, so I feel like our biggest like failures have paved the way to like us raising the standards.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And cutting the fat from our company.
I was gonna say that word until I was like cutting fat. But there you go.
Yeah. So that one hurt bad, you know, because like Pete and we were really cool, and we're still cool now. But like we were both disappointed. And my whole thing is, it's just like, I feel like if John and I would have done Brooklyn Bleeds together, it probably would have been along the same lines. Like the art wouldn't have been like what it needed to be to tell the story. And I know for a fact that like Carl, Josh, Kieran, Steve, Valentin, Bella, they don't make excuses for their art. And if I go, this needs to be changed, then they'll change it. Chris Booth, who's doing the art for Young Condry, there's been like 3 or 4 instances where I was like, no, let's do this instead. Or, oh my God, we have to redo this entire page. And Chris is like, okay. Like complete total rock star, you know? And because that's the thing though too. It's just like we were talking before about all the stuff that I do for Legacy. Like I'm basically like the Billy Mays / like Stan Lee of like I'm the one that's doing all the podcasts. I update the socials every day. Every social media post is me. Every post on the website is me. I run the website. I handle all of the orders. I handle the Patreon. I answer all the emails. I handle the newsletter. I handle the Kickstarter. I handle everything. So it's just like all I need from my writers and my artists are for them to put out the best possible work that they can, and that's something that they should be doing naturally, but you'd be surprised.
That sounds fair as hell.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
It does.
Yeah. Jeez,
it
that's
is.
fair.
So the few people that we had in this company in the beginning that didn't do that, they're no longer with us. So again, that was a learned lesson though.
Yeah.
In the beginning. And that's the thing. Like, you could say go big or go home. But if you're not ready to go big, then you need to pack your shit up and go home. So some people want to hold on to their bags as long as possible. And sometimes if you allow somebody to hold on to their bags for as long as possible, they could take down the entire ship. So I'm very happy with the way things have gone. And listen, it's been super hard. I had to teach myself how to letter books. I had to take on so much more responsibility. But oh my God, it's so rewarding when like you have writers and artists go, the books look really like they look better than they did before. And I'm just like, because before I wasn't doing that stuff. I wasn't laying out the book. So it's just like, there's been so many like rewarding lessons from like those early setbacks,
Man. Okay. Besides all the stuff that you have shown us, is there anything else you have that's coming up soon? Summer, the fall,
man.
Winter.
So Kroom, yeah, man. So like Kroom Redo just came out. The new Brooklyn Bleed just came out. We just have this new comic called The Ballad of Gia and Frankie. Just came out. It's another wrestling comic.
Oh, cool.
It's really cool. It's about a wrestler that like finally like gets the gimmick that like works for them. Like they've been through so much and they finally find this gimmick that like works for them, and then this guy just comes along and just like wants to like completely like shit in their cereal. It's just like everything is like perfect, like everything is going the way that it needs to go, and then all of a sudden it's like all up in flames. It's actually based on a documentary that's on Vimeo right now. So what ended up happening was during our Kickstarter, I got us on TV with News 12 in Brooklyn, and this movie company found us, and then they pitched us the idea, and they wanted to do a comic book with us. So it came out really good, and I love both of these covers. So Joshua Adams is awesome. This is a really cool cover. But this is like
man.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this is like an homage to that Wolverine Chris Claremont.
The claws and stuff. I know what you're talking about.
So we had a lot of fun with them. So that comic is available. But then, like I said too, we have Condry #5 coming soon. We have Young Condry, which is coming soon as well. We have The Job #2, which is coming. We have another Brooklyn Bleeds book coming. So we have so much. We literally have so much stuff. We have like 95 different types of books available on our shop right now. We have t-shirts, we have hats. Like I have a Condry leather jacket, but like I said too, all of our comics are available in physical, digital, and in the trading cards. So there's so many different ways to like enjoy our stuff. Yeah. And then we have a weekly podcast called Talking Comics, where I pick like I just did a bonus episode a couple of days ago for the new Spider-Man Gwen Stacy comic that just came out. But then we have artists from Legacy come on and talk about like the comics that they're working on. So that's updated once a week on Spotify. So we have so much cool stuff. So between all of that and then like WrestleQuest and then like, oh my God, I'm so like slammed. It's crazy. It never ends.
Making an empire over there, man.
Ooh, I'm trying to have a legacy, so it's like but yeah, that's pretty much everything. And then like I told you guys before, we just started about 10 days ago an account on Swell. So if you guys don't know what Swell is, to me, I feel like I got on the ground floor of this app, and within like 10 days, I have close to 1,000 followers already. It's been really cool. So like Instagram is all photos,
right?
And Facebook is like everything, and Twitter is like these really small, like little, pieces of text. But Swell, the only way to post on Swell is to speak, and you have up to 5 minutes to just talk, and the only way someone can reply is by talking back. So there's no keyboard warriors or anything like that. So I go on, and you're talking about, you guys are like, oh, you're dropping bars, blah, blah, blah. It's just like every day I try and go on Swell, and for 5 minutes, I just try and spit hot fire. Like I just try and just say, this is what you have to do today. This is like blah, blah, blah. Or comic books is really like this, or this story is about this. And like just for 5 minutes, I just try and hit people as hard as I possibly can. And it's been a lot of fun, So yeah, our Swell is updated every day. Our Patreon is updated every day. Our website is updated every day. Our socials are updated every day. So yeah, we've got a lot of fun stuff coming. We're going to be we've got some signings in April, May, and June, and at the end of March I'm going to be at PAX East. So if anyone sees me at PAX East, I'm totally down to talk shop, and maybe I'll have some comics with me and stuff like that. So yeah, man, a ton of stuff coming. And like I'm still promoting actively like the Minds Behind the Games books, because I mean I released 3 books in like the past 13 months. So that's been a lot of fun too. So yeah.
Jeez, man. Man. Oh, I'd be remiss not share my love of Legend of the Night Owl. Like, great book. It really is, man. I really like the main character. It just feels like a very personable story. I like seeing the life of his mom, how his mom just a simple lady, trying to do the best that she can. I love like the humble beginnings like that, and then how it just all turns to crap at the end. Like, I feel like this guy is about to just turn into the craziest vigilante ever. Because that happened to my parent.
Oh yeah.
War. Everybody has something.
Afram's story is super poetic. I feel like Kieran's art just elevates it to a completely other level. And I'm super excited for the future of that series too. Like, we haven't spoken enough about Legend of the Night Owl here. Like, Kieran's art on that book is fantastic. And I just feel like you've seen so much growth from, and this is the thing too. I've told Afram this. I felt like that there was way too much text in Night Owl 0. I felt like there was too much of his writing on there. Like, and the thing is, I wanted to go in and edit more, but I was told by my co-owner, just let him be. And I'm like, well, no, like, our books have to have a certain feel. Like, we are the bosses. We have to make sure that everything, like, I'm sure Todd McFarlane looks at stuff being released for Image and goes, that's not an Image book. Right. If we just let people do whatever they want, then Legacy never has like a feel. Like, you don't know what a Legacy book feels like, So I feel like the transition from Night Owl 0 to Night Owl 1, I feel like Afram really like came into his own, and I feel like the writing is great in 0, but it could have been a little bit tighter. But I feel like the writing in 1, Afram crushed. And I feel like that's when you see really like the marriage between Afram and Kieran really like start to be. So like, I'm super excited for that series. Like I said, that book is like Double Dragon, Streets of Rage, and like the movie The Warriors, like all mixed into one, with a Muslim old lady as like the main character. Like, it's crazy. So, such a good book.
Freaking dope, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Oh man, this has been great.
Man, this
has been great.
It's always a pleasure.
I try.
It's so much fun, man. Like, I don't even realize how much time even goes by.
Yeah, we ain't got no timer. I know it's like,
I
should be 10:06. It's 9:06 over here in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, man, time flies. You always just drop gems, and then you always got new stuff to share. Some new stuff to promote, and just motivate us again.
Yep.
So it's like, you always come in, recharge. It's like, all right, Chad.
Yep.
Or you be like, Jeremy, do this. I'm like, all right, Chad, we gotta do that. All right, and then another year passes, and then you do it again. So it's magical, bro.
So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The last thing I'll say is like, man, May cannot come fast enough. Like, I'm telling you guys this now.
Yes.
If you grew up during the time when it was sexy to play Final Fantasy VII, to play Earthbound, to play Mario RPG, to play Chrono Trigger, to play Dragon's Quest, you owe it to yourself to play WrestleQuest. WrestleQuest is this 50+ hour Japanese RPG with over 30 licensed wrestling characters: Jake the Snake Roberts, Diamond Dallas Page, Jeff Jarrett, British Bulldog. Like, the list goes on, and the Legion of Doom. Like,
Oh wow.
The list goes on and on. It is such a fun marriage of like 80s and 90s pop culture and Japanese RPG. Like I cannot wait for this game to come out because like the Padre starring in those two games, so much fun. BPM Boy getting to work with Tony Barnes, who did like Desert, Jungle, and Urban Strike for me. Huge. And I've done so many trailers for I've done like over like 25 trailers for 25, like for over 25 indie games. But like this game is going to be awesome. I'm telling you, like people are going to be playing it this summer and they're going to be like, wow, man, I forgot RPGs could be this much fun. The story is so good. The music is freaking awesome. The gameplay is awesome. So it's just like for me, I said this on another podcast, but like I really mean it now. It's like I never want to stop being a voice actor. Like I want to be a voice actor for as long as people want me to be a voice actor. But if I never do another game and WrestleQuest is the last game that I ever do, I'm down with that because it's just like it's that good.
Man, it's like mission accomplished.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, good.
So between all the legacy stuff and the minds behind the game stuff, I'm super proud of all of that. And then like I said, WrestleQuest is so special. So I can't wait. I can't wait for people to really like get their hands on it.
Oh yeah, I'll be looking forward to playing that.
Oh, same.
Definitely gonna put some time in on that.
Yeah, RPGs are dope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
man. So hey, Patrick. So sad to say goodbye.
Yeah,
but before we do,
it's not.
I know.
It's see you later.
I know. Yes. See you later. Please get out your socials, your websites, all that stuff, so the lovely public can know where you at, how they can find out what's next, and all that stuff. Because we can't just get it just from here. You gotta
sure.
Too, homie.
So the best part of me is like I'm totally Googleable. If you just Google Patrick Hickey Jr., all of my stuff comes up. Like literally all of my stuff comes up. Instagram is probably like my favorite social media platform. I use it the most. It's just Patrick Hickey Jr. It's one word. And then same on what's it called? On Facebook. On Twitter, I'm ReviewFixPat because I'm also the editor-in-chief and owner of ReviewFix.com. Okay. And then Legacy Comics is Legacy, and then Comix, COMIX.com. If you want to access our shop directly, it's legacycomics.com/shop, and all of our books come up, and we ship worldwide. We ship same day, so you could just pick out whatever you want. The trading cards are available there. All of our digital comics are available there. On Instagram, we're legacy_comics. We're updated every day. We're on Patreon as Legacy Comics. On Spotify, look up Talking Comics, TALKIN Talking Comics. That's a lot of fun. So that's it. We update a lot. And we're super passionate. We're super hungry. So if you're into comic books, if you're into video games and all that stuff, like we've definitely got something for you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, man, that sounds great. All right, man. Well, you can find us at Fusion High Podcast. You can catch us on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. Follow us on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe, man. Thank you guys so much for listening to us, man. We've been getting subscribers left and right. We're loving and appreciate interacting with you guys. Thank you so much. Jay Brown, hit him with the audio, bro.
Catch us on Spotify, Apple Music, iHeart, Stitcher, Bullhorn, or wherever you can find podcasts.
Man, Patrick, thank you so much once again, man.
It was a pleasure.
We truly appreciate it. Yep. Thank you so much. Well, let's end this thing. I'm Chad.
You know me. I'm Jeremy.
And that's Patrick Hickey Jr.
Oh, yeah. This is Patrick Hickey Jr. Don't forget the man's hour. Or hours. So however long we've been here.
It is Fusion High, and we out this thing.